from the Utilita Bowl, the home of batting, where we are just minutes away from day 3 of this County Championship Division 1 match between Hampshire and Worcestershire. Now, Hampshire will resume their first innings on 68 for 3, and they are only trailing Worcestershire by the small margin of 611 runs. So there is a lot for Hampshire to do today to stay in the game, and tomorrow Worcestershire, it has to be said, have played very, very well, especially in the batting department, but they also bowled well in that evening session last night. Now, there are just 3 of us today. We've literally had a cast of thousands over the first couple of days, so we are dwindling, probably a bit like some other people in the heat. They've been and gone, but still here is Amelia Clark. Well, I say still here, she wasn't here yesterday, but she's back with us before she goes off to Wimbledon tomorrow. She'll be joining us shortly, but it's myself, Kevin James, and our very best friend from BBC Hereford and Worcester, it's Dave Bradley. Dave, good morning.
Good morning. Well, only 3 of us, but you know, it's the cream has come to the top. I like to think, you know, the first 2 days were just, we were trying people out. You know, ex-England players and professional cricketers and analysts and all that. So you know, we're all still here.
Did they pass?
Well, yeah, I mean, they did all right, but there's no stamina, is there? That's the problem. You know, they can't last the 4 days. What's the point? We should probably be melting by the end of today. It must drive people, especially if you were watching in somewhere that's not, you know, anybody watching the stream or listening to the radio in Reykjavik or somewhere where it's not very hot. You listen to us keeping on moaning, but anyway, the umps are on their way. They're a bit late out this morning, aren't they? I reckon they're 2 minutes to 11. Come on, boys. So it's going to be. It might be an interesting day. It might be a bit of a dull day, but I think, and we were just talking about this before we came on air, I think people have voted with their feet or their backsides, because there's not many people in here this morning compared to the first day, which was a good crowd. Yesterday, not a bad crowd, but today, you can pick your stand if you want to come along. I know we were on about people who sat way over on the far side, as far away from the actual cricket as you could get. But if you want to come along today, there is a complete block of seats that you can have to yourself. If you want to get away from people, you don't want to get away from it all, then come along here.
Yes, it's one of those. It feels like one of those days that rather than start on time, you phone 1 or 2 people up that are thinking of coming, saying, "What time can you get here?
Yeah.
We'll start then."
Yeah, it's one of those days where you give the crowd changes to the team. Yeah. Oh, Dennis is not here today. He's got a doctor's appointment. There was a lovely lady who used to sit at New Road just down in front of us, and she was there every day, never missed. And in fact, if she wasn't there, we thought it's not a first-class game. You know, it doesn't count in the averages. And she wasn't there one day, and she came. She said the next day, she said, "Oh, I'm sorry." She said, "I had to go to a funeral yesterday." She actually came and apologised because she wasn't there. Anyway, the teams are on the way. Worcestershire, who we all thought bowled quite well yesterday evening in that last session, bowled tight. Adam Finch bowled aggressively, and they picked up 3 wickets. So just to see where it's going to go today. Is it slightly hazy this morning?
It is. Yeah, there's a few little sort of white, sort of thin layer, isn't there, above us? There's some nice blue sky, but there's also some intermittent, thin layer of cloud, which is keeping the harshness of the temperatures and the harshness of the sun down for a while. We'll try something different as well here in the camera gantry. We're having the windows closed in front of us because my computer gave up. Fortunately, after the end of day play, but it's still playing up today. When I took it home, it felt very hot, and it wasn't the only thing up here that was hot in a temperature sense.
Yeah.
So
it's your laptop and me, I think, melted yesterday.
So we can have the windows closed for a little while and just see how we go with it. So fortunately, they were cleaned about 3 weeks ago. So
that's right. Not
a problem. Yeah, they look good, don't they?
Yeah.
It might be a thing moving forward. We'll have to wait and see.
One party in Blackwell has just realised he's on the offside. Just realised there was a left-hander in. So he's jogged across to the leg side. Don't want to do too much jogging on days like today. Ben Allison to open up from the hotel end, bowling right arm around the wicket to Tilak Palmer in the first ball. Oh, that's a blimey, that takes off. That was we've hardly seen any of those.
I was going to say, where's that come from? Have we moved the wicket?
Yeah, well, it was just short of a length, but Varman did very well to get out of the way of it. Took off. Look at the replay of that. And yeah.
There was nothing that's done that.
No. So he's had 3 Weetabix, I expect, this morning, Ben Allison. There are other breakfast cereals which you missed and might wish to eat if you wish to bowl fast. Allison in and bowls, and forward, pushing away on the offside. Kashif Ali is at cover point. Shapes to throw at the stumps at the non-striker's end, but Ben Brown was back. Not that he'd gone too far up the pitch. What have we got? We've got 2 slips. Cover point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Deep square leg. And a fine leg, which does that suggest that Ben Allison might be bowling a couple more short ones to Varner? Well, we'll soon find out. He's in again and bowls forward defensively. Good length ball, pushes away on the offside. Jake Libby, the hero of yesterday. Spoke to Jake last night, and he said, I'm a bit tired. He batted for 5 sessions in blistering heat. But yeah, once he got in his little bubble yesterday, he was career best. 228 from Jake Libby yesterday, 18 fours and a 6 straight down the ground. Allison races away again on a forward ball that's just angling into him. Plays it up on the side. There is no run. We had a little bit of breeze yesterday. The tops of the trees were moving. Not much today. As we look away to the west.
Yes. Towards Hedge End Village.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I've sorted this out. I'll put my hands up. Okay, I got it wrong.
No, I didn't say it for any other reason. It was fun.
It's West End. Yeah. Sorry, I just misread the sign. Here's Allison in again, and this played off the back foot down into the gully. They're going to have to be quick, but Kashif Ali comes across, and they are quick. So a comfortable single gets the scoreboard moving this morning. Hampshire go to 69 for 3. Yeah, we had this discussion yesterday, if you weren't with it, because I thought Hedge End was over there, and it's not. There's actually a sign outside the hotel bedroom window that says West End Village, please drive carefully. So I got it totally wrong. So put my hands up. I once went to Stockport instead of Southport.
No.
Well, I looked up Stockport instead of Southport. There was famously, as Allison races away again, bowls Brown forward his first delivery of the day that he's faced, plays it down the pitch, and Tom Taylor comes in from mid on to field, and no doubt, well, there might be some doubt, but I'm sure he's going to bowl from the pavilion end. There's a part of Worcester called Black Pole, which is just off the motorway, and when the M5 first opened, this junction, it's right 6, it actually said Worcester North, Black Pole. A mate of mine, a local policeman at the time, said numerous people used to pull up to ask where the beach was because they thought it was Blackpool. And I said, no, you're over me on that. He said, no. People used to come off the motorway because he said Black Pole, thinking it was Blackpool. They just misread it. So.
Wow.
Yeah.
And you couldn't get an area more landlocked,
or further away from the north and northwest Lancashire.
Wow. We got Tom Taylor from the pavilion end. Bowled well. They all did bowl well yesterday. 2 for 16 from 10. Here's the start of his 11th, and Varma leaves that one alone outside of the off stump. Now Stephen Clark, who likes to get the first email in. If ever there's somebody else that gets their email in before Steve, I'm sure it'll start his day off particularly badly. So there's a challenge for tomorrow anyway. So the email address, as always, well, I say as always, actually from last week onwards. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says, good morning, Kev, Dave and Amelia. He says it's very hot up here, although he uses another word, which if I used would probably get me sacked. So the off stump left alone by Varma once more. They're called the Shane Warne Wrinklies up there. Well, of course, out in the sun, that's not going to help. That's not going to help. It'll probably help the phrase Shane Warne Wrinklies, but it won't help trying to get rid of the wrinkles, actually. He says, you're coming through loud and clear on the ground commentary. Well, we usually do about now. I think it's later on in the day where there's a problem, but I might switch it off by then. Thinking about the Kookaburra debate, rather than moan about the lack of movement from the ball, as Taylor comes in, around the wicket to Varma. Varma again leaves that one alone. Is it up to the bowlers to target the stumps and make the batters play? Well, that's a good point. This is something that Worcestershire appeared to be achieving better than Hampshire did. Agreed. But again, we were sort of talking about this before we came on here, that yes, they did. If you take last night's session in isolation, yes, Worcestershire have bowled much better than Hampshire did over 5 sessions. But think about this scenario. If 2 players get in and get big hundreds, and it's a hot day and we get to about 5 o'clock this afternoon, collectively, will they be as good? And I think that's the time to find out. But at the moment, yes, they have. They've outbowled Hampshire so far. They're straighter, and Varma pushes forward. It's when you get tired and when the batters are on top is when you've really got to put the shifts in.
Yeah, mid-afternoon, the ball will be, blimey, 60 overs old, isn't it?
Yeah.
60 overs old, just after lunch. Yeah, and if a wicket hasn't gone down, as you say,
that's when it gets tougher. But yes, they've bowled well, there's no doubt about it. They've outbowled Hampshire so far. They've outbatted Hampshire, but again, it's early days. Still time for 2 or 3 people to get in and go big, as A.D. Birrell told me last night. As that's pushed by Varma towards mid-wicket. And there is no runs. But yeah, I'm just thinking, what's the scoring rate at the moment? 2 and over. It's very slow, and that reflects the accuracy of the Worcestershire attack. But when you think that Hampshire are trailing by 611 and there are 96 overs in the day, that at this rate, Hampshire might just achieve parity if they're still batting by tomorrow evening, bonus. So lots to look forward to.
Yes, we will look forward to that with bated breath.
Yes. A long build-up, but hey, Varma gets another length ball, which he plays out quietly on the offside end of the over, maiden over for Tom Taylor, and Hampshire have added just 1 in 2 overs this morning, 69 for 3.
Yeah, good over from Tom Taylor. They didn't have to play it the first 3, but then he got it right, and so far this morning, batsmen have had to play, apart from those 3. Ben Allison's first over, the first one took off, but apart from that, batsmen have had to play. And that's, I think it's not a secret, is it? Pretty obvious. And we did think that on the first day, Worcestershire lost a couple of wickets. Kashif Ali had gone, and the pressure rather came off a little bit. And you got to bowl 96 pressure overs in the day. Here's Ben Allison, hotel end, bowls to Brown. Brown forward, pushes away on the offside, and there is no run. It's as we were saying, there's a bit of cloud around today, and apparently it's going to be blistering hot again today, and then we're getting a bit cooler. I was just listening to the forecast for Herefordshire and Worcestershire, where I was waiting to do a piece about 10:30, and they were saying it's going to go quite cool, and there might be some rain around at the weekend. So every cricket groundsman in the country will be clapping his hands.
Have you got a T20 on Saturday?
Friday. At Headingley. Here's Allison in bowls, played to cover, where Kashif Ali is the fielder. Yeah, I mean, I can see all the arguments, people saying that they don't play too much cricket, but it's the travelling as well. You know more this more, I mean, at least Worcester's fairly central. But from here, tomorrow night, could be leaving here at 6 o'clock, Worcestershire, go back home. That's Wednesday. Thursday, they have to travel to Headingley, play a T20. And that Friday night, back home when the motorway's probably shut, and then go up to Northampton on Sunday. So it's the next ball, which is wide of the off stump from Ben Allison and through to the keeper. So, you know, I've seen, and people have done stats that they only, you know, the most anybody plays is 3.3 days a week and stuff like that. I mean, you know, I can see that, but you have to take into consideration the travelling. And as I say, you know that more than me, because you're stuck in an outpost on the south coast. So it's you know, there's some long journeys, aren't there?
Yeah, no, there is that. And of course, the concentration while you're playing as well takes a while to sort of, you know, drain out of you.
Yeah. Allison in bowls, and this is turned away on the onside. Ethan Brooks is at mid-wicket and he does the fielding. And I know years ago they used to start a game on a Saturday, start another game on a Wednesday, play Saturday, Wednesday, 3-day county cricket, and Worcestershire would come down and play Sussex on a Saturday, play Hampshire on the Wednesday, have a little bit of a South Coast tour. I can see that, but there was, I mean, it was different cricket.
Yeah.
I don't think you can really compare it.
Oh, in the old days, gosh, you could be away 25 days on the trot.
Yeah. Yeah.
That would only happen sort of once during the season, but yeah, that wasn't unheard of. 18, 20 days.
Allison in bowls, Brown comes forward, pushes on the offside. Libby, the skipper, jogs from extra cover to pick it up, does a bit of polishing. The car park attendants get here nice and early, don't they? I was doing my walk around this morning, 7 o'clock, and they were already there on the car park.
Oh, up the hill, on the west gate, yeah.
Yeah. I do have a little chucker to myself on my walk around in the morning, as Allison is in bowls, and that's flicked away down to fine leg, flicked off the pads for a single. That completes the over. And at the end of it, Hampshire are 74-3. Garner has 11, Brown has 8. Yeah, so go around the top of the ground there. That's the East Gate over there, isn't it?
On the left.
And in Dad's army, the Warmington-on-Sea's bitter enemies were the East Gate platoon. So every time I walk around there, I go a little bit of a, don't make it up from you know, or something like that. Something comes into my addled brain. I wondered when you'd spot that one, Wilson. I just wandered around the East Gate platoon.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I know nothing about anything else, but
no, that's something to think about. Amelia was looking at you as if what you were saying.
Well, it's still on the telly, Dad's Army. It's on every Saturday.
Yeah, no, it's great. It is good. Timeless. So 70 for 3, and we've got a bit of a funky field on the leg side because we've got 2 fielders in catching positions. Well, on the drive on the leg side. Brown's off the back foot, steers it to backward a point, where that man Jake Libby is fielding. Just going back to what you were saying about Jake Libby, I mean, what was impressive about his innings was he played at the same pace for actually the whole innings, didn't he?
Yeah.
And he was playing the same way on 220 odd not out as he was first ball of the day. But the other impressive thing was, I remember that having been on the field for 160 overs and then come straight back out in about plus 55 degree heat, was that he ran in at the cover to save a single, and we're only talking about 1 run. But he still ran in to make sure that the batters weren't thinking about getting a cheeky single, which is commendable as Brown is forward.
Well, he could, it's fairly possible, he could be on the field for the whole game, couldn't he?
Yeah.
Because Hampshire are going to have to bat, well, till
10 to 5, hopefully.
Well, yeah, I mean, to clear this deficit, they probably would have to, wouldn't they?
Yeah, well, yeah, 10 to 5 tomorrow we are. We're
600 runs.
Assuming, of course, 17 wickets aren't taken in that time.
Yeah.
Which is the simple equation here. Worcestershire are looking for 17 wickets between now and 10 to 5 tomorrow night. Or if they've got about 16 wickets, then we'll be going past 10 to 5. Brown drive through the covers. Beautiful shot. First full shot of the morning goes to Ben Brown, who moves on to 12, 74 for 3. We're going to have a bit of fun this morning, weren't we?
Aren't we?
Yeah, well, in case... just
we're not stopping here.
Well, we've always had a bit of fun, really. But we're hoping that this game hasn't driven everybody away, really. Because as 1 or 2 people have remarked to us, this is not just us talking, that it hasn't been the most interesting of games. But, so we were talking, weren't we? And we were saying, shall we have a little quiz?
Yeah.
Where we want your side, a team of 11, but you haven't to give us 11 names, just one name at a time, or two if you've got them, of players that have played for both Hampshire and Worcestershire. Okay, so they've got to play played for both clubs. That's left alone outside the off stump. That's good carry from Taylor. So players that have played for either, well, have played for both Hampshire and Worcestershire, and we will go through this to lunchtime, and we will, over lunch, we will carefully select the best 11, and we will announce it straight after lunch. So one way you can submit your names is hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk, or for Bradders.
Bradders at BBC on X or Twitter, or call it what you like. So BRADDERSAT BBC. So it's at in the end, at in the middle.
Sorry, I can think of two players now. We could think of one earlier. Brown drives. This time finds the fielder. Just in front of the point. Well, I could only think of one, or we could only think of one beforehand. I've now thought of a second.
I thought of two this morning.
Right, there we go. And it's fair to both say they were bowlers. Is that the other one you're thinking of? No, obviously not, because that would be obvious if it was.
The other one I was thinking of was an all-rounder. Can we just qualify this? First-class cricket.
First class, sorry, yes.
So Adam Hose doesn't count.
Would he? Oh, that's a good question. Because he did play a first-class game.
Was it a first-class game?
Yes, it was against the Cardiff MCCU, which of course they are first class. So we've given one game away, Adam Hose. So we'll put him in. That's hit out into the covers and well fielded.
Okay.
Over 74 for 3. So, okay, we've given you Adam Hose because he played that one game against, but it was on the nursery.
Against an MCCU
in 2014.
Side that included Jake Libby.
Correct. So there we are. Adam Hose is one. So we want 11 names, or one name at a time, that have played for both counties. We've given you the addresses of how to get in touch with us, and we will write down the names as we go along this morning. And I think we'll get a pretty good side, because I can think of two.
Well, yeah,
that would certainly be interesting.
Beyond that, in recent times, I can't think of.
Well, they could have played in 1894, but
yeah.
As long as they've both played first-class cricket for those counties. So there you go. Let's have a bit of fun. A bit of a distraction from the cricket, because it is a bit tense, because Hampshire do need to bat well over 2 days.
Here's Ben Allison, and he's going to be bowling right arm around to the left-handed Tilak Varner, and once again he gets a bit out of that and hurries Varner, plays it solidly off the back foot, but once again he was had to rush into his work, as it were. Because the other thing about it, I hadn't thought about this, is that this could be a game when the umpires don't change ends. Because the umpires only change ends after each team has batted once, don't they?
Yes.
So, yeah. So Jack Chantry and Ian Blackwell could be stood at the same end for 4 long days. Here's Ben Allison in again, and off the back foot once again, plays down on the offside. And nothing in the terms of run making occurs. Plenty of action, but no runs.
Yes, I bet that's not happened very often.
No, not in a full game. I says, you know, in a weather-affected game, probably has, but I can hear music somewhere. Can you hear music?
Is it coming off one of the balconies of the hotel?
Could well be. Definitely hear it. I hear voices very often, but not music. Here's Allison in bold, forward defensively. Pushed out on the offside. Jake Libby again is the fielder. No, he's not. It's Callum Parkinson is the fielder at extra cover. Fairly straightforward. Couple of slips. Cover point, extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, deep square, and fine leg down on the boundary. Just turning and getting instructions from above. I assume that's Tom Taylor way down there. Oh, nice bit of breeze. Ooh. Lovely, that's nice. Enjoyed that. Allison in bowl short. Batsman ducks through to the wicket keeper.
I think they bowled well at Varma last night. That Finch ball surprised him first ball, my word. It really did hurry him, and it was a good short ball. And they've been very sort of aggressive at him, actually, which on this wicket is, again, commendable. they haven't. It's almost like they haven't really allowed him to settle yet.
Here is Ben Allison bowls on another short ball. So peppering him a bit this morning. That's his 2 for the over, says Jack Chantry. Himself liable to drop one a bit short in his playing days. With his very strange action, wasn't he? So
Yeah.
bit of a frog in a blender action.
Left arm over, sort of angled it across the right-hander, didn't he? That was his stock delivery, wasn't it?
Yeah. Bowled round the wicket a lot though.
Did he?
Yeah. He had this theory about it straightened up. Ben Allison, away it goes. And another short ball. Not too short. I mean, I think the fact that the batsman duck doesn't necessarily mean it's an over the shoulders delivery. I'm going to go and I don't know, invent the wheel or something, or do something useful. And Amelia's going to come charging in here.
You've only got 20 minutes to do that, by the way.
What, invent the wheel? Okay, probably be square anyway if I did it for a day.
Now, we've got our first answers coming in. Remember, the quiz question for this morning, up until lunch, is that we want to name 11 of cricketers that have played first-class cricket for both Hampshire and Worcestershire. And Keith Allen has come up with the 2 names that I had. So Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He's come up with Kyle Abbott, who had those. They had that short stint for Worcestershire. In comes Tom Taylor, bowls to Brown. Oh, he's caught, second slip. First wicket of the morning, and Taylor's done it again. His 3rd wicket. And Ben Brown it is that has gone for 12, just as Amelia comes on commentary.
Yes, I hope I'm not a bad omen, just as I came on.
Just watching that again.
Oh, yeah.
He's opened the face of the bat there as he's played the shot. It's almost come off the face of the bat. As it's gone to second slip, it's a good catch. I don't know if that's Henry Nichols there. He was there yesterday. Yeah, it is, thank you. He dropped a very simple catch when Alior was on naught yesterday, but he's taken 2 catches since then. And Ben Brown has gone for 12, and Hampshire find themselves 74 for 4.
Yes, well, I missed yesterday. Obviously, I had to go and do some other work, but yeah, it was you know, it was a slow, well, it was a poor start really from Hampshire, but there was promise this morning. I thought these 2, they could come out, make a really good partnership, get some going, and yeah, I think Brown will be, as captain, he'll be incredibly disappointed that he's gone for a fairly soft dismissal there.
It's added 5 to his total this morning, so a good start from Worcestershire once more here. Right, so Keith Allen has given us Kyle Abbott. I mentioned earlier that, or yesterday or the day before, that he played a couple of first-class games in 2016 for Worcestershire and 3 T20s. So Kyle Abbott's on there. Andy Bickle, who played for both clubs, played for Worcestershire between 2001 and 2004. He played for Hampshire in 2005, played 19 test matches for Australia. So those 2 are in our side.
Fabulous. So we've got, what, 3 at the moment?
We've got 3 names so far, but there's a couple more to come yet. They're starting to come in.
We do have some, obviously, matches going on elsewhere. We've got the England women taking on the T20 against India today, so that's going to start at 6:30. That's down in Bristol. We do have Somerset and Nottinghamshire playing. Nottinghamshire trail Somerset by 144 runs with 6 wickets remaining. Surrey and Durham, well, Surrey put down, I believe it's the 2nd biggest county championship score there's ever been. 820 before they declared. Durham trails Surrey by 750 runs with 9 wickets remaining, so at least they've still got some wickets. Sussex trail Warwickshire by 103 runs with 7 wickets remaining, and Yorkshire trail Essex by 199 runs with 7 wickets remaining. Taylor
into Dawson, who leaves that one alone outside the off stump. Yes, some big scores around the country. Yeah, if you thought trailing by 611 this morning was bad enough, think of Durham.
Yeah, there's always a silver lining.
That's right.
Well, you are going to have to bear with me today, Kev. My hay fever is next level today. So if I suddenly go a bit quiet, I'm probably sneezing off air somewhere.
Oh dear.
It's
I
okay.
hope you're all right.
I'm okay.
Keith Allen is back on the emails. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He's come up with Simon Jones. Did Simon Jones play for Worcester? Yes, he did. Of course he did. So there's another. I'll tell you what, it's a great bowling attack, this. Here's Taylor, bowls. Dawson edges. Oh, he's fallen just short of first slip.
We really thought he had that then. Ooh. He was up running before I think he'd realised that it had just fallen short.
Wow. That's just great stuff from Taylor. He's got the ball in exactly the right area, especially to a new batter. Just watching that, if you're on the live picture feed, slowed down here. Pushing forward. Oh, it's on the half volley. Fortunately, Dawson didn't go after it.
God, if he dove forward for that, he might have just got it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, sometimes it's slip. That's easier said than done.
True, true.
But you're right. That was Adam Hose there at first slip. He looks superhuman with the bat. That's left alone outside the off stump. Good leave and good stuff here from Taylor once more. So yes, Simon Jones, what a good shout that is. Simon Jones, you'll remember, suffered that horrific injury playing for England out in Australia quite a long time ago now. Did come here, was really working hard to get himself fit, but spent probably more, well, he spent more time off the pitch than others, but when he was fit, my word. Also played for Glamorgan. So I'll give you some more details on Simon Jones as Dawson drives a foolish delivery up towards mid-off. So he played for Worcestershire. He played one season for Worcestershire, 2008. Played for Hampshire for 2 seasons, 2010 and 2011. And he played 18 Test matches for England. What a bowling lineup is Kyle Abbott, Andy Bickle and Simon Jones.
Any opposition would have no chance.
They wouldn't. No point in having too many batters because the opposition won't get too many. Right, here's Taylor in again from the Pavilion Air pitch throughout this game. Coupled with the Kookaburra ball means there's been very little in it for the bowlers, but it has to be said that Worcestershire have found the most out of this wicket.
Yeah. Absolutely.
So far. We're into the 39th over, and an interesting start this morning from Allison, who got a ball to bounce from only short of a length to Varma, and we haven't really seen a ball bounce like that to a batter in this game.
So Allison now coming back around the wicket for the left-handed Varma. Comes in and this again just tapped forwards. Nice block on the front foot. No run. Dawson already seemingly having hot hands. He's taken both gloves off to rub in the floor.
Yes, it's very warm out there. Yeah, it's warm out there again today. There's a bit of hazy cloud today, which is taking the harshness away of the sun. But the sun gets at its harshest this afternoon, of course. But it was all blue sky here yesterday, so it was hot.
Indeed. Allison just at the top of his mark. I think he's got one of the longest run-ups that I've seen. It's about nearly 4 stripes back. He comes in, he's going to remain around the wicket, and this is again just played into the offside. It's a point, no run. There is Kev, if you can see just down to our right, there is a gentleman who is incredibly brown, so he's enjoying the
Oh.
I don't know if that's burn or brown, but he seems to be enjoying himself.
That's unhealthily brown.
Yeah, he looks spray tan brown, but I don't think he is. I noted him earlier. I thought, oh, goodness me, you're definitely. I think he's actually browner than he was earlier when I looked out, but I'm a bit worried about his head. It looks a bit red. Allison remaining around the wicket to Varma as he comes in. This is left alone as it carries through.
I think he's the only one without a shirt on.
I think he is, yeah.
I mean, to be honest, it is, as mentioned earlier, not a particularly big crowd. We think that one of the reasons is it did get so hot yesterday here.
When I was off, actually, I roughly counted, and I think there's about 150 people here.
You've counted.
I counted them.
Yeah. And if we're honest, it's not been the most interesting of games, which probably hasn't helped things. 1 or 2 people have been remarking to us when we've walked around the ground that they haven't found the game particularly entertaining. Of course, Hampshire fans would say that.
Oh, Allison starts his run up, but Varma just calls him off.
Is that somebody behind the arm or somebody down?
I think, I'm not sure. I think it might even be one of the Worcestershire coaches, maybe just got in his eye line that they're walking around the boundary, but I'm not really sure. He obviously saw something that he wasn't happy with.
That's right. Yes, but both last night and this morning they've bowled aggressively at Varma. And I mean, so far Varma's still there, but yeah, There's been some good bowling from Worcestershire, it has to be said.
Allison once more around the wicket. So good length. Played again to sort of backward point. That's the end of the over. Hampshire are on 80 for 4 after 39 deliveries. The last dismissal being Ben Brown.
So they've added 12 runs this morning in 33 minutes of play, and Hampshire trail by just 599 currently. 530 is the follow-on. They're scoring at just over 2 and over, and we've already calculated that they probably won't even reach the follow-on between now and the end of the game, assuming they don't lose another 6 wickets. But that scoring rate with 96 overs a day, of course, we can do your own calculations on that. But Hampshire are so far behind here. And Worcestershire really have just taken complete control of the game, thanks to Adam Hose on day 1 and Jake Libby on day 1 and day 2. Here's Taylor again. Dawson's on the back foot, plays that into the ground, and Taylor fields on his follow-through. Now, Dave Bradley, who was on a little earlier, was talking about one of the parking attendants here. He said you had a conversation with one of them on the West Gate. Did you? No, he's shaking his head as if that wasn't the conversation that he had. No, he had. Oh, he saw somebody. Oh, that's right. He, how dare you see a parking attendant during a match day? Anyway. So, it was because it was so early at 7 o'clock. That's right. That was the crux of the conversation I had with Bradders earlier. Taylor bowls. Dawson's forward, goes out to point. Well, Daniel Leavesley has emailed Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He said he had a little laugh with a mention of the car park attendants arriving early, because he said they also leave early. He says, me and my daughter came to a T20 and the gate at the golf course car park was supposed to be open until 11 o'clock, 90 minutes after the close, which finished at 9:30. We stayed to watch the music, and we got to the car, and at 10:30, well, they got back to the car at 10:30, and we were locked in.
Oh my goodness.
Daniel doesn't say what the consequences were, as that's a cut shot there from Dawson behind point for 4. It's gone to the boundary. Dawson moves on to 5, and the Hampshire total on to, sorry, he moves on to 9, and the Hampshire total on to 84 for 4. So Daniel, we need to know what happened.
Yes.
Did you stay? Did you have to sleep in your car? Did you sleep on the 18th green?
Well, to prevent this heat, that's where I'd be. Hoping the sprinklers come on.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
Cool you down.
Yes, that would have been ideal. And don't forget, our quiz question here this morning is that we want your team that are both, or have played first-class cricket for both Hampshire and Worcestershire. We've got 4 names so far. The bowling attack looks pretty strong as Tom Taylor comes in. Dawson drives. He's found the gap through extra cover. It's the short boundary side. No more than a push drive, and it's gone over the rope. And Dawson moves on to 13, 88 for 4. So far, the bowling attack consists of Kyle Abbott, Andy Bickle, and Simon Jones. That is a serious 3-pronged seam attack. We've also got Adam Hose, because he played 1 first-class game for Hampshire against Cardiff MCCU about 11 years ago, but it wasn't on this ground, it was on the nursery, but it qualifies. So we've got 1 batter, 3 bowlers. Andy Bickle was a bit of an all-rounder, actually, so we've got a sort of a bowling all-rounder. But we want a few more if you've got them.
Hampshire doing well off this over. Previously only 2 and over, but they've got 8 so far from this one. 2 good boundaries from Dawson.
Yeah, got 100 last week against Essex. He's in good form as he drives. There is a man now short extra cover, which that's Ethan Brooks, and Dawson has found him immediately.
We've got some emails coming in for our Hampshire versus Worcestershire 11. Duncan Fielding says Henry Horton played 400 games for Hampshire but started at Worcestershire, to add to my previous 2. Keep up the great work.
Henry Horton?
Henry Horton, yes.
Horton, yeah, no N.
H-O-R-T-O-N. Thank you, Duncan.
Lovely. Here's Taylor again, right on medium pace, and again he's on the money. Brings Dawson forward. It's gone out into the covers. Hampshire 88 for 4 then. They've added 20 this morning. They've lost Ben Brown, with Varmer on 12 and Dawson on 13. That's looking a very good side already. Henry Horton, yes, I've heard of him. I think he played quite a long time ago. I'm going to check actually. It doesn't say there when he played, did it? Did it just say the number of games?
Yes, it does. And Steve Bryce also suggested him, so.
Oh. Hampshire and Worcestershire, yeah, Henry Horton. Played for Hampshire between 1953 and 1967, and Worcestershire between 1946 and 1949.
Very nice. We've gone back in the archive, and I like it. We've got Alison again coming from the hotel end, going round the wicket to Varma, and this is very nicely just played down to deep fine leg, and it's running away. There are two fielders chasing, but it looks like it's going to beat them both, and it has for 4.
Good shot. It looks like our Mr. Horton also played football for Blackburn Rovers.
Goodness me.
So, oh, look, Bradders knows all this. Southampton and also Bradford Park Avenue.
Gosh,
and
he was
Hereford United.
Busy.
Those are the days where they could do both.
Yeah.
Colwell. That's where he, Colwell Green. He was born, yeah. Bradders knows all these people. Bradders will be on again in a minute.
He will. I feel like I'm letting the side down. He
No, you're
knows so
fine.
much more.
Well, yeah, but even I mean, I've heard the name, but I wouldn't know all that.
Yeah. Hampshire are on 92 for 4. Tillack moves to 16. Dawson again just takes his gloves off. I think he's got some very warm hands. Just to rub them on the grass. I can only imagine. Normally at the beginning of the season, everyone has hand warmers in their pockets. Now you need like ice or hand coolers in your gloves, just to try and stop them from sweating too much. So Alison once more and round the wicket, past the umpire. Tillack on strike waiting. This time it's played leg side, down to fine leg. They run through for a very slow one. Dawson moves to 13, Tillack on 17.
I've got an email here from Mohammed Riaz, hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk, and I didn't know this until he's just mentioned it. He says, "Congratulations on the anniversary for your 4 in 4 and 100." I didn't know today was the day. When would that have been? 29 years ago. Oh dear.
Alison now coming over the wicket to Dawson, who waits on strike at the pavilion end. Bowls, good length delivery. This is played leg side. On square of the wicket, they run through for 1.
Again, they're just attacking the stumps. The Worcestershire bowlers, just good line and length, and just making the Hampshire batters play. They did it really well last night. Just made the Hampshire batters play straight. Couldn't really afford to play across the line. There was very little wide of the stumps to really get stuck into, and very disciplined. But of course, the test will be today, and even through to tomorrow, when you've been in that heat and you've been out in the field for 100 overs plus.
Absolutely, they'll be looking to strike early this morning just to get themselves onto the best foot. Listen again, round the wicket to Tillack. Bowls, it's just short as livery, and Tillack ducks out of the way as the bouncer carries over him.
I think Varma's had more short balls than any other Hampshire player so far. Clearly a plan, something they've been discussing in the Worcestershire dressing room. Maybe just to keep him on his toes. He's resisted any sort of hook or pull shot so far as Mr. Varma. I didn't actually see, I don't think he played any at Essex last week when he got 100. He played a couple of amazing reverse sweeps that went out the ground, they lost the ball. But I don't actually remember him playing any hook or pull shots, to be honest.
Once more around the wicket comes Alison to Tillack. This is a much fuller length delivery, and that's nicely played down to mid-off.
Yeah, they're certainly making him work hard for his runs.
They are indeed.
Yeah,
He's on 15 off 17, sorry, off 58. Also elsewhere, it's day 2 of Wimbledon, and Britain's Heather Watson is in action, court 12. She's taking the first set against the 23rd seed, Clara Towson, so very promising. She always does like a bit of Wimbledon. And another Brit is, I'm just finding, on court number 3, Johannes Monday is 4-5 down to Tommy Poole as Alison comes down, and that's nicely played out to cover, and good stop there. No run. Brings up the end of the over. I think we're going to have a bit of commentary change, so I'm going to move over and take over from, we're going to have Bradders in.
Thanks so much, Amelia. Amelia's mentioned in the Wimbledon because she's there from tomorrow working for the BBC. So she's getting unbelievably excited, as you could tell, reading out those scores. But brilliant. Bradders, welcome back.
Thank you. A couple of interesting selections. I remember Henry Horton was a very tall man, did coaching as well. And I think, and let's be honest, I struggled to remember what I had for breakfast this morning. I think I remember him going out and umpiring at New Road when an umpire was taken ill. I think he went and stood a square leg umpire. If anybody else can remember that, please get in touch. Make sure I'm not going crackers.
I'm sure you're not. I'm sure you're not, Bradders.
Tom Taylor in and bowls, and that's a lovely shot from Dawson on the back foot, just cracking it through in front of square on the offside. Just a little bit of width there from Tom Taylor, which is something that the Worcestershire bowlers haven't done too often in this innings. Just short of a length, a little bit of width, and boom. Nice shot from Dawson. The total goes to 98 for 4. In reply to 679 for 7, we might add.
So we've got another person to add to our
Oh, good.
ranks, which I'll tell you after this ball.
Okay. Taylor in bowls, Dawson forward, pushing away on the offside. He's going to get a single here. Kashi valued extra cover, attempts to cut it off. But in the end, it's Parkinson who's the sweeper on the cover boundary who comes across and fields 99 for 4.
So Duncan Fielding is first email. Sorry, Duncan, I read them in the wrong order. But he says it's going back a bit, but Fred Willoughby, he played for Hants in 1885 and Worcestershire in 1895.
Well, if he played for Worcestershire in 1895, he didn't play first-class cricket. Because Worcestershire weren't first-class till 1899.
Right, wow, there you go. So then the next one will count. So
Sorry to tinkle on your fireworks, Fred. Next ball is pushing out on the offside, and there is no run.
So unfortunately, Fred Willoughby won't count, but Cecil Palmer, apparently Hants in 1899,
Okay.
and Worcestershire in 1904. So
Okay.
that one will be okay.
Yeah, Cecil's in.
I'll
Good
have a
lad.
little research, see what he
Remember
is
Cecil?
up to.
Cecil Palmer. Okay. Well, unless the other fella played after 1899. I mean, I'm not a historian or a statistician or anything like that, so it just is
I'll have a little look.
whatever sticks in my memory. Taylor round the wicket in bowls. Forward comes the patient Takvar. Obviously, got 17 of 61 balls so far, but it's not the kind of innings. It's not the kind of day to be smashing it all over the place. It is crease occupation and steady run gathering if possible.
Indeed.
There is a fairly recent, I would say, all-rounder within the last 10 years that hasn't been selected yet. I'm a bit surprised that nobody's come up with this name.
Well, there's time yet.
Let's see if anybody on my X or whatever you want to call it. Taylor, pavilion end. Couple of slips, crouch down, and this is played back up the pitch very solidly. Gets everything behind that. And there is no one, and there is no run. If I can find the right thing, the right app on my didgeridoo. Right. Yes, Propster, you've got that right. Ooh, interesting one. I'm gonna have to find out if I know the one answer is correct. As Taylor bowls forward, pushing. Thinks about a single and then thinks about not taking a single. Varner. I don't think Liam Dawson ever thought about taking a single, but Varner pushed it up the track and it went to Adam Finch at mid-off, and he very quickly retraced his steps. 99 for 4. Gareth Andrew is the latest one.
Nice.
He of the mongoose bat. Played for Worcestershire and then came down and played for Hampshire, so he can go in. He's an all-rounder. Still plays weekends, or he was playing certainly recently for Ombersley in the Birmingham League. So he's on the list. Good work, folks. We're going.
Yeah.
I was struggling this morning to think of 3, never mind 10. So.
Our listeners do always come through. We always think of the ones that we completely forget about. Dean Nixon has said, what about Ross Whiteley? Ross Whitley?
Ross Whiteley, indeed.
Ross Whiteley.
Yeah, did he play first-class cricket for Hampshire? I'll give him a Google and find out.
Yeah. As Allison comes in again, this time that's driven nicely down the offside, down to cover. Just goes 3 for 1, it gets Dawson on strike.
You just have to go and find my laptop because I can't do things on the phone.
It's okay.
I'm useless at finding things on the phone. It's not that my brain doesn't work, it's just I've got stubby fingers.
That's okay.
Thank you very much.
So
Thank you.
Strike.
My kind assistant, Mr. James, is just... couldn't bring us the wine list as well, could you, old chap?
Allison's going to come over the wicket to Dawson. Dawson currently a few paces down the track, just sweeping something away that he didn't like the look of. As Allison comes in, past the umpire, 2 slips in place, bowls. Good length delivery, and Dawson front foot just blocks this down to mid-off. If you are on the grounds or elsewhere and outside listening, do stay hydrated today. It's 29 degrees and it's only going to get hotter, so keep drinking your water, folks.
Yeah.
As your mum would say.
Yeah. I was getting told, like, have you been drinking lots today? Yes, thank you. You know, I've got to my age by drinking a lot during a hot day.
Yeah. Well, I can see a few of the players on the outfield just receiving a few bottles of water and things just to keep them hydrated because it must be very warm out there. Although, as Kev said earlier, there is a bit of cloud cover just creeping over this morning, which there wasn't first thing, so that's quite nice. It's just giving a little bit of a let up as Allison comes in again. Dawson on strike, and this is played very nicely down to deep fine leg. There is someone on the boundary there, so they will have to stop. They've thought about 2, but because of a slight misfield, they will get it. Dawson moves to 21, and that brings up the Hampshire 100 runs. So they're 101 for 4. They still trail by 578 runs.
Now, this is interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Because Ross Whiteley played 1 first-class game for Hampshire against the Sri Lanka Development 11. And who else played in that game who is playing in this game?
Hose? No?
No.
I don't know who else. Allison wants
2022.
Bowls. So again, just played square of the wicket on the leg side. Goes out to the boundary, they think about 1.
Dom Kelly.
Oh, Kevin James knows his stuff.
Yeah, very good. Thank the Lord for Cricket Archive. There are other cricket statistical websites that you may wish to go to, but they're not as good. So, yeah, fills many a happy hour for us, doesn't it? Yeah, well done everybody. So we got Ross Whiteley on there. We're getting a bit of a team out here, aren't we? 7. Okay.
Oh, Henry Horton, very much the popular one. Been
8.
suggested by a lot of people on the email, so keep them coming.
There must be some more 1920s type
Yes.
things. Ben Allison is bowling right arm around the wicket, and this is nudged into the offside by Tilak Varner, and there is no run to be had on this occasion.
That was my over.
Oh, sorry, mate.
That's all right. Don't worry about it. You
Oh,
did
yeah,
that,
I'm
did
not-
that
I've
did
come
that
in halfway-
exceptionally well.
Coming halfway
Coming
through.
halfway through.
I know, I got excited, you see. I got
That's
excited
okay.
by Dom Kelly and Ross
I
Whiteley.
opened my mouth and I was like, hang on, there's words coming out. And
It's just...
no, do you know what? You did that perfectly.
Amelia, just think you're not special. I've done that to every commentator I've ever worked with.
No, I'm glad. I'm glad.
What are the umpires on about there? Look at the ball
I
with
don't
it.
know. Yeah, possibly.
Yeah.
They are, yeah.
Well, I was calling the ends of overs yesterday, and they only
4
bowled
balls left.
Yeah, they only bowled 3. So yeah, you'll be old one day.
I am sure I will. I'll probably do it to everyone as well.
Uh,
So Allison coming in again from the hotel end, last ball of the over, going around the wicket to Tilak. Bowls a shorter delivery, and that's well defended off the back foot. End of the over, and 102 for 4. Bradders, over to you.
Thank you. I'll do this one from
Yes.
the other end. Yes. Whomsoever is bowling. It's interesting. There's a helmet coming out here, which suggests that Callum Parkinson is going to bowl. Although it doesn't appear to be him that is taking the ball. It looks like Tom Taylor is still. So why the helmet? Unless Parkinson is going to bowl the next over from this end. Anyway, it's all getting a bit. We're looking for clues as to what's going on.
Yes.
It's not for the wicketkeeper because he's not standing up. Let's see if we can find Mr. Parkinson. See if he's doing some limbering up.
Oh no, maybe.
Matthew Waite's doing some limbering up down at Fine Lane.
I think it is for the wicketkeeper, but not for this over, maybe.
Not for this over, no.
No, because he's very far away.
Okay, we have got a change of bowling anyway. It's Adam Finch, who bowled a really good spell last night and hurried Tilak Varner a couple of occasions, hit him on the shoulder one delivery, so he bowled a very lively spell. But he's going to be bowling to Liam Dawson. Dawson on 22. Finch leaps in and bowls, and this is short and pulled away down to Waite, who is at that fine leg position. And one more to the Hampshire total. Sat up nicely there. Now, the helmet is coming on for Kashi Valley, who's going to stand at short leg. Now, they've been bowling short this morning, Worcestershire, to Tilak Varner. So they've now got just the slip, one slip, but Kashi Valley, I say it's short leg, he's probably 2 pitch widths away from the batsman, so Worcestershire think they've spotted something. Certainly last evening Varner didn't play Finch very well.
Well, I have to admit, when I was watching it earlier, the way he was sort of popping it up, I did think, well, if they put a short leg in there, they might get a quick catch.
Yeah.
So maybe they thought along the same lines.
Finch in, bowls, just short of a length rather than a very short delivery. And Varner very comfortably in behind it, pushes it away. Just that. I'm fascinated by the breeze in the trees, by the way. It must drive people mad, but there is a little bit of breeze.
There is, I can actually just feel it now.
Yeah.
Coming through.
If it stays like this all day,
It will be quite pleasant.
we will be happy bunnies
Indeed.
at the end of the 96th over of the day.
Well, I can see some very hopeful groundsmen over on the nursery ground with a very big hose.
Oh, yeah. As Finch comes in and bowls, and this is very short, too short, and goes through to wicketkeeper Roderick. My walk goes round there in the morning, and the sprinklers were on the outfield, and I had to avoid a sprinkler that was sprinkling after the roadway as well. So
Surprised you avoided it. I'd have
Well,
just walked straight through it.
I had to time my. I'm not going to say I had to time my run. I had to time my fast walk
Yeah.
to get past. But I wouldn't have been too bothered if I'd got
No.
soaking wet, to be honest, because it was fairly sticky then. Finch bowls. Varner gets a short ball, plays it down comfortably on the offside.
Well, you say about getting hit by the sprinklers yesterday. After I got home, I went out into the garden to pick some lettuce leaves that were growing from our salad patch, and my parents had the sprinkler on it. And normally I'd avoid or switch it off, and I just walked straight through it.
You just stood underneath it. Lovely.
Didn't even care.
Yes. Well, you're posh with a salad patch, aren't you? It sounds like some sort of like a kid's fairy tale. The tales of Brer Rabbit or something in the salad patch. Here's Finch. And this ball is turned on the onside. Foolish in length. Varner over to come forward and play it away comfortably. Goes for a little walk towards square leg. He'll have to go back because he's actually walked to where Kashi Valley is fielding. Yeah,
So-
it is nice, isn't it?
Yeah.
A summer shower, and you can smell it coming as well. You can
Yes.
smell the rain.
Or afterwards as well, when you can smell it on the pavement.
Yeah.
Oh, I love that. I love that.
Yeah.
So Hampshire started the day on 68. They're currently on 103. So they've added, by my calculations, 31.
Here's the next delivery from Finch. Now, that's short. That does hurry Varner to duck underneath it, but there's clearly a plan, a cunning plot there for Worcestershire. The Worcestershire 12th man today looks as if it's Brett D'Oliveira running on with drinks there. Yeah, the club captain, so he's keeping himself busy. Probably back for a T20 game at Headingley on Friday, I believe. Don't quote me on it. 103 for 4 are Hampshire replying. I'll just keep reminding people to Worcestershire 679 for 7.
He says with a great deal of glee in his voice.
Well, you know, just to point out, it's still a long way. Looks like Matthew Waite is going to have a bowl.
Yeah, just practicing his sort of run up there. He's going to come in from the hotel end. Yep, just being confirmed by the overhead speakers there. Matthew Waite coming in. Changing bowling. I think they're going to try and keep Hampshire very much on their toes. He has bowled 5 overs so far today. Well, this innings. I think that was mainly yesterday. I don't think he's done it this morning. So he's going to come right arm over the wicket to Dawson, who waits on strike. As he comes in, starts very low. And that's a nice shot, driven out to cover.
Shall we update with people with scores elsewhere?
Yes.
Why not? Yorkshire 193 for 4, replying to Essex 368 all out. Durham chasing down. Surrey's 820 for 9 declared and 91 for 2 at the Oval.
So waits on the top of his mark. Comes in again. He starts very bent over, does Waite. He gains speed and comes in, and this is well defended off the front foot by Dawson. Got an email here from Richard Crawley. It says, "Dear Bradders, with reference to your enchantment with Hedge End, I'm a Hampshire hog, having been brought up in Netley. When I started grammar school in Eastleigh in 1956, our first year class teacher went round the class to familiarise himself with us and became a lasting in-joke for the rest of the school, my school time, as our class was, he was from Edge End."
Ah, right. Which isn't where we are.
No, as Waite comes in again. This is very nicely just sort of clipped to leg side. Deep backward square.
Couple more. Nottinghamshire 262 for 4. That's replied to Somerset's 379 all out. At Hove, Sussex 342 for 3. That's replying to the 415 that Warwickshire got. James Coles is 91 not out there for the Seasiders, the Sussex by the Sea. Kent against Northants. Kent made 566 for 8. Northants 184 for 2 in reply.
Well, the emails are flooding in with suggestions for our batting lineup, which I'll tell you in a moment as Waite comes in, and that's well blocked. So another suggestion for our Hampshire Worcestershire 11, Kabir Ali.
Yeah, did he play first class cricket? Somebody suggested that to me earlier, and I haven't had time to look him up.
It got an O from Kevin James, so that was a maybe. We'll get on that. We'll have a quick look.
Yeah, I had a suggestion for that on X a bit earlier, but haven't had time to sort it out. Where's Matthew Waite? Oh, I'll do a couple more scores in a minute.
Yep, so he's coming around the wicket now to Tilak, who waits on strike. As he comes in, Phil creeps with him and bowls a good length delivery, and that's well left. So that carries through.
I know he played for Gloucestershire and Worcestershire, Caddy. I don't remember him playing for Hampshire. He might well have done. Lancashire 168 for 4. This is the game where a few wickets have fallen. They lead Derbyshire by 274. Gloucestershire made 380 in reply. Glamorgan 302 for 4. Middlesex made 534, and in reply Leicestershire 141 for 9. The fellow taking wickets there yesterday, who I did not know much about.
Waite in once more. Bowls, and this is... oh, they thought about one, but they won't. Yes, Kabir Ali did, according to Google. He joined Hampshire in 2010 after being released by Worcestershire and played for the club for 2 seasons. So he counts.
Okay, yeah. Good old Cabby. Yeah, I should have remembered that because he left Worcestershire when a lot of players left at the end of that season. Yeah. So well done.
Well, I'm going to leave you in the very capable hands of Kevin James.
Okay.
And there are many more emails that he will read through. So, yes, I will leave you now.
The bowler that I did not know yesterday in that Middlesex Leicestershire game was Navya Sharma, who took 4 wickets in that. Former England 9-19s player. We're having a drinks break here, so you're not missing any actual cricket. So I think we got 9 on our Hampshire stroke Worcestershire 11 so far. But yeah, I should have remembered Kabir Ali came and played here at Hampshire. But you know, the memory fades.
Yeah, I remember he bowled the last over of the 2012 Clydesdale Bank Trophy final against Warwickshire.
Yeah.
And they needed, I can't remember how many off the last ball, and they didn't get any. Yeah, he bowled it. He was a bit injury prone here.
Yeah.
I think I'm right in saying that he's currently the bowling coach at the Pairs Women side. Somebody said that. Sure, somebody told me that, and I missed him when we were up at Warwick, when we were up at Edgbaston earlier.
He was, last I know, he's working for Lancashire.
Oh, was it Lancashire? I knew it was one of the women's sides.
Yeah.
I thought it was.
I saw him. Was it last year at New Road? Because he actually spoke to me, and I didn't recognise him because he's wearing glasses, and he was not as big as he used to be, unlike myself, who's far bigger than I used to be.
I don't think he played many first-class games. I'll have a quick check actually. But yeah, nice guy.
Oh, lovely fellow.
Terrifically nice guy.
Weren't they all the Alec family, all nice people?
They are, yeah.
Andy Bickle, who was mentioned, when he was playing for Worcestershire, lived in our village, and he used to come down every now and then on a Saturday afternoon to watch us play cricket. Very nice, friendly guy. And he came down one day pushing his little one in the pushchair, and I was batting, which never lasted too long. So I just sort of waved over and said, "All right, Biggs, yeah, okay." And shortly after that, I got out, and so I went and sat next to him and said, "Oh, mate," I said, "what did I do wrong there?" And he said, "Well, I'd tell you, but the nipper needs feeding at 6 o'clock." So obviously it was going to take a long time. Dawson goes back and plays out on the onside. There is no run. But we tried to get him to play in our President's game one year, President's 11, because we got Glenn McGrath to play one year. And he said he'd better not, because the Australian Cricket Board wouldn't be too happy if he got injured. So he came and umpired. So we got this picture of the Martley Cricket Club President's 11 with no hopers like me, but one or two useful cricketers like Damien D'Oliveira, and sat on the end is Andy Bickle.
Oh, right.
And so I copied this picture as this one is short, pulled away a shout of catch, but it's falling well short of Matthew Waite at fine leg. One more to the total, goes to 105 for 4. So we've got this picture. 12 years, Andy Bickle sat on the end. So I sent it to all my mates in Australia saying, Hartley Cricket Club Village Team, Worcestershire, President's 11, Andy Bickle, 12th man. For which I got a lot of abuse. But lovely fella, really nice bloke.
Yes,
yeah.
he was.
Yeah, as most of the Aussies are.
Him and Nick Pothers took over my 8th wicket record for Hampshire.
Oh, right.
When he played, him and Pothers at Cheltenham against Gloucestershire put on, I can't remember how many, but I originally, along with Tim Tremlett, held the 8th wicket record Hampshire until then. So I've mixed views about Andy Bickle.
Andy Finch. Who's Andy Finch? Adam Finch in bowls, pushed away on the offside. Ethan Brooks is at backward point. He does the fielding. Still a short leg in. Slip, cover point, extra cover, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square and fine leg down on the boundary.
Kabir only played 17 first-class games for Hampshire, 54 wickets at 31.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and for Worcestershire, he played 106 first-class.
So how many have we got now in our team?
I think we're up to 9.
That's
actually.
very
I think there's a
good.
few more to come, so I'll work through those.
Adam Finch in bowls short, and this time Varner, not for the first time today, ducks underneath it.
Yeah, so we've got 9 so far, so we're looking for 2 more. Oh, Gareth Batty. No, he didn't play.
No.
He didn't play for Hampshire.
I think they
Paul
got
Williams. Paul, he's normally on the ball.
I think he's got mixed up with Gareth Andrew, isn't he?
Yeah. Although he's talking about spin. But Paul, who's in Portugal, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Oh, no, hang on. I was thinking of another Gareth Batty, also played at Surrey. Keeper. Was that Gareth? No, it was Jonathan Batty.
Jonathan Batty, yeah.
Is it my over or yours? I can't remember.
It's mine.
Yes.
But I'm just I'm thinking and I can't think and talk at the
so
same
Paul,
time.
and if you want
Played
to
it on the
email
onside,
back,
no run.
sorry, if you want to email back and sort of prove that I'm wrong, feel free. But if it's the Gareth Batty I'm thinking of, he certainly played for Worcestershire, but didn't play for Hampshire. Daniel Leavesley's back about his parking
Oh, really?
travails here when he got him and his daughter got locked.
Yes. How did he get out?
He's just come back to us with it. Yeah.
All right. Finch to Varner. And this time he's forward, playing defensively to mid-wicket. End of the over, and Hampshire are 105 for 4, replying to Worcestershire's 679 for 7.
Lovely. Yes, you'll remember if you've just joined us watching or listening, that Daniel got locked in here after a game because him and his daughter listened to some music, and they were told it was an hour and a half after the game the gates were got locked, but they turned up just before that and the gates were locked. So he says, and we said, well, how did you get out then? He says, we got out eventually after trying to contact security but to no avail. We used Google Maps and could see a little track, presumably for golf buggies, that goes through the golf course and comes out at the car park at the top of the ground. That's right, yes, there is one. His weight runs away from us with his right arm medium paces. Forward is Dawson. Behind the pavilion. Yeah, luckily for us, that gate was still open.
Oh.
There you are. So there you are. So it was open. Yes, it's a little known fact, but there is a little track that goes up to our left.
Well, we're pleased he got out.
Stephen Clark, who I did say, let us know when there's a problem on the ground commentary. He says, apparently when Amelia moved, so I don't know, we might have to sort of stay on our side. So it wasn't your fault, no, but we've had that problem over the last couple of days. That's turned away by Dawson down to fine leg, 106 for 4. So it's changed a bit. So anyway, we'll monitor that, but hang on, he's come back to me now. Oh no, apparently it's back to being okay. That's good news. Thank you, Steve. Now Paul Williams has come back about Batty. He says, sorry, missed the start and didn't realise it was first class only. Oh, so there must have been a Gareth Batty that played for Hampshire but not first class. Right, okay. Wait, he's going round the wicket to Varmer, who is on 17. He's been stuck on 17 for quite a while. As he's trying to cut that one away, he gets close to him, the ball bobbles out to point. One about the East Gate that you said referred to Dad's Army when
Dad's
you
Army.
passed it, Bradders.
Eastgate platoon.
This has come from Roger Budden, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says Captain Square. Was that something to do
Yes. No, was it Captain Square or Major Square? He was the bloke in charge of it all,
right.
I think. I'm not, when I'm a mastermind, my chosen specialist subject won't be Dad's Army. Don't think I'm some sort of an expert on it.
Here's Waite again. Varmer's forward. Lovely shot through extra cover, and that's going to bring him 4. That's beautifully played and beautifully timed. This is very much a Varmer innings of last week. I've only seen him back once, and he got 100 against Essex, and this is almost typical Varmer, where he's quite happy to block away and just go into his own little bubble, and then every now and then he produces a shot of beauty.
Yeah, given a bit of width, and he's worked hard this morning, Varner, and he's not had much.
He hasn't, no.
To hit.
They really have sort of worked hard on him, haven't they, here, the Worcestershire bowlers? They're trying everything that they can. It's a length ball, Varmer's in behind that one. Thank you to Bill Maidment, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk, who's also mentioned Kabir Ali. That's a really good one. How we didn't get that, I don't know. Also, Chris Everton, he mentioned Kabir Ali as well. Thank you.
Yeah, I know Chris.
Oh,
yeah, I had a couple this morning.
yeah, we're on to 9 at the moment, so we need a couple more. We're going through to lunch. First-class cricketers for Hampshire and for Worcestershire. We've got a pretty good team, probably a little bit light on the batting. Waite bowls, Varmer's on the back foot, steered out into the covers, 110 for 4. Hampshire trail by just 569 now.
Ian Easter's come up with a good one. Andy Carter. Now, Andy Carter was a man who played for many different teams.
Oh, quick bowler.
Yeah.
Yes, I remember him playing for Notts. He did play here, and if he played for Worcester,
He did.
then yes, we're there.
Yeah. Yeah,
Andy
definitely.
Carter, yeah. good shout. That is a very good shot. He was another man that, when he was fully fit, good bowler.
Now, did he play? I thought he played first class for Worcestershire, but according to this, he didn't.
Ah.
Let me just do a bit of jiggery pokery, folks.
Well, that'd be a shame because, I mean, that he would really complement that seam bowling lineup.
We're doing research, folks. We're doing research. It's going to be Adam Finch to continue from the pavilion end, bowling to Liam Dawson. Dawson on 26 rather, from 27, as he waits for Finch, and he just opens the face of the bat, runs it down towards third man. Maybe more backward, a square on the offside, and Matthew Waite comes in to do the fielding.
No, we only played T20 for you guys.
Yeah.
2018.
Yeah. Andy Carter was one of those players, if you were stuck for a fast bowler, now I think he played for Northamptonshire at New Road, and I believe the story was that the day before he was doing some roofing. He was putting some tiles on a roof, and he got the call, can you play tomorrow at Worcester? And turned up. I think he took some wickets as well. Here's Finch around the wicket, and it's that short ball once again to Tilak Varner. Lets it go by, or lets it go over top of his head. A stoop rather than ducking underneath it.
Yeah, he played 2 first-class matches for Hampshire. Picked up 6 wickets at an average of 21.
Yeah, he was all right, actually.
He was, when he was on it.
Now,
he was good.
His brother played for Notts, yeah?
Which one?
Ah.
M or W?
M. Here's the next ball from Finch, pushed out on the offside. Matt Walker?
Matthew.
Matthew, yeah.
Played for Nottinghamshire first class 2015 to 2023.
Yeah, Matthew Carter. There we are. So, sorry, folks.
He doesn't make it.
You're not having Andy Carter. Thanks, Ian, all the same.
Well, there's probably a nicer way of saying that, but I know what you mean.
Yeah, okay.
You're not having it.
But we're doing all right. We've got way more than I thought we would get.
Somebody else has suggested that Gareth Batty might have played for Hampshire around 1997, which I don't know.
Finch in, bowl short again. And Barner's quite getting used to ducking underneath these now.
I certainly don't remember that, because I was around then. I don't remember him playing. David Leatherdale didn't.
No.
No, he obviously played for Worcestershire. That's Duncan Fielding. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. We are looking for 2 more, folks.
No, Gareth Batty, Yorkshire, sorry, Worcestershire.
Yeah.
Yes, we are. We want 2 more for our 11. It's a bit like Friday night, isn't it? You need ringing around to get a couple of lads to play for the second team. What are you doing tomorrow? Oh, shopping. You're not missing any cricket because Tilak Varner's gone for a bit of a walkabout. Down at fine leg, Callum Parkinson is doing some warm-ups. He's probably going to get a trundle in a minute. Anyway, here's Finch in bowls and comes forward. Oh, we're going to have to be quick here. They are quick. Actually, that's a well-judged run. I did him a disservice there, Varner, because he pushed it, but he hadn't pushed it as hard as I initially thought he had. And in the end, he had plenty of time just pushing it up on the onside to get through for a single.
We've got a very good batter here.
Have we?
Yeah, this is a great suggestion from Dave Cotton.
Okay, Dave.
Who emailed Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk, the late Philip Hughes.
Of course.
A left-hander.
Yeah, well, we talked about him this morning.
We talked about him this morning.
Before we went on air. Phil Hughes, yeah.
Played first-class cricket for Worcestershire back in 2012.
Yeah. Here's Finch in bowls, and that's a big appeal there. He's gone smack in front. The Worcestershire fielders didn't even wait for the umpire's finger to go up, but indeed it did go up. A swinging Yorker trapped him on the crease. We have the benefit of a replay. Yeah, I don't think there's too much doubt about that. He's away, and Worcestershire have taken their 2nd wicket of the morning. And Liam Dawson goes for 27, and Adam Finch has his second wicket of the day.
Well, I'll tell you, you're talking about the Worcestershire fielders there. If you're watching the live picture feed and we get a replay of that again, you'll watch Liam Dawson. He doesn't wait for the decision either.
He walked, didn't he?
He's walking off.
Yeah.
Here we go. Weight comes in, hits Dawson.
Yeah, he just keeps walking.
He's just walking off.
Yeah.
He knows that's plum.
Yeah. Right. Am I off here, or what are we doing? Okay. Right.
It's the end of the
Is it the end of the over?
Yeah.
I don't know. I've been finishing overs anyway after 3 balls in this game. So. Right.
So Philip Hughes. We've got a very good batter there, and thank you, Dave Cotton. That's a good one, but of course the sad ending of Philip Hughes' life when he got hit on the head.
Very, very sad. Yeah. Nice guy.
Yeah, I don't think I really got to meet him actually.
No, he was. This sounds bad, but for an Aussie, he was fairly quiet. But well, they normally are till they've had a couple of beers. He was, a lovely fella. How very, very sad. And of course, changed the whole way that helmets are made these days. So there's more safety precautions and.
That's right, there's a bit more in the back now, isn't there? A bit more padding, because he did sort of turn away from it, wasn't it? Hit him on the back of the head, on the neck.
Horrible.
Ian Payne, there's nothing we can do about this, but I will pass the message on. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says, sorry to complain again. I should give a separate email out for complaints, shouldn't I? But the screen for when Finch is bowling is blurry.
Oh, okay.
Can you tell the techie guys? Well, I'm sure the techie guys are listening. So it'll be one for them. Need somebody to go big here? Yes, well, the options are running out at the moment, and he's suggesting Tilak Varma. I think that's the most obvious one here at the moment, isn't it?
Of course, the other thing we're talking about, or not talking about, but should be thinking about from Worcestershire's point of view, is bonus points. Because they are available to the 110th over.
Well, they've just picked up another one there, haven't they? We got a bit of slow left arm spin in the form of Callum Parkinson. So 112 for 5. Hampshire still trail by 5, 6, 7, and it's Varma to face. And he's forward. Varma overnight was 10, so he has added just 12 runs in an hour and 20. Now he did at times back like this last week at Chelmsford, but fear not, as he just turns that into the ground on the leg side, because he has great temperament. I know he's well known as a white ball player because he's played for India in both forms, played IPL as well, and he's got great strike rates, but he has this other side to his game as well, and he is happy just patting the ball around, believe me. I've seen it, as that's pushed out towards the extra cover, and he doesn't sort of do anything silly, or he didn't last week anyway. He's quite happy to play what's thrown in front of him, or what's bowled in front of him, of course. Over the wicket again, Varma's forward. This email here from John Williams, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says, why do the umpires not consult the batters when the bowlers ask for a ball change? Surely the batters should have a say because it will affect them. It's basically down to the gauge, isn't it, going through as it goes out into the covers. If the ball goes through the gauge, it's okay, and if it doesn't, it gets changed. I think, isn't that right?
Yeah, unless there's, something, a divot out of it, 'cause it's gone into the stands or something.
Yeah. Varma's just taking his time, making sure that Parkinson can't just walk back to his mark bowl, walk back to his mark bowl. Well forward there. That's a maiden over there for Mr. Parkinson.
I'm going to go.
Thank you very much, brothers. Thank you to Dave Budden, who's emailed. He's talking about Ross Whiteley. He said he played loads of blast matches for Hampshire in recent times. Also played for the Southern Brave. That's of course he did. But he did play that one first-class game, which we mentioned. Thank you also to Peter Watson, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk, who says Philip Hughes. Thank you very much for that as well. So some great suggestions. But we just need one or two more, don't we, Amelia?
We do indeed, Kevin James.
So what have we got? We've got, I think, 10 now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, we're on 10. We need one more.
Emails coming in. Who have we got? Let's have a look. Martin. So Martin Rowley suggested Gareth Andrew or Ross Whiteley.
Yeah, we got both those. Yeah, here's Finch playing the missing outside the off stump there. Tom Prest.
Gareth Andrew.
Yes, we've got him. Yeah, all-rounder. Yeah.
That was from Stuart Knight, thank you. Philip Hughes, I think we've got him, haven't we? Oh goodness, Roger Budden. He's come up with a few. Hampshire 1961 championship winners. He's just listed the entire team.
None of them which qualify probably. I haven't seen that one. Here's Finch again. The sun comes out a little stronger. Prest is in behind that length ball.
We've got Steve Powell said, has anyone said the great Chaminda Vas?
Oh, the Sri Lankan left-arm seamer. Oh, that is a terrific shout.
Both of them very excited.
That is a terrific.
Well done, Steve.
Yes.
We like those kind of suggestions. Keep them coming.
Chaminda, what a bowler he was.
It's Hampshire. It's Hampshire.cricket at bbc.co.uk.
Hampshire cricket.
Hampshire cricket at bbc.co.uk.
Yeah, it's all new, so we're still
learning it.
Here's that Finch, right arm over bowls. Prest almost edged that one as well, outside the off stump. Finch just gives him a little bit of a stare. That's a bit of an airy-fairy shot, that one. Well, they're well on top here, Worcestershire. 2 wickets they picked up so far in an hour and nearly 25 minutes. I think that's about as good as Worcestershire could hope for on this pitch. They would be happy with 2 wickets a session, I think. And then, of course, as you get down to the very bottom of the order, probably pick up 1 or 2 more and they'll be pleased. So Hampshire, really, I've got work to do here.
Yes, currently 112 for 5.
Yes. Here's Finch, bowls to Prest, short ball. Prest ducks underneath that one, very short that one. So Chaminda Vas, the great Sri Lankan left-arm seam bowler, played first-class cricket for Hampshire back in 2003 and played for Worcestershire first class in 2005. That's a terrific. I have to say though, the bowling attack. Will he get in it? He probably will because
Can he bat at all?
No, he was. As far as I remember, he was definitely a bowler.
Yeah.
He did very well for Sri Lanka over a number of years. I might give you a little bit of his stats actually if you're interested. Here's Finch, and Prest will get a quick run as it's pushed out to point. Throw will go in at the bowler's end. Prest is off the mark. 113 for 5. So Chaminda Vas played. First of all, only 3 matches for Hampshire. He played 7 matches for Worcestershire, but 111 for Sri Lanka.
Wow.
Yeah, he was around. He played. He was a good bowler for a long time. For Hampshire, he picked up 8 wickets at 38. For Worcestershire, he picked up 28 wickets at 27. For Sri Lanka, 355 at 29. That's good because a lot of those wickets would be on the subcontinent as well. So. Oh, still me, isn't it?
It's still you.
Finch bowling to Varm. He's got a short leg in there. He turns that away to short mid wicket. End of the over from Finch. He has 10 overs, 2 for 17. And Hampshire are 113 for 5.
Wow. Bradders is just showing me. Chaminda Vas, I'm not even going to attempt to say his full name, but put it.
The longest name in Test cricket.
I think it has to be. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's 6 words long is his name. So if you're interested, just have a Google. The first word is about 20 letters long. So being dyslexic, I'm not even going to go near that. But thank you, Bradders. Indeed.
Yes, I think to remember that now. Yeah.
So it looks as though we're going to have a change in bowling. We have Parkinson coming in from the hotel end. I'll also give you the scores elsewhere in a moment. Parkinson is going to come at Prest, who's on strike. His left arm around the wicket, and that's blocked back from the front foot. So elsewhere, Nottinghamshire trail Somerset by 92 runs with 6 wickets remaining. Parkinson in once more, left arm round, and it's again blocked nicely on the front foot. Durham trail Surrey by 706 runs with 8 wickets remaining. Sussex trail Warwickshire by 53 runs with 6 wickets remaining. Parkinson wasting no time, in he comes. This is very nicely swept. That's cover, but No joy there. And Yorkshire Trail Essex by 157 runs with 6 wickets remaining. So lots going on, and there's more in Division 2 as well. As Parkinson once more comes in. Preston on strike. Again, this is just clipped out to cover, but they'll run through for 1. Quick single there. Moves Prest onto 2. 114 for 5. And much like some other spin bowls, he rattles through these overs very quickly.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. It means we're not here too long.
No chance of going over. Parkinson now to Tilloch, who's on strike. He sort of runs and then dives out of his run. He's going to come over the wicket. Off his mark again. We'll try again. And this time Tilloch moves down the wicket. He was trying to use his feet, but it unfortunately went straight to mid-wicket. But good positive play there. Still 114 for 5. 50 overs so far. Parkinson once more, last ball of the over. And this is instead just defended and pushed forwards. Front foot by Tilloch, and that's the end of the over. Very quick one. I think it was only 1 off of that. So Hampshire still trail by 565 runs with 5 wickets remaining. They need to get to 530, I believe, to beat the follow-on, which at the moment is looking, I'm going to say challenging. Ever the optimist, but challenging I think is the word.
Yeah. It's a long way away. Thank you to Matthew, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Says, has anyone mentioned Simon Jones for our combined Hampshire and Worcestershire side? Yes, they have. We got him in our side.
We have had another one from Martin Blackburn.
Oh.
I don't quite know how to pronounce that. I'm going to pass it over to you in a second.
Oh, Saeed Ajmal.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm not sure he played for Hampshire. Pressed is forward to Matthew Waite as the ball goes up to mid-off. I've got a feeling, I know Ajmal played for Worcestershire because I remember commentating on a game against Hampshire up at New Road, but I think Ajmal was due to play
hang
for
on.
Hampshire.
Played for Hampshire County Cricket Club for a short period in the later part of 2013. He signed a 2-month contract as a replacement for George Bailey.
No, that's interesting because I'm just wondering if that actually was fulfilled. Because I have a feeling in the back of my mind as Waite comes in from the pavilion end, Prest plays that late, dabs that through the vacant gully area. It won't go all the way to the rope, not quite anyway. As that's fielded down there by Kashif Ali. I've got a feeling, and I could be wrong, that he was signed and then there was a reason why he couldn't fulfill the contract. Something like he might have been called up to a test series. I'm going to check that. But it's a good shout because he was due to.
And here's yet another bowler, so our bowling attack is unprecedented here.
We might have some reserves. In comes Waite, forward is Prest, plays it out square on the offside. I'm just looking through his list of teams. Yeah, he didn't play for Hampshire. That's right, it didn't get fulfilled.
Oh wow, fair enough.
Yeah, played for Worcestershire between 2011 and 2015, first class. A very, very good mystery spinner for Pakistan. So close with that one. There's Waite's at the top of his mark. Comes in again to Prest. Prest is forward. Score remains on 116 for 5. So we have half an hour to go until we close our entries for our combined 11. We do have 11. Might be nice to have a 12th man in there somewhere.
Bit of
maybe
a
even a
reserve.
13th.
A batter, if anyone can think of one.
Yeah, a batter somewhere, but we've got some great names. I have to say, it's a seriously good side. It really is. Here's Waite coming towards the end of his 8th over. Wicketless so far, but economical, none for 13. Prest cuts that one, and it's close to the off stump, off the bottom edge, and he bounces through to keeper Gareth Roderick. Brian Budd, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Not only has the gentle Kookaburra ball been nicked and replaced with a deadly juke, but the bland wicket has been uprooted and replaced with a terror track. Yeah, well, that would be nice actually. It'd be nice if something happened. But at the moment, you have to say Worcestershire is so far on top of Hampshire here that it doesn't matter what ball we're using and what track is being used. Hampshire really do need to fight very hard as Prest pushes that back to the bowler.
Jonathan Winterbourne has emailed hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk with a suggestion of Andy Bichel. Bichel?
Yeah, we got him. He was one of the early ones. Yeah, we got him. Australian.
I've lost track.
Bowling all
But
rounder.
thank you, Jonathan. Do keep them coming. So it's hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. Anyone that you can think of that has played first class for both Hampshire and Worcestershire throughout the years. We can go all the way back to the 1800s. I think we have had some suggestions from. So yeah, do please keep them coming.
Bob Stevenson played cricket for Hampshire and football for Worcestershire City. Worcester City. Here's Callum Parkinson. That's on Bradders' phone, that one. That's pushed out on the onside. It doesn't quite work.
It's me.
Oh, was it you? Sorry.
It's all right.
Apologies. Sorry.
That's all right. Parkinson in once more, left arm over, and this is just tapped forward. Sorry, you were going to say something.
No, it wasn't. No, you're right. And I've got carried away as well.
That's all right.
I was going to go through the names very quickly. I'll do it after this ball.
Parkinson again once more, left arm over, Tilak on strike, waiting. This is flighted and it's just pushed down to mid-off. And they run through for one. It goes to 117 for 5.
So our team so far, this is not in batting order, we'll do that in the break. Kabir Ali, Philip Hughes, Adam Hose, Ross Whiteley, Henry Horton, Cecil Palmer, who played in the early 1900s.
And that's just played to the cover, no run.
Kyle Abbott, Andy Bickle, Simon Jones, Gareth Andrew and Chaminda Vass. That's our team at the moment.
We have had another couple come in, which I'll read out in a second as Parkinson wastes no time. Left arm over in. And that's batted front foot, nice. Away. Josh Cooper suggests, afternoon gentlemen, Amelia, thank you. One for Bradders here, William Evans. And that's played out to cover again. The best all-rounder to come out of Malvern College. Played for both, if he's not mistaken. We'll get on that one. And that's the end of the over. Hampshire are on 117 for 5.
Oh, yeah, good one. William Henry Brereton Evans.
Yep.
Worcestershire first class in 1901. Hampshire first class 1902 to 1910. Apparently he was a right-hand batter, right-arm fast bowler. Born in South Africa.
John Scoos, I think that is. He said, good morning, I can't help you in your search, but I would like to suggest who you're going to nominate to keep wicket, which is a very good point. We're going to have someone. He said, Hampshire batting, I'm not impressed, so apart from Varma, who's concentrated fully on every ball, thinking about the bowler's intentions and playing accordingly. Thank you, John.
Yeah. Well, it was Varma and Liam Dawson that led the Hampshire batting last week at Essex with 100 apiece. Dawson has gone this time for 27, but yeah, Varma's still there. Not scoring particularly quickly, but he's still there. So William Evans is in the side.
We have had another one from Bill Maidment. I'm wondering about whether Abdul Razak, R-A-Z-Z-A-Q, played first for both. We'll have a look for you, Bill. We'll have a look.
He's around the wicket, his weight. Varma pushes that out on the onside. I'm off the top of my head, I think Razak only played T20 for Hampshire.
Maybe why.
But we'll check. Wow, some good names coming up.
They are indeed, yeah. hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. Please let us know.
Razak. He played for a lot of teams, that's for sure. Pakistan seamer. Abdul Razak. Let's have a look. Well, weight comes in around the wicket again, and Varma just pushes it away on the leg side quietly. Well, it's not clicking through for some reason. Oh, here we are. Played first class cricket for Worcestershire in 2007. Played, yeah, just T20. Hampshire in 2010. I remember, I think it might have been Trescothick in the old commentary position on the balcony there before the new commentary position was built in the new pavilion at Taunton. Hit one on the balcony, literally about 2 yards away from us when we were commentating, and that was off Razak. Yeah, he was a better bowler than that. It's just that for some reason I can remember that. So Abdul Razak unfortunately didn't play first class cricket for Hampshire. Now a field change here because we have a man on the drive straight on the leg side. We have a short mid wicket and we have a short square leg for Varma, and there is also a man on the catch at extra cover. Varma pushes forward into the gap just wide of mid-off. He'll pick up a single, moves on to 24, 118 for 5.
Steve Jenkins also emailed hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. He said, missed the start of the conversation, but recall South African Natty Hayward played for Worcestershire in the early 2000s and then later for Hampshire.
Natty
He's
Hayward.
another bowler.
Yeah, yes, that's right. That is a good shout.
Thank you, Steve.
We're going to have to drop a seam bowler here somewhere. So there's going to be a selection meeting at lunch. Nancy Hayward, South African, yeah.
And Adam Grape says, greetings from a sweaty Italy. Can go off track a bit and make a catering suggestion. You can have lunch in the in the atrium at the Utilita Bowl, and then ladies' pavilion at Worcester. As
Cut that one. It's an edge. It's high over the slips. It's running away from 4 off. Wait, it's Tom Prestwaite.
Perhaps your colleague can confirm that the cakes available there are still a calorific work of art at the ladies' pavilion in Worcester.
Yeah, he's put his
And he
fingers
said,
up there.
yes, they are, Adam, so thank you very much.
Oh, yes. Very, very good. Very famed they are. Nancy Hayward played for Worcestershire first class in 2003. He played first class for Hampshire in 2008. He is on the list. About 13. So the total moves on to 122 for 5 Hampshire. They've lost 2 wickets this morning, Brown and Dawson, but they are still 557 runs behind. Remember, 530 is the follow-on figure. A long way behind as Prestige forward to wait, and that's pushed up towards mid-off.
Shows just how patient Tilak's been. He's scored 24 off 100 deliveries. That's insane. His going rate is what, 24? Wow. Prest already on 8 but off 20 deliveries, so also not trying to race away.
No, well, yeah, the bowling's just accurate.
They are indeed.
It is impressive on here. It needs a lot of concentration. It needs a lot of willpower as well to bowl like this. And as we've said so many times, just be boring on here. As Wake comes in and bowls, and Prest pushes that length ball out into the covers, and there is no run. So you've got 20 minutes to get some maybe bizarre suggestions in that that nobody knows.
Yep.
Play first class cricket for both sides. Amelia's going to stay on. It's going to be Doug Bradley.
Yes, so Hampshire are on 122 for 5. Tilak is on 24. This current partnership of Tilak and Prest is currently on a partnership of 10 of 36 balls. Tilak on 24, Prest on 8. We have just had another one coming in from Steve Jenkins, South African one-day specialist Colin Munro. Did he play for both?
Well, he played for Worcestershire. Whether he
Colin
played
Munro, Hampshire?
Whether he played first class, I'm not sure.
That's blocked back from Parkinson delivery.
No.
T20, unfortunately,
He
Steve.
may have played the odd first class game for Worcestershire. But good shout, though. Good shout.
Indeed. Keep them coming. As Parkinson once more comes in. Good delivery. This is just played off the front foot and defended.
Once saw him reverse sweep a complete over in a T20 game.
Wow.
Colin Munro.
That's amazing.
6 reverse sweeps.
Parkinson wastes no time in again. Played straight back to him. Can't quite get it, so we'll let mid-off do a bit of fielding. Yes, if you're just joining us, we're looking for anyone who's played first class throughout the centuries for Hampshire and Worcestershire, as Parkinson comes in once more. And this is swept very nicely through, and it has gone for 4. Very nicely out by deep point.
6.
Was it 6? Wow.
Yeah.
I'll be honest, I completely lost the ball as soon as it went in the sky.
Yeah, but Jack Shantry says it's a 6.
Then wow, fantastic. Yeah, Tilak very nicely moves on to 30 off that 6. And Yes, do you know what? That makes a lot more sense because even the wicketkeeper was clapping him as he did that. So
It's
very nice shot.
longest boundary on the ground as well out there.
Phenomenal. So that moves Hampshire to 128 for 5. Parkinson has now received the ball. Just feels like I had to go jogging down the tunnel for it. And once again, left arm over, and this is blocked. Front foot back.
Well, that shot was totally out of context with the rest of his innings, wasn't it?
Yeah, it really was. Obviously, might have just been maybe slightly
No,
astray from Parkinson, and
it's comfortable sweeping out there.
Yeah. Parkinson once more in flighted, and this is driven down to mid on. They'll go through for 1, and that brings up the end of the over, 129 for 5. So if you do have any suggestions, we're going until lunch for our Hampshire and Worcestershire first class throughout the centuries and the generations. Do email us, hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk.
I'm not sure William Evans is going to make the 11.
And Bradders, they can also contact you as well, can't they?
They can, yeah. If you want to, on Twitter X or whatever you want to call it, Bradders at BBC. Only the bit in the middle is AT, not the round thing. If that makes sense, it probably doesn't. But always good to get your suggestions on just about anything. Well, mainly cricket, I suppose. Bob Foster played for Worcestershire but held a commission in the Hampshire Yeomanry. Not sure that it's a great idea, but I'm not sure.
If we were desperate, maybe.
Not as random as Bob Stevenson, I don't think, played football for Worcester City. Here's Matthew Waite, knees in and bowls, and it's a forward defensive shot from Tallick, 129 for 5 now. Hampshire, and it's just beginning to get a bit sticky.
It is, yes.
Weather-wise, that is.
Yeah.
It's not been a cool morning at all, but it's just heating up a little bit. The spectators that are in, most of them have found a bit of shade today. But there's still a few scattered around in the bleachers. Here's Waite. 3 shortish mid-wickets on the drive and a shortish extra cover as well, as Waite is in and bowls and forward, solidly pushing away on the offside.
Well, we've had an email, hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk, from I think Matthew, but your email is blinky, and he said, here's a full list of the players I can gather that have played first class for both counties.
Really?
So we can compare at lunch. Yes.
Yeah.
So thank you for that. That's obviously taken a lot of work, but we appreciate that.
I was surprised we even found 11.
We've got more than that now.
Yeah, well, we found a lot without consulting the internet. Is good ball from Waite, pulling Varner forward, pushes away on the offside. Ethan Brooks is the fielder. Brooks, who's yet to bowl in this innings. Not a regular bowler. Well, he is a regular bowler for Worcestershire, but not in the first 4 pacemen suggestions, you might say, in this match.
If you're just joining us, welcome. If you're watching on the live pitch feed, or you might be listening on the BBC Sport website and app, it's myself, Amelia Clark, and Dave Bradders at Hampshire versus Worcester, day 3.
Waite in, bowls, turned away on the onside to one of those 3 men in close on the onside, who is Adam Hose. Is in there.
Got some good eyes from here.
Big numbers. There's no slip as such. You could say that Henry Nichols is in a slip position, but he's a gully maybe. So no slips, but a ring of 3 on the onside and 1 on the offside, all about 15, 18 metres from the bat. Waite from the pavilion end, bowls nicely driven, but straight up to mid-off. No run. Where are we? Quarter of an hour till lunch. You're not missing anything at the moment. Matthew Waite is doing up his shoelace.
We've got an email from Joanne. Thank you for emailing us. She did think I was Gemma, but that's okay. Gemma was here yesterday. Right. And yes, we have got Kabir Ali, but thank you for letting us know.
Yeah. Well, some good ones today. Thank you, everybody, for your emails. Thank you for your involvement, your attention, I suppose is the word I'm looking for. Here's Matthew Waite bowling right arm around the wicket, and this is once again just pushed into the onside. Once again, Adam Hose is the fielder at the end of the over. Maiden over from Matthew Waite. He's bowled 10 overs, 4 maidens. He's only conceded 18 runs, so it just points out how accurate his bowling has been, not giving the batsman too much width. Was it 530 to avoid the follow-on, Hampshire? 679 to find parity with Worcestershire.
Dave Cotton has emailed us, but we have got Chaminda Vass, but thank you, Dave.
Yeah, that was a good shout, that was. Yeah.
So Parkinson again from the Hotel End.
Good bowler, left armer.
Yeah. Left arm around the wicket, and that's nicely driven to cover, or a slight misfield, and go for a quick single. That moves Hampshire on to 130 for 5. 10 minutes before lunch. Got some scores elsewhere, but Parkinson, this will be a very quick over. I'll give you that just shortly. Parkinson now left arm over the wicket, and this is driven straight down past him, past mid-off and mid-on, and that will run away for 4. Very nicely driven there, nice and straight by Tilak Varma. And they retrieve the ball. I'll just give you some other scores. So Nottinghamshire trail Somerset by 78 runs with 6 wickets remaining. Durham trail Surrey, that huge score that they set earlier, by 694 runs with 7 wickets remaining. Sussex trail Warwickshire by 34 runs with 6 wickets remaining. And as Parkinson comes in now, and this is delivered, and it's a big shout there, but it's just dribbled out square of the wicket to point. And Yorkshire trail Essex by 146 runs with 5 wickets remaining. We've got just over 10 minutes before lunch. A couple of balls left of this over. As Parkinson comes around the wicket. This is again another shout for LW, but no interest from the umpire.
I think they were more excited than actually
Yeah.
thinking. I think it was bat and pad in that, but it was more a shout of frustration.
Comes in again, does Parkinson, waste no time. This is nicely defended off the front foot by Prest. Worcestershire doing incredibly well here. They've kept Hampshire down to already losing 5 wickets. This is clipped through the covers, square of the wicket, and they'll run through for 1. At the end of the over there. Nice over there from Parkinson. 136 for 5 are Hampshire.
The man who moves the wheelie bins has just moved the wheelie bin, but yesterday he's not a very tall person. I assume it's a man, and the wheelie bin looked as if it was moving on its own. automatic
It's the
wheelie
big
bins.
sort of industrial ones,
It's
aren't
the
they?
white ones with the orange tops.
Yes.
But yesterday, because
It's
it
just
was
rolling
very
away.
tall and you're bending over,
Yeah.
and I thought, that's moving on its own. Is Matthew Waite going to continue from the pavilion end? Bowling a right arm over. Now they've changed the field again here, Worcestershire, mainly because it's Tom Prest who's facing, I think. So they've dabbed that one out on the offside. Libby comes from backward point to field. So there's a slip backward point, cover point, short extra, mid off, mid on, short mid wicket, shortish, a deep square, and a fine leg. Varno, who's not been rushing around this morning, has done a splendid job for his team, watching wickets go down at the other end. Waite is in and bowls, Prest is forward, pushes out on the offside. There's not been many balls that the batsmen have been allowed to leave again this morning. I haven't got the stats, but I was amazed by a stat I heard the other day. I was listening to the Women's International, and percentage of the balls that would have hit the stumps had they gone straight on, which I thought I'd misheard, but apparently I didn't. As Waite comes in and bowls once again, batsman has to play, coming forward, plays out on the onside, no run. Only 14% of of the balls would have gone on to hit the
Wow.
stumps, which that's what I said. And I thought, I've heard that wrong. That must be 40%.
Yeah.
They repeated it later.
No.
Only 14% would have gone on to hit the stumps. Be interesting to get whether you can get stats for first class cricket, men's cricket. But I thought that was. I mean, it was white ball cricket, so it's obviously different to this game, where you are trying more to get people out. Weight in bowls, press forward, players up to mid-on, rather than sometimes in the white ball game, bowling negatively, wide of the off stump. But yeah.
That's really interesting.
Yeah.
I like that. Good fact.
Yeah.
Very nice indeed.
I'm sure it has enlivened the morning for our good listeners. Although we're in the afternoon now. It's never afternoon till you've had your lunch, folks.
I
And
agree.
It's after. Should be called after lunch, not afternoon. Here's Matthew Waite in bowls, and Prest goes for a little cut shot here. Just dabs it down in the end to first slip.
Yeah, speaking of lunch, we've only got 7 minutes
Only
until
7 minutes.
lunch, so I think we'll get another couple of overs, especially if Callum Parkinson is bowling. Before that, Worcestershire, I imagine, desperate to get another wicket, break up this current partnership.
What was it, 68 for 3 this morning?
Yep. I'll do some
Waite comes in, and this is pushed up to mid-off. And in fact, the old bowler himself grabs it on the way through, half stops it. So we've had. Oh, they've taken the score off, so I can't tell you what the score is. Telling us Matthew Waite's bowled in main. Now it's 136 for 5, so we've had what, 68 runs this morning.
Yes. Just doing that maths in my head. They've doubled the score that they started on this morning.
Well, I think this morning, if you said to Worcestershire you can have 68 for 2 by lunch, they probably would have settled for that. I mean,
Yeah.
if they were to get another wicket before lunch, they would definitely say it was a really good morning for them. But I mean, this is the pitch where you've just got to chip away, hope for the odd ball that might do something, but basically a mistake by the batsman.
Indeed.
It's a game of concentration.
Parkinson starts his run up and then just turns away. Umpire signals no ball. Comes in again. Left arm over the wicket. Forward is Tilak, and that's just a good defence all the way back to Parkinson, who will do his own fielding. Takes a very short walk back to the top of his mark, just behind the umpire. Again, left arm over the wicket and in and bowls. And Tilak big lunge forward to defend that. Just like to rattle through these overs. There's Parkinson. He's currently no wickets for 25 runs. He's done 10 overs as he's in again. And this is just clipped off to cover. No run still. Hampshire 136 for 5. Parkinson once more in past the umpire. Defend. Again, a shout of frustration from Parkinson. Hampshire trail by 543. They need to get to 530 scored to avoid the follow-on. And this is just played silly points. They're currently on 136 for 5. One more ball of this over. And Parkinson comes in again. Field creeps with him. This is again just batted down to silly point. And that's a maiden over for Parkinson. Third of this innings. End of the over, 136 for 5.
When the scoreboard comes back up, there's a figure in the bottom left-hand corner that says overs remaining in the day.
Yes, there
I
is.
can't read that, but
It's
your
69.
Your eyes are younger than mine.
Yeah, we've
69,
Yeah.
okay. Well, that's not too bad. If it was 64, it would have been parity. It would have been 32 in the morning session. But yeah, we're relatively happy with that, folks.
absolutely.
Here's Matthew Waite bowling what is probably the last over before lunch. Be surprised if it isn't. He's bowled to Tom Prest, and Prest drives down the ground. It's a nice shot. Waite tries to stop it with his boot, but doesn't. And it just about avoids the stumps as well. The non-striker's end wraps into the boundary board. Nice shot.
That was indeed very nice.
Just
We
slightly over
We were
pitch.
talking just before this morning, and Kevin James was saying it's one of the most satisfying
Yeah.
shots you can play.
Yeah, hit the ball back past the bowler.
Mm.
Well, I've always found it, not that I did it very often, but I found it very satisfying. Next ball, pressed forward. The ball goes in almost exactly the same position and same place, but on this occasion there's no power in the shot. And so Allison from mid-on is able to move to his left. That boundary took Hampshire to 140 for 5. Gentleman way over to the right, mopping his brow on a warm day. Next ball is pushed away to that short extra cover position. Adam Hose, the fielder there. A steward in a bright orange. They're called tabards, aren't they?
Mm.
Marches round the boundary, around the perimeter. I think he's heading for his lunch by the speed he's going. Waite in bowls. Oh, did that one leap a little bit? Tom Prest took his bottom hand away as he played it, or maybe didn't quite get in the right position. I think Matthew Waite is fast enough to start wrapping the gloves of batsmen on this pitch, but put maybe a little bit of doubt in the batsman's mind. 140 for 5. 2 balls, probably till lunch. I think Tom Prest is trying to make sure there's only 2 balls till lunch. Waite is on the way, and he puts his hand up and says, "Hang on a minute, mate. My salad's getting cold." And Waite bowls. Prest plays out on the offside. Kashif Ali comes in energetically to field. This 12:59, folks. 12:59. It needs to click over to 1 o'clock.
Prest will be trying to kill some time now.
He's not ready. Well, you'll have to be ready now because Waite is on his way. Played up the pitch, and there is no run. And Jack Shantry is heading for the stumps at the hotel end. Will he get there? It's just clicked to 1 o'clock. That'll be it. Yeah, off we go, lads. Yeah, nice slow walk. Well done, Jack. So at lunch, I'm going to shoot off because I've got to do an update for another station. So, I mean, if you could just update the dear listeners.
I shall, yes. So we're on day 3 of Hampshire versus Warwickshire, and it's just been called lunch. This morning, Hampshire started on 68 for 3, and they have closed lunch on 140. So they've added just over 70 runs this morning's inning, and they have lost 2 wickets. So yes, a good side, I think, for both teams will be quite happy. They've managed to add some runs, but also take some wickets. We've still got Tilak Varma and Tom Prest in the middle. So we will join you after lunch, and join us after the break. Thank you very much.
to the Utilita Bowl, where we're coming towards the end of the lunch break on day 3 of this County Championship Division 1 match between Hampshire and Worcestershire. Worcestershire still dominating. Hampshire starting the day 68 for 3 in their first innings, trailing Worcestershire by 6-11. Find themselves at the break 140 for 5, still trailing by 539. The 2 wickets that fell in that session after 23 minutes. Ben Brown was caught at second slip by Nichols off the bowling of Tom Taylor for 12, and Liam Dawson was walking even before the umpire gave him out LBW to Matthew Finch for 27. Tilak Varma is still there. He's 36 not out off 120 deliveries, and with him is Tom Prest, who's 14 not out. Your commentary team, the 3 of us are here. It's Dave Bradley from BBC Hereford and Worcester, who will be on shortly, and it's myself, Kevin James, and Amelia Clark.
Yes, hello. It looks like we're going to have Callum Parkinson from the hotel end. Got Tilak on strike. He's on 36 off 120 balls, and Prest is 14 off 37 deliveries. Hampshire 140 for 5. They put on just over 70 runs in that pre-lunch morning session. Parkinson is already ready. Wastes no time in his preparation. He's just doing a couple of shadow bowls, but he's going to come left arm over the wicket to Tilak, who's on strike at the hotel at the pavilion end, and Parkinson's in and bowls, and this is flighted in and driven down to mid-off, and they'll run through for 1.
So at the back end of the lunch break, we compiled our best 11 of the Hampshire and Worcestershire players that have played for both clubs, who played first class for both clubs. We asked you to nominate some players. We had about 13 or 14 in the end, so we've picked our best 11, haven't we?
We have indeed.
Yes, which we'll give you in a moment.
Parkinson coming round the wicket, and this is just nudged onto the leg side by Press.
The 1 or 2 that didn't make it. Gareth Andrew didn't make the final 11.
Parkinson in again. This time just through mid-wicket on the leg side, and that's well stopped, and they'll run through for 2, a quick 2.
A bit harsh, but Nancy Hayward didn't make the final 11 either. There was a lot of bowlers in that side.
Yes, we were bowl heavy. Parkinson once more comes in again, round the wicket. This is again placed almost exactly in the same position, but just a little bit harder, and that has gone for 4 through mid-wicket. Nice shot there by Prest. Moves on to 20 on 40 deliveries. Almost identical to the previous shot, but just managed to get a little bit more on it. I think he saw it coming a little bit further. 147 are Hampshire for 5. Parkinson to Prest, who's going to remain around the wicket. In, and the field creeps with him. And this time just nudged through the square leg, and they'll go through for 1. A quick start for Hampshire so far. We've got 8 off this over, with 1 ball remaining. They trail by 530. As Parkinson comes in for the last ball of the over the wicket to Tilak, and this is just allowed to carry through to the keeper. And that brings up the end of the over, 148 for 5. Hampshire need to get to 530 to avoid the follow-on. They are 148 for 5.
Right, here we go then. Here's our 11. Apologies if you don't quite agree with it, or the batting might be a little bit odd, because there wasn't many batters, and obviously 1 or 2 names were from many moons ago, and we were trying to work out if they were all-rounders or batters or bowlers. Difficult to tell. Right, opening the batting, Philip Hughes, the late and great Philip Hughes, the Australian. Opening the batting with him, Henry Houghton. Coming in at 3, Adam Hose. Nailed on after that innings 2 days ago. Absolutely no doubt about that one. Who we got the far end here? Adam Finch. Yeah, Adam Finch. Back, he picked up the wicket of Liam Dawson. A full delivery, which, as we were saying, Dawson was walking off even before the bowler, the umpire put his finger up. So here he is from the pavilion end. Tall right armour, shorts and press ducks underneath. Ross Whiteley in at 5. Andy Bickle at 6. Chaminda Vass at 7. William Evans, again a player from many moons ago, in at 8. Kyle Abbott at 9. Kabir Ali at 10. Simon Jones 11. That is our combined 11. I say the Jaminder Vass, yes, left arm seamer. So I think the bowlers would have to do a lot of work there to make sure the batters weren't chasing too many. But nevertheless, we got there. It's very fun. Thank you for all your contributions as press pushes forward up towards mid-on. That was a lot of fun, wasn't it?
That was. We always have a good little bit of fun creating an 11. Done a few this season.
Yes, we have. Yes, we've had a lot of fun with that. Now, in the interest of fairness, we always read out most emails that we get. Well, in fact, all of them, really. Apart from one or two, if it's a little bit behind. And as I say, in the interest of fairness, I am going to read this one out. Miles Lee, thank you for your email just before lunch. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. There's Adam Finch. Bowls, and he's wrapped on the pad, is Tom Prest. Right, here we go. It's a shame you are so one-eyed with your commentary. This is me. Yeah, Bradders has just said, who's that? It's directed at me. We have listened to you over quite a few years, and you have been consistently praising Hampshire at the expense of the opposition. Your comment earlier that this match is pretty dull and nothing happening. Well, Hampshire may feel that, but for Worcestershire, no, I do agree. I actually agree with this bit. As Finch comes in and bowls, and that's played out on the onside. Hampshire may well feel that, but Worcestershire, who've had a poor start, have finally shown some good form with the bat, and our bowlers have taken 5 of your wickets. And it's not looking bad from our perspective. I totally agree. You also like to get involved in other commentator stories. As per Bradders and the car park attendant story. Apparently I got yeah, that's right. Yeah, apparently I got too involved in that one, Bradders. Here comes Finch and bowls. Press works that away nicely down to deep backwards, well, deepish backward square leg. Press moves on to 22, 149 for 5, which you made a complete mess of. Let the person involved tell the story. Well, I'm quite happy when Bradders is on in 20 minutes. He can tell you if he thought I got too involved or not. And if he does say that, I'm quite happy to concede that that's true. If you have anything interesting to say, great. Thank you for that email, Myers.
Well, we have also had another email to hampshirecricket at bbc.co.uk from Paul Williams. I really hope that Tom takes full advantage of the situation today and has a really important innings. He has Mr. Cool at the other end to help him, and with the conditions easing, I hope he can emulate Libyan Hose with so much of his ability. Thank you, Paul.
Yeah, that indeed would be nice. Finch comes in around the wicket to Varma. Length ball. Varma's in behind that one, as he has done so often, not just this week, but last week as well, up at Chelmsford. 149 for 5, Hampshire trail by 530.
Just before lunch as well, we did have a couple more suggestions for the 11, but actually it was all the names that were mentioned we had already had, but thank you for that. It has now closed. As you heard, Kevin James has read our 11, but thank you very much for getting involved, all that did. Please continue to email us on your thoughts and sort of any insights that you have on the game as you're listening and watching, whether on the live stream, on BBC website and app, or in the ground. And it's hampshirecricket at bbc.co.uk is a new email. We've got Parkinson coming in from the hotel end. He's going to come left arm around the wicket. That's well blocked by Prest on the front foot. Prest on 22 or 46 deliveries. Parkinson likes to rattle through his overs, so I imagine we won't be here very long as he comes in again. This is just nudged, and there's a big shout. Oh, that was close at short leg, but I think it must have touched the ground just before it came off the bat.
No, I think they were asking. They thought it might have just clipped the bat on the way to the pad. That's why it looped up. Yeah, not quite.
Not quite. And he's in again, and this is instead driven through to cover. No run. 3 dot balls in this over. Parkinson already at the top of his mark as he's in, and this is swept through the covers, very nicely done, and deep extra cover will be there to hold just for the single, and that does bring up the Hampshire 150 for 5. He's done well, but still they trail by 529. So Parkinson in again over the wicket this time to Tilak, who just defends that nicely, and it dribbles onto the offside. already heading back to the top of his mark to retrieve the ball. A warm day here at the Utilita Bowl, but there is a bit of cloud cover. That's to the relief, I think, of a lot of spectators. And that's again defended off the front foot very nicely by Tilak. And that brings out the end of the over, 154.5.
It's going to be a quick commentary for you, isn't it, this end,
Yeah.
with Parkers and bowling. Email here from Julian Travis, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says, you mentioned earlier that Henry Horton played both sports at professional level. As we're playing Worcestershire, it reminded me of Jim Standen. Oh yes, Bradders straight away looked up and said yes. Who was also a goalkeeper with West Ham as well as a fast bowler. There we go, 1964 FA Cup final, if you didn't hear that in the background. Well, who was the last player to do both? I believe someone fairly recently played for Durham and Carlisle. I don't know who that was. Here's Finch bowls, pressed his forward, goes out into the covers. I am most likely wrong, but perhaps most famous was Dennis Compton. Yes, he did both, didn't he? I could Google this, but much more fun if you do the research. Well, it actually isn't more fun, if I'm honest. Julie?
I like that.
Yeah. Oh, it's really fun doing all this research. Keith Barker.
Don't need to do the research. I've got the encyclopedic knowledge of Bradders over there.
Yeah. Joe Gatting, that's right, son of Mike, who played a bit for Arsenal, didn't he? Was it Arsenal? Oh, Brighton. Sorry, Brighton. Of course it was. Yeah. Brighton played a bit for Hampshire. Preston works that behind square on the offside, where there's quite a big gap there, and he moves on to 24, 151 for 5. I remember the most famous one that I remember when I was younger, Chris Balderson, who played for Leicester and Carlisle. On the same day.
Gosh, he must have been tired.
Wow. Who does that? Who could do that now? Yeah. Leicester finished early and Carlisle were playing in the evening.
Goodness
Wow.
me.
Wow.
God, he must have been that's best sleep of your life after those two.
The late Chris Balderston, of course. Right, his Finch is around the wickets of armour. He's got a slip and he's got a leg slip. Trying to do an alley-oor on him, I think. Well, that's very short. Alley-oor last night. Just tickled a shortish ball that bounced a bit down the leg side and was caught at leg slip. Looks like Finch is trying to do a similar thing here.
Got a lot of other games going on in the County Championship Division 1. Got Nottinghamshire trail Somerset by 46 runs with 6 wickets remaining, so that's going to be a nice tight game. Durham trail Surrey by 671 with 7 wickets remaining. Sussex trail Warwickshire by 12 runs with 6 wickets remaining.
Here's Finch in, bowls, and a length ball. Varma tucks it away to short square leg.
And Yorkshire trail Essex by 129 runs with 4 wickets remaining. You're listening to Hampshire versus Worcestershire, day 3, with myself, Amelia Clark, and Kevin James. You listen on the BBC Sport website and app. You could be watching and listening on the live stream, or possibly you're in the ground. Please do get in touch, hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk.
Here's Adam Finch again, staying around the wicket, and another short delivery to Varma that bounces twice through to the keeper.
They don't seem to be carrying as well as they were this morning.
Well, this pitch will get slower with the sun on it. Glyn Berrington, thank you for your email, hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. Pears fan here, he says, 99.9% happy with all the commentary from both sides. Thank you, Glenn. That's very nice of you.
We'll take that.
Yeah, we'll take that one. But no, we do try to be fair. I think we
do.
I think we just sort of try to say it like it is. Yeah. Obviously, it's a little bit more from a Hampshire point of view when Bradders is not on, but I think we'll all agree. I mean, you know, it's not been great entertainment. Yes, it's been fantastic from a Worcestershire point of view, and we've said that many times. Here's Finch bowls. Farmer gets a shortish delivery. He's on his toes, playing that back along the pitch. End of the over. Farmer is 37 not out. Hampshire are 151 for 5. But I think we do try and sort of say it as it is.
Yeah, I think even from a non-commentary perspective, if you are a Worcestershire fan, I mean, it's phenomenal, and you know everyone likes a big game where you just blow someone out of the water. But at the same time, you do quite like a competition where you're hooked and it's coming down to the last few balls. They're the best matches. They're the memorable ones. You know, the guys will love this if they can get it over the line from Worcestershire. But They like a competition as well. So Parkinson from the hotel end. In again. Pressed, waiting on strike. He's around the wicket. And this is again defended. They're very wary of Parkinson.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think Hampshire realised the enormity of the situation. You can't just go out there and blaze it around. They're not in that situation.
Parkinson in once more, again defended. Dribbles off to the offside.
It's and also, you need to show some fight, and you can't just blaze it around in this situation.
Not at all. This is half shout there. Wonder if that clipped the pad before the bat, but umpire not interested. Another dot ball for Parkinson. Really does not waste any time. He's in once more. Bowls. This is better through the covers. Deep cover will come out to collect, so they'll get one. Move to 152 for 5.
Yeah, I mean, Worcestershire, apart from Adam Hose, Worcestershire got to where they got to by just working hard, playing properly.
Absolutely.
I'm not saying Adam Hose didn't. It's just that, he
had an exceptional
very
day.
positive. Yeah, very positive.
It's Parkinson in once more. This time over the wicket. Driven to a short mid-on. One more ball of the over. Parkinson with some very white sun cream on his lips, so he stands out. If you can see it on the live stream. Looks like he's got a very interesting lip, maybe a lipstick on. But no, it's good to keep your lips protected, especially in this high UV. Round the wicket comes Parkinson, and this is just again block defended down to mid-on. End of the over, just 2 off of it, 153 for 5.
Another nice email here from Steve. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Kev. How dare a Worcestershire supporter criticise, I don't think he's criticising Bradders, criticise our homegrown and beloved commentator. The source of it, he says, I think it was more directed at me, to be honest. Think about that one. You are sometimes irritatingly even-handed. You even allow visiting broadcasters to join in, unlike others. Predominantly to the east. Oh, I think I know what you mean. You carry on entertaining us with your knowledgeable, unbiased comments and leave Miles to criticise the just and wonderful Bradders. Oh God! No, I think it was all directed mainly at me, if I'm honest. Which I'm happy to take. Don't get me wrong, I'm happy. Well, I'm not happy. I'm happy to read out whatever comes in. I mean, listen, it's not the first time I've had an email in that says you're a bit biased, but if I'm honest, the ratio of ones that says I'm not is probably about 100 to 1. So there you go. That probably says something. Here's Finch to Varma, who's pushing that up to mid-on. There's no run. You got an email there as well?
No.
Oh no, have I missed one here? Dave Allen, Hampshire's former honorary archivist. He used to do some commentary with us up until this year. He would have worked with Bradders quite a few times. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Mentioned Jim Standen earlier of Worcestershire and West Ham. He also played for Portsmouth.
It was me, he was busy.
There you go. Jim Standen also played for Portsmouth. Apparently, yeah, Bradders didn't know that. And Dave would know, to be fair, he's in Portsmouth and he knows all that. Short and ducked underneath there, Varma. Of Hampshire's 1961 champions, Henry Horton, Blackburn and Southampton, Mike Barnard, Portsmouth, Bernie Harrison, Saints and Crystal Palace, Jimmy Gray was on Arsenal's books with Dennis Compton and Derek Shackleton, who was a goalkeeper with Burnley.
Wow. Gosh, they all had a few jobs.
Yeah, Dave's rehearsing some of his music and devastating, he says devastated to be missing this one.
Devastating.
I think there's a bit of tongue-in-cheek on that one. 153 for 5 as Finch comes in. He's got 2 leg slips now. As Varma pushes forward out towards mid-wicket. Yes, Dave plays. I've never really heard of this music before. Skiffle music.
Oh yeah.
Oh, you have?
Yeah, Skiffle Band. Yeah, I've heard of them.
Oh.
Yeah, it's I really don't know how to explain it, but it's almost like it's like a washboard, I think, and they have something on their hands that they then like play, and there's like a sort of banjo-y type guitar, I think. There's all sorts. Yeah, I've heard of Skiffle. I've not seen it a lot, but I've heard of it.
Okay, right.
Yeah.
I mean, Dave's always said, "Oh, I'm off doing, to play some skiffle stuff," and I used to go, "Oh, right," but not really knowing what it was. You straight in. Here's Finch outside the off stump. Varma leaves alone, bat high in the air.
Yeah, I don't. It's I think it was from a program I watched once, and it had it in there, and it just stuck with me.
Okay. Is it popular around Portsmouth, or is that just
I
because
have
Dave's
no
there?
idea.
Because you're not far from Portsmouth, are you?
No, but I've never seen it there.
You're not.
I don't spend a lot of time on the actual island, so I'm not sure.
The island of Portsmouth.
Portsea Island. It's an island.
Portsea. Oh yeah, but
Portsea.
not Port. I mean, I've never.
Portsmouth is
yeah.
Portsea Island. It's an actual island.
Right.
It's the only island city in the country.
Yeah, I didn't really know that. That's pushed on to me enough. That's embarrassing.
Yeah. There you go. Kevin James learns something new every day.
I've only lived down here since what, 85.
Yeah.
Didn't really know that.
I'm going to get a map up and show you. Goodness me.
I suppose I never really put two and two together on that one, really.
Yeah, hang on. Look, you'll see it. Because that's why there's the bridges. Look, so that,
Yeah.
there's water through there, through the top of the island, and it is an island. It's the second, it's something like, yeah, it's the only island city in the country.
Okay. Finch is in again. Farm again gets a length ball.
And if I'm not right, with the second most densely populated city per square mile behind London, and it's also got the most pubs per square mile in the whole of the country for a city. I could be wrong on those, but they were, from last I heard, they were right. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Amelia.
It's all right. I didn't know my Portsmouth knowledge was so strong.
No, I didn't. Very impressive.
Right.
Amelia's going to take a break.
I am, yes.
Yeah,
Sorry,
after
it's
all
kicking
that,
me off.
that was well, I'm not kicking you off. That's I think after that you've earned a break. It's going to be Callum Parkinson to continue. 14 overs, none for 36. Round the wicket! Oh my word, has that turned? It's beaten the outside edge of Prest's forward prod. What did that do, Dave Bradley?
I don't know, I wasn't watching. No, I was actually.
We're going to watch the replay on the live picture feed, and I think that might just have straightened. Prest turns it away on the leg side for a single. Moves on to 26, 154 for 5.
Got a question for you.
Yes.
It's a bit complex. This will test the listeners.
Is this a quiz question for the afternoon?
Yeah, it can be.
Great, yeah.
It's not, I'm not picking 11 this time.
Over the wicket to the left-handed Varma, who plays it into the ground.
Who was substitute in an FA Cup final at Wembley and was named 12th man for England in a test match at Lord's?
I love it. That's pulled away by Varma. Now it's into the deep. There's a fielder out there. Varma moves on to 39, 155 for 5. Repeat that again, please.
Who was a substitute in an FA Cup final at Wembley and was named as 12th man for England in a test match at Lord's.
Love it. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk, and for Bradders, as Prest drives out on the offside into the gap. 7.
I think I've
One of the
very well. To be fair, not very race course. It was
playing.
not holding this game from the end. It's right, the two short just going. Here's it's in the air for a while. Just leapt a little bit on Tom Prest. He kept it down. There was never a danger of that. Someone said to me, if you're on a train or on a bus going past a cricket ground, there's never any play. They're either setting the field or the batsman's taking guard. There's never any action. I've never go past that many cricket grounds these days. Brooks in bowls. Turned away, square, on the leg side. Parkinson enthusiastically coming in to make sure there's not a second run. And the field changes for the left-handed Tilak Varner, who is the epitome of patience. 139 balls he's faced for his 39 runs. And 6 of those came in one shot.
Yes. That's what Hampshire need, though. Need somebody else like that.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Adhesive cricket. This is gritty county championship cricket. This is not the... If you're a white ball, 100 ball watcher, this is not for you. If you're a connoisseur of the game, it is. Brooks in bowls, and this is driven nicely. Lovely shot. Perfectly timed. Just a little bit over pitch there from Ethan Brooks. Not of great pace, and Barnes been in for a long time. He's not going to miss out on those. Could almost see his eyes light up from here. Lovely shot.
Wasn't it? Didn't seem to be a lot of effort into that either, did there? Just foot down through the ball, back through the ball, and there it is, pings off.
Yeah. Mr. Rowley, if that was the same Mr. Rowley, as Brooks comes in and bowls, push down the pitch. Former professional golf caddy, if it's the same man. Used to tell us tales of daring do on the 18th tee. End of the over, and Hampshire are 161 for 5, replying to Worcestershire 679 for 7 declared. Like Varner has 43, Tom Prest has 28. Just 2 wickets going down this morning. Ben Brown was caught by Henry Nichols at slip, to his relief, I think, having dropped a couple off the bowling of Taylor for 12, and then Tim Dawson was LBW. He actually walked on the LBW to Adam Finch for 27. He missed the ball and just kept walking.
Don't see that very often.
You don't know.
A player that knew he was LBW.
Yeah.
Oh yes, quite right, umpire. We didn't have to ask that because the umpire, I don't think he'd even made his mind up by then. Here's Parkinson around the wicket to Prest, who works that to mid-wicket. Dave Allen is back on the emails. HampshireCricket@bbc.co.uk. He says, I'm becoming a serious fan of Amelia.
Oh, really?
He is. Who understands Portsea Island and skiffle. There we are. It's played away on the leg side by Prest.
Skiffle as in the music, skiffle?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Lonnie Donegan.
Was he skiffle?
He was the big skiffle man, yeah.
Okay. There's Parkinson again. Presses on the back foot, just steers that out to point. No run. So don't forget Brandes' quiz question, which is?
Who was substitute in an FA Cup final at Wembley and was named as 12th man for England in a test match at Lord's?
There we go. Prest just works that away past short leg for a single, and he moves on to 29, 162 for 5. Eddie Lawrence has emailed.
Hi, Eddie. No, I was just saying hi to Eddie.
Oh, well, I thought you knew him.
No, no.
Ah, right.
I was just being polite.
Well, no, that's very good.
I'm sorry about that.
I'm not used to it. 50-run partnership between these two, which has come off 124 balls. That's not. Over the wicket to Varma. Slightly quicker. Varma plays defensively. Eddie writes, I attended my very first game at the Dell on the 30th of October 1971, where Southampton played West Bromwich Albion, and it finished 1-1. The goalkeeper for the Baggies that day was Jim Coombs.
Yes. Juggler Jim?
Juggler Jim?
Yeah.
Because of his goalkeeping?
Yeah.
Oh, right. Not because he was some sort of magician?
No, no, no. Played for Lancashire, Surrey, Worcestershire, and was chief executive of Lancashire for a long time.
Yes, he was.
Yeah. I saw him last week. Jim, he was at the Worcestershire Former Players' Day. And looking very sprightly.
Was he? Oh, that's good. Yes, that's right. Eddie says he thought he played for Worcestershire. Was he their wicket-keeper, he says?
No.
No, he wasn't. On the day he saved a penalty in this game.
Oh, right.
Saints West Bromwich Albion, which was ordered to be retaken, and they then saved the retake. On the day, I was sat near Eric Morecambe, who was attending the game, but that was entertaining.
Yeah.
By coincidence, my first away game was in 1976 at the Hawthorns, which finished 1-1 as well. But as it was the FA Cup, I went to a replay, which we won 4-0.
Ethan Brooks is the bowler, Tom Prest is the batsman, and Gareth Roderick is the wicketkeeper, and he is probably the most active of the three, because he has to dive down the leg side to prevent byes. Yeah, Jim Coombs played in goal for the Villa, and John Osborne used to play in goal for West Brom, and they ran a sports business together, and they played against each other in the same match. And Brooks in again and bowls. That's a nice shot. He's going to get 4 for it. Timed it beautifully. No great backlift. There's no great. More a push than a drive. Once it beat Kashif Ali at extra cover, it was 4.
Excellent shot.
66 for 5. Yeah, John Osborne was the commercial manager for Worcestershire for a while, and I've probably bored listeners with this story before. As Brooks is in and bowls, and this is turned off the hip for a single. Parkinson and Finch converging on Parkinson and Wade converging on the ball. Parkinson picks it up, lobs it in, 167 for 5. And he used to read the teams out before start of play, before the days of PA announcers. And Worcestershire were playing Sri Lanka, and this was one of the early Sri Lankan touring teams with probably Chaminda Vas with 27 surnames. So Ozzy reads out we were quite looking forward to this. Ozzy reads out the Worcestershire team, 2 changes to the Worcestershire team. As Brooks is in and bowls, pushed away on the offside, no run by Via. Jim Smith replaces Bill Bloggs or something, he said, and we were waiting for this, and he said, and the Sri Lankan team is as written on your scorecard. He got a round of applause for it. It's excellent. Yeah, quite a character, Ozzy. Used to smoke a pipe. Looked like a train coming along. Lovely man. Brooks round the wicket in and bowls, and this opens the face of the bat. Tries to run it down towards third man, but can only direct it to Adam Finch, who's a backward point. And Hampshire 167 for 5. Are on 43 off 145 balls. Doing the job that his team would wish him to do, but he's got a lot more to do. Brooks bowls farther forward, propping forward, just plays the ball back down the pitch. The bowler himself on his follow through is also the fielder, 167 for 5. And the sun is not with us at the moment, and there is a gentle hint of breeze, but it's down on the concourse down below. It's a warm breeze.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? Off that concrete.
Yeah.
All those bricks. Eddie Revel has been on the emails. hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk.
I know Eddie.
Oh, right.
He's a good lad.
Yeah.
Decent footballer in his day.
He says, ask Bradders, but I'm pretty sure that Phil Neal played football for Lincoln whilst playing for and captaining Worcestershire, did he?
He did, yeah.
Pulled away by Prest, short from Parkinson, and that has gone for 6 runs. Just lost the fly to the ball somewhat, but a good shot as well from Prest.
Yeah,
Quick
bit short.
Yeah, it was a bit, wasn't it? Stood up. Prest played that well. It just shows he's been knocking it around for singles. Tom Prest been happy to do that, but as soon as the opportunity was there, takes him into 40. Length ball, better length there from Parkinson.
Yeah, of course, the Bradford fire, which we remember for all the wrong reasons, of course. Terrible tragedy.
Prest drives into the gap. Oh, it's well stopped at extra cover. Brilliant dive.
Ethan Brooks. I'll go through at the end of this over because he's getting it through fairly quickly, Parkinson.
It's played to extra cover. So 173 for 5. Hampshire trail by 506. Remember, 530 is the follow-on. As that's driven up to mid-on by Prest. Email here from Pete Fincham. hampshirecricket at bbc.co.uk. Not forgiving your lack of Portsmouth knowledge, compensated for by the fabulous Amelia. As soon as I said fabulous Amelia stops chatting and her ears pick up.
It's a woman thing, mate.
End of the over.
It's multi-listening.
173 for 5. Pete Fincham was happy that my lack of knowledge was made up for by yours.
Okay.
The famous film critic Mark Commode of Brockenhurst residency is in the Dodge Brothers, who are one of the foremost skiffle bands in the country. They play in Pompey annually.
Okay.
At either the Square Tower or Wedgwood Rooms. Says Pete.
Going back to the Phil Neal, indeed he was a dual player, but I always thought, as Brooks is in from the pavilion end to bowl and forward comes Varner, plays back up the pitch, no run. Because the Bradford City played Lincoln City that day, and I thought he was there that day, but he was in fact playing cricket for Worcestershire. So he didn't play for Lincoln City that day. And I think in the end, the captain of Worcestershire, a pretty formidable role as Brooks is in and bowls, and this is pushed out back down the track, no run. And I'm sure next week, if I see him next week, he's going to correct me. I think he was given the ultimatum: you either play one or the other in the end. So he decided to play cricket with great success. Ethan Brooks, right arm around the wicket, bowls and forward. Not for the first time today. Comes Tilak Varner. He's got 43 from. His next ball is going to be his 150 up. That's going to be 150 balls. Got 2 short mid wickets and a short extra cover. Short being 15 yards from the bat. Brooks bowls. This is tickled on the leg side, but it's one of those short mid wickets. Kashi Fali, who goes rolling away to his left to prevent what would have been a single. Matthew Waite as the sweeper on the deep square leg boundary. Brooks leaps into his delivery stride. And once again, it's like repeat. It's Groundhog Day.
He was so like this last week.
Yeah, he comes forward and plays it back down the pitch. The ball doesn't appear, Parkinson doesn't appear to be getting much, if any, turn out of it. And as my very good friend Kevin James has often told me, as Brooks is in and bowls, pushed out on the offside, no run, end of the over, 173 for 5. The wickets here don't really crumble, do they? Don't come into Bunsen burners.
No, there'll be a bit of rough to bowl into from the bowler's footmarks, but that will be about it. Email here from Graham Ward, hampshirecricket at bbc.co.uk. He says, currently cooking on a medium heat in the Colin Ingamy Mackenzie stand. And I have to say, we think it's warm up here, but when you walk around from the far end of the ground when we get lunch, it feels an awful lot warmer. And wanted to know your view as to whether we should be pushing for at least 1 or 2 batting points, which looks unlikely at this run rate. As Parkinson gets ready to bowl the next over, it's full, it's driven by Prest out to deep cover, and he moves on to 41. We're into the 73rd over, so the second new ball is not far away, which looks unlikely at this run rate. I appreciate that we don't want to lose the match, but we regularly seem to be poor at picking up batting points. Well, that's right, I think we were the second worst in the country up until Worcester's first innings. Here's Parkinson again, left alone by Vomba, which do help at the end of the season and have cost us in the past seasons. As always, thank you for the great commentary and all from all the team. Well, unfortunately, having lost 5 wickets for 112 before lunch, probably doesn't help when they're 5 top order batters. Drive from Varma wide of mid-off, that'll be 4. Just every now and then he brings out this super drive, which more often than not ends up going to the boundary. That's a great shot. He moves on to 47, 178 for 5. So that doesn't help, and if they do carry on at this rate, 2.5 and over, they will just about get 1 batting bonus point. Might get 2.
Yeah, but with 8 points for a draw.
That's right. And they can't afford to lose to Worcester, so let's be honest. without being unkind to Worcestershire. Farmer gets one of the turns. It's back pad past short leg. They very nearly took a single, which would have given us more idea as to whether there was an edge. Difficult to tell from here, but it got everybody excited. Oh yeah, I think that was an edge onto the thigh pad, something, but it was wide or short leg. That was at the bowler's rough.
Yeah, which could be difficult for the left-handers.
Yes. There's Parkinson again, and Varma is forward. So a bit of encouragement against the left-handers.
Well, we've had no left-arm seamers in this game, but there's been quite a bit of bowling round the wicket by the right-arm seamers, so there might be a bit of rough outside both off stumps.
Parkinson bowls on the line of leg stump, turned away behind square by Varma. Runs the first one quickly. Is he going to take the second one on? He is. Runs quickly, gets through, and Varma moves on to 49 at the end of that over. Dave Bradley is staying on.
Oh, yeah.
He's going to be joined, well, if you'd like to.
Yeah.
It's going to be joined by Amelia Clark.
You're most welcome to be with us this afternoon. I don't know if we've done this lunch, but I'll whiz you through a few scores from around the country, which are always of interest, or should be of interest anyway. In the match, Essex-Yorkshire. Yorkshire are 268 for 7, replying to Essex 368 all out. Sorry that made that huge total yesterday, 820 for 9 declared. Durham 172 for 3 in reply. I'll break off as Ethan Brooks is coming into bowl to Tom Preston. Prest drives pleasantly but picks out Jake Libby, although he's going to get run. In fact, it was Kashi Valley who didn't quite stop it cleanly, so he is going to get a single in the end. 181 for 5. Somerset made 379. Nottinghamshire closing in on that. They're 367 for 4. In the match at Hove, Sussex have the lead against Warwickshire. Warwickshire made 415, Sussex 422 for 5. At Canterbury, I'll give you the score from there after this next delivery. And this is turned by Varner on the onside. There will be no run. Northamptonshire 287 for 3, replying to Kent's 566 for 8 declared. At Chesterfield, Lancashire are 360 for 5 in their second innings. They lead Derbyshire by 466. To Cardiff, where Glamorgan just have the lead against Gloucestershire. Is a push shot out on the offside Finch Fields for Worcestershire in the covers. It's 383 for 5, Glamorgan against Gloucestershire, so they lead by 3. At Leicester, Leicestershire following on. Well, they're right for 205, which was quite a recovery, but they're 4 without loss in the second innings. Need 325 to avoid the innings defeat. Here, Brooks in, bowls. Oh, he's gone big on that one. Has he got all of it? He has. Jake Libby is chasing it back, but he didn't get all of it, I don't think. He's got 50, but a little bit, a very rare rash forced stroke there from Tilak Varner. It went up a long way, but plugged before Jake Libby could get there.
It did. I mean, do you think it was a case of, all right, I can see my 50 here, let's be having it?
Yeah, it was a bit of a strange shot compared to what he's played throughout the rest of his innings, and although he's young, he's fairly experienced, so I can't imagine it was his eyes were lighted up. But yeah, I think he's just called for a drink, and I think he just asked the umpire if that was all right if he got a drink. So very polite.
I don't blame him in this heat. The umpires are cruel to say no.
183 for 5, 160 deliveries to Akvada to get his half century. Prest has 42. Good stand by these two. It's 112 when they came together, so they put on 61 so far. Although crease occupation is the main target, I suppose, really, for Hampshire. Knocking off the runs helps as well. Brooks in bowls. Oh, no, he's back in his shell. Good lad. Totally out of character, trying to smash the ball down the ground. Pushes it away on the offside. That completes Ethan Brooks over. He's bowled 4 overs for 13, and Hampshire are 183 for 5 stats. Well, numbers if you want. 530 to avoid the follow-on, and 679 to match Worcestershire's total.
There's a question for you here, Bradders,
Go on.
from Peter Quantrell. I'm going to summarise, but he pretty much says he'd like to know what you think is going on with Henry Nicholls, because he's not having the best run, let's say, as a foreign import. And do you think Worcestershire will change their ranks?
Well, Henry Nicholls is leaving anyway after
Is
this
he?
game, yeah.
Well, there you go, Peter, you've
And
got your
Jacob
answer.
Duffy, they're both going to play Test cricket for New Zealand. I think he's just got into a bit of a bad run, Henry
Yeah.
Nicholls. I mean, he's a class player, he's a good player, but he's just, and as we all know, the pitches at New Road have not been very batsman conducive. The shot he played to get out here on the first morning, he wouldn't be very proud of. But yeah, it happens to all players, and you go through that.
There you go, Peter, you've got your answer. Thank you, Bradders. And we've got Parkinson coming up from this hotel end, and that's defended nicely. Down to short mid-off. Done. We've got a few skiffle band suggestions, so thank you to those
skiffle
people that have
bands.
come. Stephen Clark suggesting that Kev should listen, and that's gone up. Oh, there was a flighted in the air for a little while as that trailed off through the covers, but they've gone through for one. The Junko Shakers, I'll make sure to let him know, he's on a break at the moment.
Oh, okay.
Another one from Ian Barnett saying the Quarrymen. I've not.
Well,
Not
the
familiar.
Quarrymen were
Yeah.
originally the Beatles.
They were,
Yeah.
but I think they started off.
They
As a
probably
skiffle
did. Yeah,
group,
they probably
yeah.
did in those days. Yeah. Yeah.
And Parkinson is going to come over the wicket this time to tag, and that's again just defended nicely. Got another one from Russ Net. A couple of other suggestions. I'll make sure these are seen by Kevin and he can update his knowledge. Over the wicket comes Parkinson, again defended, just back down the track.
Yeah, I think Kev's knowledge of Skittle music before today was not great.
No. Parkinson starts his run up, but just turns again and will come in once more as he bowls. And this is all a big shout, but I think it was more of a hopeful shout than anything much.
I think it was more one of excitement. He's troubling Tilak Varner here. He's got a couple. There must be a bit of rough outside the off stump.
Yeah. There's Parkinson once more. He'll try to do a little ramp shot over the top, and it has managed to work. It's running away down at third man, and it has beat the boundary. Yes, well, you know, also the cloud cover has now come in, much to everyone's, I think, thankfulness here.
Yeah.
And there's also the wind's picked up a little bit, which we're now getting a lovely little breeze up here in the Cameron entry above the hotel. So maybe it's just doing a little bit. I think there is sort of nice pizza shape as we look at it on the left-hand side. Sort of bit of rough, maybe where one of the footholds has been. Maybe he's just targeting that, trying to...
Yeah, he certainly seems to have got a couple to go.
Yeah. End of the over, 188 for 5.
Well, Worcestershire have a new ball due in 5 overs. I think they've got a 12th man on because Finch has gone off. 12th man might well be Rob Jones. Can't see him out there, but he might well be. Here is Brooks in bowls, pressed forward, pushes away on the offside. Just a slight hesitation, then he suddenly realises that Kashif Ali's got a long way to go from extra cover, so they take a single. Indeed, Rob Jones is on as the 12th man for Worcestershire. So the noise level will increase. Because Rob Jones, not one of the shyest persons on a cricket field. He's got plenty to G up his teammates. He's at extra cover. So Brooks to Varner, who's driving down the ground. It's in the air. I got the impression that was driven into the ground. It wasn't a chance. So it was a bum ball, but Brooks threw up his left hand in an attempt to stop it. Didn't. So they pick up a a single. So Worcestershire in a way chugging towards the new ball, which they hope might do something unusual, although it is said that the Kookaburra new ball doesn't last as long as others. Brooks wants his fine leg to go a little squarer. Now he's in and bowls, and this is dabbed away on the offside, and there is no run. Thanks to Steve Williams, who sent me on Twitter, Brothers at BBC, or X, call it what you like. Did he and both of them do that? No, he was never a substitute at Wembley. He might well have been 12th man at Lords when he was on the Lords ground staff, but if anybody wants to have a go,
Well, we've got a few of those actually coming in.
Good. Brooks in, bowl short. That's a good bounce to that. Batsman has to duck underneath it.
Chris Cook said Richard Higginbottom with a question mark.
No.
We might need a little bit more information there, Chris. We don't know him too well. Or from Peter Collins, I do believe it's Mick Lambert of Ipswich Town.
Well, that's very good. Well done. I'll explain more as Varner goes up on his toes and plays the ball down to backward point. Yeah, Mick Lambert was substitute for Ipswich Town in the 78 Cup final, but he was named as 12th man for England at Lords because he was on the Lords ground staff.
Oh.
But he didn't actually appear, I'm told, on the ground. Well, I think he carried the drinks out.
Yeah.
But it was a match against the West Indies when the guest was Muhammad Ali.
Wow.
So he got to meet Muhammad Ali. Brooks in bowls. This again is very short, and well, Varner does duck underneath it, but I think he could have stood up to his full height because he's not a tall man, and it would have gone over his head anyway. End of the over, 191 for 5. Hampshire. Tarak Varner has 56. Tom Prest has 45. Well done to him. Get him, Mick Lambert. That's a good one. You've we've now got to come up with another quiz question. Yeah. Which is the biggest island city in the country?
So it looks as though Parkinson is going to continue his bowling from the hotel end. He is adding a lot of overs to today's amount as he comes left arm around the wicket, and this is just nudged into a short mid wicket. No run.
I think Kevin said when he played for Durham here early in the season he bowled 50 overs.
Goodness me. I mean, he rattles through him at such a pace, I suppose he's not got too long a run up as well. Again in, and this time swept through cover. It's deep cover, who will hold the single as he's there quickly. It's a round of applause from his teammates. A good run. 192 for 5 for Hampshire. They trail by 487. They need to score 530 to avoid the follow-on. So Parkinson just standing, top of his mark, Tilak on strike. Left arm over the wicket, and this is driven down to mid-off. But there's the chance for a run out, and it's been given! What a fantastic, a direct strike is absolutely amazing. We'll watch that on the replay. I think I even caught some of the Worcestershire guys by surprise.
Oh, looking back at that, he's nudged it to mid-on, and direct hit, and he's gone. Well, great piece of fielding, and a wicket out of the blue, and a wicket that Worcestershire will be very pleased to take. That of Varner, who looked as if, well, the press looks as if he's capable of playing a long innings. Just getting the replay on that, and throw comes in, and all the Worcestershire fielders were up. I think it was Matthew Waite's throw. I'm just trying to work out whose throw it was. But so Varner has to go. Just looking at that, let's take another look at that. Actually, the fielder is just out of shot.
Oh yeah, he's definitely out.
The arms go up from the Worcestershire fielders, and that is a bonus wicket there for Worcestershire. Right, we're seeing it again. Whose throw is that? Sorry. Yeah, he was immediately engulfed.
It's here.
In all the fielders.
It's the one just there.
Oh, is it Adam Hose?
So maybe.
He's normally a slip. Sorry for the confusion, folks.
Well, we'll see.
Jake Libby.
There you go.
Yeah, right by the skipper. Having a good game, Jake Libby. So he goes for 56, and as I say, that really is, I think that's a bonus wicket for Worcestershire. Because
I don't think anyone thought that was going to be out, but a direct hit is always helpful.
yeah, it did take one earlier in the piece when it was a bit tight, but yeah, well, umpire Jack Shantry was in exactly the right position.
Perfect position, wasn't he?
Yeah, side on.
Well, while we have a quick break, I think the fielders are going to get some drinks they've just had. We'll just do a quick rundown of the other scores. We've got Nottinghamshire trail Somerset by 4 runs with 5 wickets remaining. Durham trail Surrey by 633 runs with 7 wickets remaining. They're plugging away at that huge score set by Surrey, the second biggest in county championships. Sussex leads Warwickshire by 19 runs with 5 wickets remaining, and Yorkshire trail Essex by 92 runs with 2 wickets remaining. Callum Parkinson ready seemingly to get going. Prest, who's joined by Fuller at the non-striker's end. Prest just taking his time, getting his gloves back on after having a bit of water. Prest waiting. Taps his bat on the floor. Parkinson in, left arm over the wicket. Sorry. And that's just played straight back to him. 192 for 6 now, our Hampshire. Parkinson, top of his mark, already turned to come in around the wicket. This is swept through cover. Deep cover will be there, so they'll only get 1. Got one more ball of the over. 193 for 6. Pressed on 47 of 87 deliveries. Fuller yet to get off the mark. Up on the striker's end. Takes guard.
Oh, gone.
And he's gone for a golden duck. That was just clipped up. It was flighted by Parkinson. It was clipped up, and there was a short man waiting at silly mid-off. And a fairly easy catch, wouldn't you say, Duckers?
I'll tell you what. We keep saying every time we do a cricket commentary, add 2 wickets to any score. And they've added 2 wickets to this score. Now, I think that just stopped in the surface a little bit. And Fuller, just watching the replay, it really was just a little bit of catching practice to Adam Hose. And well, this is a funny old game, you know. Parkinson was very pleased to have taken his first wicket for Worcestershire.
Well, second now.
Well, I mean, Worcestershire they weren't waiting for the new ball, but the new ball is on the way, and they were probably thinking, well, I might get a couple with the new ball. They've got 2 wickets.
Absolutely. So James Fuller has to go for, well, a golden duck, and we'll have the next batter in shortly. I think they weren't quite ready to come in that soon,
Well,
so I think he's still getting his gloves on.
Probably sat with his feet up having a cup of tea,
Yeah.
thinking they won't want me before tea. But yeah.
So that brings Hampshire to 193 for 7, and you have 3 wickets remaining. They need to get to 530 to avoid the follow-on, which, in all honesty, is looking incredibly challenging and slim.
A long way off now, isn't it?
So, by all chances, it's looking like they will have to follow on and continue to chase that big score. They currently trail by 486.
I thought you were being very clever working that out, but it's on the scoreboard, isn't it? I'm giving your secret away here. You're not that.
I'm not. Anyone who knows me, maths is not my skills.
I always remember we did a minor counties final at Lords. Herefordshire were playing. It was Norfolk. So Norfolk are in the field. I'm commentating. I said, plays that down to mid-wicket to Jones, who's fielding there. And then there's Dobson, who fields that one, and Norfolk fielders. I came off and said, "How do you know all these fielders?" It's on the scoreboard at Lords, isn't it? It lights up to tell you which fielder it is. You don't have to be clever. You just have to have a scorecard.
So it looks like Don Kelly's going to come in as the next batter.
He is. That was the end of Parkinson's over. So here's Ethan Brooks bowling the 78th over of the innings. Tom Prest, who was watching from the other end, the mayhem that's going on. is pushing the ball away on the offside. The run out of Varner, of course, was the batsman's own fault because he pushed and called for the run. One assumes he called for the run anyway, because it was in front of him, so can't blame too many people there. Brooks in bowls, played back down the pitch. Worcestershire have been pretty chippy all day, pretty chirpy all day.
Yeah.
But when you get to this stage, where are we? 20 to 3 in the afternoon. We've had an hour since lunch. It would be easy to think, it's getting a bit hot and we've been bowling a lot. But those 2 wickets will really.
God, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
They'd have just added fuel into their souls. It would have, woken everyone up. They've got hungry again. They're like, right, we can do this.
Here's Brooks in again and bowls, pushed away on the offside. No run, Sholakurith. The bin man's moving the bins again.
He is.
He is.
He's working hard down there.
He's doing a
hot.
good job. Oh, that's a horrible job, isn't it?
Yeah.
Moving smelly bins.
Especially in this heat.
Who wants to do that? If you missed it earlier, folks, the bin was moving yesterday, apparently on its own, but there was a short man pushing it. Brooks in bowls. Push drive out on the offside to Matthew Waite. One more to the total. Kelly yet to get off the mark. Is facing 194 for 7. Hampshire. Kelly taking guard. Kelly, who we found out, his only game for Hampshire before today against the Sri Lankan Development 11 was also Ross White's only first class game for what day?
There you go.
What
goodness
news?
me.
What news, folks?
What facts?
Hello, here's a funny field. We got 4. We got 4 short mid wickets and 2 short mid offs.
In a nice little line.
As this is tickled away down the leg side. There's lots of oohs and ahs from the. They all went up together there. It was synchronised ooh and ahring, which could well become an Olympic sport in the near future. They all went up together.
I would watch that in the future.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I've never worked out individual synchronised swimming. I assume that it's synchronised to the music, isn't it? Because you can't,
I never knew. I didn't think what people do individually. I know they do it in pairs.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I'm going to Google that.
Individual synchronised swimming.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
Very big in parts of Portsmouth, the biggest island city in the country. So they tell me. Well, this is we've got another field here. We've got 2. Well, it's not as strange as the last one. 2 men in close on the onside. As Prest steers the ball to one of those, who is Adam Hose, who goes down to his right to field. I'm going to
have a little break. Thank
do
you,
something
Bradders.
different. And my very good friend Kevin James, who appears today by kind permission of the National Trust, will be with us.
So Hampshire on 195 for 7. Callum Parkinson is going to come and bowl another over from this end, the hotel. His last over was incredibly fruitful at taking 2 wickets. One of Tilak Varma, who was on 56, an amazing run out. And the second was James Fuller, who went for a golden duck. Nice, sort of quite an easy catch. Taking it, setting it off. Hello, Kevin.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, that was a crazy couple of minutes, wasn't it?
Wasn't it? So Parkinson just adjusting the field. Seems to have, interestingly, the keeper is up, but he's got a slip either side. So Parkinson in over the wicket. And there was a big shout there. As that was a big lunge forward by Kelly to defend.
Well, he's got his first championship run, Dom Kelly.
Yep.
This is a milestone in itself. This is getting a little harder for the left-handers now, isn't it, with a bit of rough developing?
It is. And again, that's just defended out in front.
But it is only the rough.
Yep. Much cooler afternoon here than I think we were expecting, much to everyone's relief. A bit of wind that's picked up. I think it's all a little bit of a break as Parkinson in again. Big lunge forward and defended off the front foot as Kelly. Parkinson wanders back. Dom Kelly must feel a little bit surrounded at the moment. Slip either side, someone that's silling it off. And again, that's defended to that person we were just talking about. Yes. Dom Kelly still waiting for another run. He's on 1. He's faced 5 deliveries. Tom Prest on 48. Callum Parkinson already in, and this is defended all the way back, and he'll do his own fielding. Stayed crouched over there for a minute to Parkinson. Don't really know what he'd seen, but maybe just drying his hands on the floor. Townsend comes in. Past the umpire and bowls off over the wicket, and again defended down into the ground, and Parkinson will do his own fielding. And that's the end of that over. 195 for 7.
Yeah, maiden over there. So Worcestershire started the day needing 17 wickets, so that's effectively 8 one day, 9 the next, or whatever, however you want to divide it up. They picked up 4, and we still have 49 overs left in the day's play. So, excuse me, not quite halfway in the day, and they've sort of kind of reached their targets really. Absolutely. At the moment, so they're on course.
Yes, and now we're getting into the sort of lower end of the Hampshire batters, so you'd think they might start falling a touch quicker, especially with some of the experienced bowlers that Worcestershire have got firing at them.
And only 1 over till the second new ball is due.
Ah, yes.
Be the next hurdle for Hampshire. Prest is playing well here. He's 48 not out, and he's facing Ethan Brooks with his right arm medium paces from the pavilion end. Short. Prest goes for the pull shot and misses. Goes through to keeper Gareth Roderick. There is a couple of men out deep waiting for the mistimed pull or hook shot. Looks like there's 3 players out deep now, so expect a couple more of those deliveries in the next 5 balls. Brooks in again to Prest. Short. Edge always talking through the keeper, and he's got him. It's exactly what he was bowling for, and Prest went for it and gloved it through to the keeper. And Prest goes for 48. It's 195 for 8.
Oh no. Well, a phenomenal bowl, exactly as you were saying, from Worcestershire. It was exactly what he was trying to do, and as you say, Prest just fell for it. And just watching it back on the replay there, the wicketkeeper was just following it along and throws it up in big glee there, as that's a big wicket now for Worcestershire, because that is really sort of like the last big batsman left out there.
Yeah, well, I mean, it was telegraphed. We all knew what was coming, and Prest couldn't resist. Well, Hampshire have lost 3 wickets in the space of 13 minutes here. They've gone from 192 for 5 to 195 for 8, and they really now are in trouble. With the second new ball just a few balls away. So, yeah, it's weird. I mean, these games are weird sometimes, where one side makes batting look so easy, and then the next side it comes in, it's never so. And did mention that yesterday. You know, I played in many games like this where you think, how on earth, how on earth can we be losing wickets when it looked like, the next wicket was a million miles away. But that's cricket for you, unfortunately. But that won't be of any benefit or any comfort for those in the Hampshire dressing room. They are so far behind now, 484 behind, and they have 2 wickets left.
And as you say, we've still got 48 overs to go in the day. 2 wickets left. You think, at the rate that Worcestershire are going, they could be gone by tea.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, I think even now,
Yeah.
to keep this first innings going, well, tea's 16 overs away, but it is the second new ball. I mean, I think Worcestershire would be thinking, let's get Hampshire in again before tea. That would be an ideal scenario. Hampshire just need to bat as long as they can, whether it's first innings, second innings. So, I mean, that was the same. That was what it was like yesterday after tea. It's what it was like this morning. It's not going to change.
No, absolutely.
Brooks to Abbott, and Abbott is forward, pushes that up towards mid-on. Well, I've said it a few times now, but Kyle Abbott has the second best strike rate as a batter in Division 1. Only Ben Duckett has a higher strike rate, and it's not like Abbott's hardly done any batting, so it's not like a couple of innings and he's got like a big strike rate. So, and he has played positively when he's been batting. So, is he going to change that? Probably not. So maybe the scoring rate while he's out there will increase a bit. Brooks bowls, gets most for Yorker. Abbott's trying to whip that away on the leg side, gets wrapped on the toes. Brooks is 1 for 18. That was his first wicket of the Hampshire first innings. 94 balls for 48, Tom Prest. Hasn't been a good session for Hampshire. This good one for Worcestershire. It's only 3 wickets, but it's in the context of the game, that's a lot. Brooks bowl short, pulled away by Abbott. Out to still one of 3 men out in the deep for Abbott. Same field as it was for Tom Prest, but he keeps his down, although they didn't bounce quite as high. 196 for 8. Have we had any answers for Brad Hughes' question?
Yes, we had.
Oh, we
had the right answer come in.
Oh, what was it?
It was sent by Peter Collins, and he said it was Mick Lambert of Ipswich Town.
Oh, Mick Lambert. Here's Brooks again, around the wicket this time, and Dom Kelly is in behind that one. Good over for Ethan Brooks. 7 overs, 1 for 19. Hampshire 196 for 8. They trail by 483. Thank you to Trevor Hillary. I think the ground commentary's gone a bit funny again. It seems to go like that a bit more regularly once we get past lunch and into the evening, late afternoon. I mean, as I say, I'm at a loss. We've even tried not to do so many changes this time because that seemed to be a problem, but this still is.
Absolutely, yes. We're not really sure why, unfortunately. No. It's not our area of expertise, so we do struggle a little to try and work it out. So, I've got Parkinson bowling to Abbott. Parkinson's going to continue from the hotel end. Just a little change in the field. Just waiting for everyone to be ready. One slip in place. Parkinson round the wicket. This is driven down to a short mid-off. That's the first ball of the over for Callum Parkinson, who is on the TV screen. It says he's 1 for 60, but he's got 2. No, he got. What does the run out? Oh, the run out doesn't count for his. Oh, I didn't know that. And that was just defended back down to him. And again round the wicket. Again defended down to mid off. A run through for 1 this time. And it moves to 2. 6 deliveries.
Actually, going back to Abbott, apologies. He's now the 3rd. He's got the 3rd best strike rate after Will Jacks' innings yesterday for Surrey.
Oh wow!
So Will Jacks is striking at 123 100. Kyle Abbott 109 100 balls.
Big change in the field here as they come and surround Kelly. And there's a slip either side of the keeper. A silly point and almost 2 silly points, it looks like, under the lids.
On the leg side.
On the leg side, thank you. And that's just defended to one of them.
So they become short legs.
Short legs, yes.
Yeah, that's it.
As Callum Parkinson comes in again. Defended back to him. Just lunge there from Kelly on the front foot.
Well, Dom Kelly can bat. He's definitely in as an all-rounder, so he can certainly stick around.
Parkinson once more, and this is turned. Gone straight to a backward square leg.
Now, they haven't taken the second new ball. Will they take it now? There's some chats going on.
Hampshire 197 for 8.
Ben Allison's in there. Trio, Jake Libby. I think they're just debating whether they should take it or not. And I don't think they are.
It doesn't look as though this over, will we?
No. I mean, they can take it from any time, so it's... Oh, are they? No, yeah. No, they're not. So they can take it any time. I think they're just seeing if Parkinson, especially with the left-hander out there, I think, with Dom Kelly, I think they're probably just postponing it a fraction. But believe me, it won't take too long before they... If Hampshire don't lose a wicket, I guess, shortly, I'm sure they will take it. Just to prove that Kyle Abbott's strike rate isn't any sort of fly-by-night stat, he has scored over 200 runs this year, so, you know, it's a proper stat, that one. It's not like, you know, Taylender coming in and scoring sort of 50 runs over 10 innings, and with about 8 not outs or something stupid. So yeah, he's been playing very positively. Here's Brooks again. Abbott just works it away on the leg side, moves on to 3. 198 for 8. Will Hampshire get a batting bonus point here? Remember, 250 is the first milestone. Worcestershire got 5, which is a great effort. It's not easy getting 5 bonus points inside 110 overs.
They also seem to have got another bowling bonus point because they're now on to 7.
They would do on
earlier.
7 wickets, yeah.
Yep.
I think there's another one on 9, isn't there? So next wicket will be another bonus point. The ball, here's Brooks around the wicket to Kelly, who's forward.
Alex is informing me that they get a bonus point on 6 wickets.
Oh, it's
3, 6,
369.
9.
Oh, I thought it was me thinking it was. I've only been playing and commentating this game for about 100 million years and
No, you
still don't. It's a good job Alex is here. Around the wicket, Brooks once more. Kelly just pushes that up towards mid-off. There's no run. Well, if you think the crowd are silent here, well, they probably are. Probably can't quite believe what they're seeing here, but believe me, there's.
Well, this morning
too many
I counted about 150 to 175.
I think this might be the smallest championship days crowd we've had this season.
I would say so.
Yeah. Brooks is around the wicket. Kelly works that to mid-wicket.
I didn't, however, count the people on the balconies in the hotel, so there's a few more. Let's say 200. There was a few out there earlier, mainly sunbathing, probably not actually watching the cricket. Nice little breeze comes through the commentary box there.
Yeah, there's a few to our left, isn't there, on the top floor?
Yeah.
Enjoying things. I think I'd enjoy cricket no matter what was happening out there. If I was on that balcony
absolutely.
with the bedroom behind me, I'd enjoy whatever was going on. As that's pushed by Kelly up towards mid-off.
Well, as I was coming in reception this morning, there was a couple said they were here for the cricket, and they spent the night last night, and they said the aircon wasn't working, so it'd been quite a warm evening. So I think they were very kindly being moved rooms.
Yeah, I did hear last night that apparently a few of the bedrooms were suffering with no aircon, and they were a bit worried about selling them.
Yeah.
They had to tell people, oh, that's a horrible bouncer. That's gone way high. And it's been called a wide. I'm not surprised, actually. It was very short. It did go very high over Kelly. He didn't even think about
he dropped his bat and sort of was like, where's that gone?
And Ethan Brooks is having a joke about that with the umpire. But yeah, it's what a time to have rooms that haven't got aircon. Mind you, my room last week in Chelmsford didn't have aircon, and believe me, that was boiling.
I can imagine.
Kelly's forward to a length of ball. Just the 1 run off that over, although there was a wide as well. And Hampshire on 199 for 8. Will this new ball be taken now? Or will they? I think having decided that. Oh no, hang on. The ball's been thrown back to the umpire.
Yeah.
What's happening? Or was it the new ball being thrown to the umpire? We've got 2 balls in play here at the moment. I would say, having decided not to take the second new ball yet, there's no way they're going to stop Callum Parkinson having another over,
well,
so it may be after that one.
I think one's just been thrown to the fielder just in front of the pavilion. Well, I think he's probably going to throw it off. He's walking towards the boundary there.
I've not seen a signal from the umpires yet.
No, that's just been taken off because he's definitely got a ball there. Maybe he's getting another one? No, because Parkinson's got one.
Yeah. The umpires haven't signalled anything.
No. Odd. As Parkinson just comes in and that's defended.
The ball looks remarkably dark though. Maybe I'm just looking at things that when I wasn't really looking at them before, but
maybe
the board is showing 83rd over, so I don't think it's been taken.
No. Parkinson in again. You can hear the wind just picking up, and they'll run through for 1. That brings up the 200 runs for Hampshire. 200 for 8. They still trail by 479.
Remember, 530 is the follow-on figure. That's just 330 runs away.
With 2 wickets remaining, as Parkinson's in, but bails out of his run and signalled a no ball. Tom Kelly at the striker's end has yet again been surrounded. As that ball comes in, and that's pushed straight past them actually. He's done well to get past those two short legs. As Parkinson receives the ball again. And it comes in over the wicket. This is driven straight back down past him. Very nicely past mid-off, and that's going to run away for 4. And it has indeed. That moves Hampshire to 204 for 8. Yeah, nice I can do that maths.
Nice shot, Tom Kelly.
Was indeed.
Through the mid-on area.
Just received the ball now, they found it. As it hit the advertising boards just in front of us. As Parkinson in again, and that's defended nicely on a front foot lunge. Parkinson will do his own fielding. One more ball left of the over. Kelly still on strike. Over the wicket comes Parkinson. And again, that's just defended. So, nicely done there. 204 for 8. End of the over. And that is me done. And I think Dave Brothers is going to come back in.
Oh, he's the only other option.
He is. Alex, did you want to pop in?
Yeah, just looking at Don Kelly recently, he's played a lot of second team T20 cricket. So hasn't done a lot of batting. Did get half century in both innings in a Hampshire second 11 game against Somerset down in Taunton. But actually, no, I'm looking at that. Actually, that was at the end of last year. So, yeah, it's not done too much batting in a multi-day sense. Welcome back, brothers.
Thank you. I arrive with the new ball. Well, I haven't actually got a new ball, but I arrive as the new ball is being taken. Just to be geographically correct. And Tom Taylor is going to bowl with it from the... Just looking at Worcestershire got a 12th man on. No, they did have a 12th man on. Riani de Valath was fielding for a while. And the total is 204 for 8. And Tom Taylor is going to be bowling to Kyle Abbott. And we're all ready to go. Cook slips in. Taylor leaps in, bowls. Abbott gets wrapped on the thigh pad. No appeal going down the leg side. It was interesting. I was conjecturing for a while that Parkinson, who seems to be getting it to go a little bit, if he bowled with the new ball, which was harder, he'd get it to bounce a bit more, wouldn't he? But the option is, of course, we're not far from tea, and give you quick bowlers 5 or 6 overs each, and you could get him back on before tea.
Yeah, and before it gets too soft, the ball.
Yeah. Tom Taylor in bowls to Kyle Abbott, who gets a ball down the leg side, and wicketkeeper Gareth Roderick goes across to the leg side. Pretty straightforward stop in the end. So, 2 slips. I presume there's a sweeper out on the cover boundary. Yep, there he is. Extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square, and a fine leg. And a bit of a topsy-turvy afternoon. 192 for 5. Now, 204 for 8.
They settled for 3 wickets in a session, wouldn't he?
Yeah, yeah. Here's the next ball down the leg side. Hasn't quite got it right so far. Tom Taylor in this spell. I was saying yesterday that Worcestershire needed 17 wickets. There was 6 sessions left in the game, so if they took 3 wickets in each session, they would win the game. It's not as simple as that, obviously, but they took 2 this morning, and they'll be very pleased with taking 3 this afternoon. 1 more before tea. Suddenly it's a different complex perception of the game. Here's Taylor in, and this is a better ball, which inside edge onto the pad, methinks, there from Kyle Abbott. The ball trickles away down into the slip area. Henry Nichols, the fielder.
He's just getting the ball just to nip back a fraction, isn't he? I know the other ones were down the leg side, but just, even that one there, just nipping back ever so slightly.
Well, we come towards the last session in day 3, so I know you say it doesn't crumble much here, but maybe there's the odd ball that's doing something strange. Taylor in bowls. Abbott gets a good Yorker there. It's dug out. I think he got bat on that. Oh, Tom Taylor thinks he didn't, but nobody else is supporting him. That was a good Yorker.
Cool, wasn't it just?
Right up in there. We've got a replay of that. And Kyle Abbott jams his bat down on it, heading for his toes.
But a reverse swing there, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Late. That's a great ball. Abbott's done well.
Yes. Bless you. So it's the last ball of Tom Taylor's first over with the new ball. This is his 16th over. He's taken 3 for 37. He's in again and bowls, and this is clubbed, not timed by Kyle Abbott. Bit of width on it, but didn't really time it at all. And at the end of the over, which is a maiden, the total is on 204 for 8. Kelly has 4, Abbott has 4. If you have just joined us, out today, Ben Brown caught Nichols Bowl Taylor 12, Dawson LBW Finch 27, Varner run out for 56 by a fine piece of fielding by Jake Libby. Fuller caught Howes Bowl Parkinson without scoring, out first ball, and Prest caught Roderick Bowl Brooks for 48.
Email here from Martin Hills. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk says, excuse me if I'm biased, or I'm a biased Hampshire supporter, but Tillack would not have been run out had he not had to take an evasive course around Matt Parkinson, in brackets, to whom no fault can be apportioned, close brackets, who blocked a straight path with his back turned in a static position after his follow-through. Well, these things happen, unfortunately.
It's not obliged to move, is it?
Right, here's Allison around the wicket, right arm over, down the leg side to Kelly. Do not understand why Dom Kelly elevated above Scott Curry and Kyle Abbott, who are both well capable and proven with a bat, albeit in Carl's case seems to only play one way. Well, Dom Kelly's in as an all-rounder. Curry and Abbott more as bowlers. That's the way they were selected. But both capable with a bat, as you say. We have to look at our pace bowling options since the departure of Mo Abbas, since we cannot field a one-man pace attack and overburden Kyle, as superb as he is. More on that in a moment as Allison comes in again around the wicket. Kelly just plays forward. And there is no run. With Brad Wheel injured and John Turner also injured and not really performing, where is a reliable third or fourth seamer coming from? Well, I can tell you that Keith Barker's not too far away. I think he's playing a second team game in the next couple of days. I think I was told that a little while ago. He needs to play a game or two, of course, because he's been out for a year. Eddie Jack displays enormous promise, but he's expensive at this early stage of his career. Glad to be missing this one, says Martin. There's some bowls straight, and in behind that one is Kelly. Glad to be missing this one, and indeed any Kookaburra match, so you'll be missing the next couple as well then, by the sounds of it. Fine commentary as always, says Martin, who's in Chichester. That's part of the world.
It is.
Yeah. You must have had a long weekend in Chichester, haven't you, in the past?
It's that long ago. It was before I was working for the BBC. I used to go on courses to Chichester.
Did you?
This was, teaching idiots to do things courses, not race courses or anything like that. Stayed in a nice pub there, can't remember there.
Allison comes in again and bowls. Forward is Kelly. You stayed in a pub? Very nice.
Yeah, always a pub stroke hotel. It's a long time ago. Yeah, nice. Nice along that coast. A lone gull crying above. They always cry, don't they, gulls?
Do they?
Oh, well, ambulances wail and gulls cry.
Allison in. Bowls and Kelly drives. Half stop by Allison with his right hand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right on cue. The wail of an ambulance or an emergency vehicle of some sort. Going out through the West End. Because I know my...
Well, no, I'm glad you've got
Hampshire
your bearings,
geography.
because I was a little bit worried about
As you know, I got back last night, first thing I did, because they're very kind, shut the curtains in my room to keep the sun out, lovely and cool. First thing I did, open the curtains. There you go. I'm wrong again.
No, it's not. No, it's I worried that even though you were going back to your hotel, which was 50 yards away, as he's ducking that short one to end the over, 204 for 8, that you might not even find it.
Yeah. Oh mate, I got badly lost in Nottingham the other night.
Did you?
Yeah. Came out of Trent Bridge, and my colleague Frank was doing something, so I went to pick a car up, which is only about a mile away. Got lost in the back streets of Trent Bridge. I was rescued by a member of the Worcestershire staff who very kindly drove me to find my car. Much to the amusement of many people, actually. I admitted to it as soon as I saw folks, because I knew the story would get around. Just suggesting I'm old and stupid. I think Brett D'Oliveira is fielding, and I think he's fielding a deep square leg. Indeed he is. So he's on his 12th man for Worcestershire.
Nice to see him on the park again. How many games has he missed now?
3, I think. Okay. As this is turned away on the onside, no run.
Close to fitness?
Well, I mean, apparently he's coming on as 12th man, would imagine so. He's been doing some jogging up and down as well. Pre-match, so one imagines he may well be back on Friday night for Worcestershire in the back to the T20 blast at Headingley. 204 for 8 here, Hampshire.
How are you doing in the T20?
Not very good. Lose this one, and you can, as Taylor is in and bowls, is played back down the pitch. You can lose 6, can't you, and still qualify, but you can lose 6 and not qualify. And Worcestershire have lost 5, so pressure's on a bit. There's, as with every T20 season, there's games that could and probably should have been won, but weren't. Narrow margins sometimes. But that's T20 cricket. Taylor in bowls, and it's been a nice leg glance actually. Keeper Gareth Roderick went across. In fact, it's come off the pad. Oh, I would have given, can't have it. I would have given you 4 runs there, mate, for a nice shot. Apparently, according to umpire Ian Blackwell, who is way closer than me, it's come off the pad. So 4 to the Hampshire total, 208 for 8. And we've still got 10 overs till tea after this one.
Going to be way over, aren't we, if the Seamers continue bowling with this second new ball, which I'm sure they will for a little while. What are we into the 3rd over?
A couple of slips, the close catches, and Abbott keeps the slips interested there, excited even as he plays and misses to a ball from Tom Taylor. Does that look as if it's shaped back a little bit?
Yeah, it does. Yeah, he's just getting a bit of reverse and just the odd one off the seam with this second new ball. I think that's gone in between bat and pad. Good delivery. That's what he's generally doing, isn't he?
Yeah. He bowled one early in the season. Was it Taunton? Came back a foot. Can't remember who the batsman was. But it was a wonder ball, shall we say. Taylor in bowls. Bowls him! Hits middling off, and Worcestershire have the 9th wicket. Hampshire are 208 for 9. Kyle Abbott goes for 4. Maybe that previous ball had a lot to do with that. Let's just have a look at this. It's pretty fallen dead. It's come back in. Maybe a little inside edge on it. But Abbott goes for 4, and Worcestershire are having a reasonable afternoon, I would say.
That's great shape on that. Great shape on that delivery, and it's going fairly late as well. He's bowled well in this game, 4 for 37 on this wicket. That's great figures. And 208 for 9. I think you can safely say that Hampshire will be batting again as and when that last wicket falls. I don't think there is any doubt that Worcester might say, well, you know, we might just give ourselves a little bit of respite.
Nah, they're not going to bat again, are they?
Nah, they were never going to, were they? Just watching it again in slow motion. Just watch that ball come back. My word.
Did
and
it get
that's
a little
late.
inside edge?
Might have done, but
yeah,
it's just the last third of its travels. Just watching it from behind the batter now. Just watch the line initially and then see that come back in. My word, that's a great delivery.
That's come back 6 inches.
God, that's a great delivery. That would have got a few people.
Yeah. The conundrum, not the conundrum, but now, with 9 wickets down, they could go to tea if the last wicket fell, because it's within 30 minutes of the original tea interval. So there's going to be people saying you're talking rubbish, but I've been doing that for the last 35 years.
No, they stopped doing that a long time ago. They got fed up of saying that. I used to get it as well, and then they got fed up and just keep saying it. They said, you're not going to change.
No, too late.
So we'll save time.
Too late, the hero. Anyway, they could possibly, this week if it goes to tea. But the other thing is that the tea could be delayed because there's 9 wickets down.
Yeah.
If we got that far, but there's 10 overs for tea anyway. At the end of all that gibberish, Scott Curry is the new batsman. And Tom Taylor is on a fifer. And a fifer on this pitch will be valuable. So Taylor into Curry, who lets the ball go by outside the off stump. And that is the end of Tom Taylor's over. And at the end of it, Hampshire are 208 for 9. They need 530 to avoid the follow-on and 679 to be level with Worcestershire, both of which are a little unlikely at the moment. Brett D'Oliveira's going off. Kashi Valley is back on. I don't think he'd gone to put his bowling boots on. And Ben Allison is going to bowl from the hotel end.
Stephen Clark emailed a little earlier. He's sort of on in-ground commentary watch, as it sort of slips in and out, as we've mentioned many times. Down the leg side, Tom Kelly just pulls the bat outside of the line to make sure that he's not offering a catch down the leg side. He says, you can tell Bradders that I'm extremely confident of avoiding the follow-on. ... Next time we're chasing.
Okay.
Well, that might be at New Road in about 3 weeks' time.
You can't knock an optimist.
No, and Stephen is certainly that.
Dafter things have happened in cricket, but if that happens, it'll be one of those I can say that I was there.
Allison around the wicket again to Kelly. Kelly drives out towards mid-on. No run again.
Max Boyce used to say that. I know because I was there.
Max Boyce.
Max Boyce, yeah.
Wow.
Still going. He's in 81.
He's not, is he?
It's 81, 82. I think he sang at the National Stadium last year before an international. Yeah, one of my all-time favourites, Max Boyce. Always made me laugh. But at the same time, wrote some wonderful songs about South Wales and the valleys.
Allison in again. Kelly drives to mid-wicket this time. I remember my late mum having a record of his.
Live at Treorchy?
Something like that,
Yeah.
I was very young and I used to wonder, what on earth is this?
Yeah. I can still remember some of his poetry.
Can you?
I've come to Pontedillis, to the place they call the Bont. People born here think it's lovely, but goes in and people don't. It's stuff like that. But it's some of his songs about South Wales and the Pithead Baths are a supermarket now, and Rhondda Grey and stuff like that. It's really good.
Yeah.
A car I had 3 years ago was that old. It had a cassette player in it, and I had a Max Boyce cassette in it. There you go. That's harking back. It's a good job Amelia's not on. She wouldn't know what a cassette was. Cassette player, Amelia? No. Oh, you do know what I said? Okay, good. All our yesterdays here.
If you'd said cartridge player, you might.
Can't remember those.
Yeah,
they were horrible.
Yeah, they were. Here's Allison, bowls, and Kelly flicks that away. Down behind square on the leg side, but inevitably there's a fielder out there in the deep. Kelly picks up 1, moves on to 6, and Hampshire are 209 for 9, having lost 4 wickets this afternoon. Which on day 1 it would have seemed inconceivable that a side could lose that many wickets in a session.
In a day, yeah.
6 in the day so far.
The breeze has dropped here, hasn't it? It's really gone.
Yeah.
A bit sticky.
Yeah. But It's a hazy cloud above us, which means there's no harsh sun yet. Allison switches to over the wicket to Curry. Curry's forward, plays it out to backward a point. Now, to be fair, Scott Curry isn't a number 11. Now, I know he's batting number 11. It's because Hampshire's batting lineup on paper, anyway, it's a strong one. He averages 25, which, to be fair, a lot of number 11s, single figures, teens. So 25 is a little harsh, but I suppose it's difficult to see how much higher he could bat in the order. But he is where he is, and there's no reason why these two might not bat for a while. As he turns that away on the leg side, and Curry is off the mark. 210 for 9. But it's a lot to ask these guys to do what the top and middle order have, on the whole, failed to do.
From a Worcestershire point of view, whatever happens in this game, they've taken full bonus points, so they will get, even if it was to become a draw, they would get 16 points from the game, 8 for a draw and 8 bonus points. I'm pretty sure it's the first time they've taken 8 bonus points in the game this season. I might look at my book and prove myself wrong in a minute. Tom Taylor is to bowl, and he is to do that from the pavilion end as the sun returns to us. It's been cloudy for a few moments there. Taylor right arm over, in and bowls wide of the off stump, allowed to go on its way by Curry. Taylor 4 for 37, start of his 18th over. Alright.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm back. I'm good. Had a little break, had a little bit of water.
Jolly good. Got to, you have to hydrate.
Absolutely. I'm on my second bottle of water today. So
Good.
yeah.
I think I'm on my 24th cup of tea. I'm not sure whether that's the right hydration, but it's water.
It's all liquid.
It's a water-based thing, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Taylor in bowls. Nice full-length delivery. Looking for that Yorker again. Dug out by Curry.
Yes, well, just after I left, they got another wicket, so Worcestershire are very much on top, looking for that last one. Who do you think they will be targeting most, Kelly or Curry? Or either one?
Either one, I think. I don't think it really matters. They can both, obviously, know which end of the bat to hold. Taylor in bowls. Pushed out on the offside. No run. And I mean, the pitch isn't doing anything. I mean, Tom Taylor got that one to bowl Kyle, but they came back a long way. And that was a bit of a not a fluke, because he meant to do it, but it was unusual on this surface. But if it is starting to go a bit, then Worcestershire will have, if a wicket fell again before tea, they'd have 120 odd overs the rest of today and tomorrow to try and bowl Hampshire out again. Taylor in bowls, play back down the pitch. Taylor sticks out his left hand on his follow through to do the fielding. So, a couple of slips. Cover point, extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket. I'm not going to say he's close, but he's there for a mistimed drive. Fine leg. Adam Finch just signalling to the pavilion, and Kashif Ali is the deep square leg fielder. As Taylor is in bowls wide of the stumps through to the wicketkeeper. The outfield, there are some patches of brown here. It's a lot greener than a lot of outfields. But it's interesting that where the roller has come on to roll this wicket, and one next to it, you can see it's distinct, the track. You can track them where the roller's been all the way around.
Yeah.
As I was saying, the sprinklers were on the nursery ground on the far side. I suppose that they can't really put the water on here while the game's on, even on the outfield. But once this match is over, I don't think they'll be flooding it. Oh, an inside edge onto the pad there by Curry. Didn't time that one at all. Tom Taylor completes a maiden over. He has 6 maiden overs out of his 18, and he has 4 wickets for 37 runs. There's a couple just wandering around the concourse away to air right, and a little one who was dragging behind, thinking, "Oh, it's too hot. What are we doing out here?" And suddenly catches up. I think he's been bribed.
Yep. Ice cream.
I think the word ice cream has been used there.
Yeah.
Is there an ice cream out on the ground? I think there is.
I haven't seen one.
There is,
Is
yes.
it? Over the back. Ah.
He's over the back there. Thank you for that information. So, yeah. He's heading off round there.
Oh, you could bribe me with an ice cream right about now. I can.
Yeah. It's that sort of a day.
Isn't it just? So we're going to have Alison come back in at the hotel end. Just changing his bowling marker. He comes in and he's got a much longer run up now with this new ball. He's come in as a fast bowler and he ducks out the way. This is Kelly. Quite a low bounce of that, but he managed to get out of the way. Elsewhere, we've got Nottinghamshire lead Somerset by 37 runs with 5 wickets remaining. Durham trail Surrey by 565 with 7 wickets remaining. Sussex lead Warwickshire by 63 runs with 4 wickets remaining. And Yorkshire trail Essex by 37 with 2 wickets remaining. So, Alison heads back to the top of his mark. Turns to face Kelly, who's waiting on strike. 2 slips in place. Comes in a bowl, good length delivery, and that's just defended. It's very straight bat, front foot back to him. So no more trivia questions for us.
Maybe we'll have to get something for tomorrow. Won't we? Yeah.
Absolutely.
I like the odd ones.
Yeah.
You know, who opened the batting for Scotland but got a Victoria Cross at the back of a Rorke's Drift or something like that. Nobody did, by the way.
You never know.
There were mostly Welshmen in there.
Once more. Good ball, this one. Driven nicely, very nicely through the offside. And that's gone for 4. Well done, Kelly. Gone up to 10 off 32. Moves to 214 for 9. Worcestershire still looking for that last wicket of Hampshire in their first innings. They trail by 465. The follow-on score that Hampshire must reach is 530. So it looks as though, by all accounts, they will be following on. As these two can do something miraculous. As Alison comes in, and this is another bouncer, and it's ducked out of the way of by Kelly. Curry's on 1, Kelly's on 10. He's faced 34 deliveries. Curry, the newest batsman to go and join the middle, when he faced 9, he's currently taking a glove off and just wiping it in the track, so just to try and get some of that, I imagine, sweat off of his hands. At a very hot day here at the Utilita Bowl. Listening to myself, Amelia Clark, Dave Bradders. As Alison comes in once more, bowls, and this is clipped nicely. And they go for 2.
That's Brett Oliveira fielding down there again.
Yeah. Is it 12th man?
Yeah.
Someone's off for a comfort break.
Might be somebody going to put their bowling boots on. Who's out there? Matthew Waite is out there. Adam Finch. Yeah, he's just waiting to come back on.
Alison once more. Right arm around the wicket for left-handed Kelly. And that's well defended all the way back down. End of the over, 216 for 9.
In fact, as I speak, Adam Finch does come back on. He's going to take over from Tom Taylor at the pavilion end. No, Taylor is striding up to umpire Blackwell and offering his cap. Now, Kashif Ali is putting on pads out over the boundary, would suggest he's going to go in and field at a closing position. So maybe Parkinson is going to come. No, we've got somebody else going off here.
Yes.
So Adam Ho's going off. It's
It's all changing around.
Yeah. Rob Jones is on as the 13th man for Worcestershire. And amongst all that, Tom Taylor in, bowls short, cracked away to the boundary for 4. Short outside the off stump. Didn't need a second invitation there, Curry, to smash it away.
Not at all. No,
So
very well done.
one of Tom Taylor's poorest deliveries of the day. Width, too much width, and short of a length, and boomed it away. Now Adam Finch is doing some warming up, so whether Finch is going to come on and Kashif is going in at short leg, and he's going to try and bombard the tail enders, give them a bit of short stuff. Next ball from Taylor, wide of the stumps, and this time Curry lifts his bat and lets it go through. A lone gull circulates the pavilion end of the ground. Even the gull looks as if it's too hot.
It does, doesn't it?
I don't really want to fly around here.
No, I'm just looking for a bit of shade.
Yeah, I'm just doing it because it's what I do. He's in fact on the full circle of the ground.
Yeah.
He's come back round here.
Just showing off now.
Yeah. It's like the red arrows. Here's the next ball from Taylor, and a puff of dust as it's driven out on the offside to Matthew Waite, who comes in from the cover point boundary, and then apologises to wicketkeeper Gareth Roderick for a pretty poor throw back in, which Roderick manages to snaffle by tumbling on the ground. One more to the total, goes to 221 for 9, and we've got, after this over, 38 remaining in the day, so 6 more till tea, unless a wicket falls. Taylor in round the wicket, bowls, angling that ball in to Dom Kelly, who's forward, pushing solidly to mid wicket. The flags on the end of the pavilion are just about. They too, like the gull, look as if
It's too hot.
we're supposed to do this, but we're not really that bothered. We're supposed to drift away from the flagpole, but
Do a little bit and then we got back down.
Yeah, it's almost, if somebody else wants to do it, we're quite happy not to. Here's Taylor. And this ball is a huge appeal for LBW. Looked initially to me as if it was missing leg stump.
Yeah.
Certainly by the way that Kelly played it. You can have a look at a replay. Pretty wide of the crease, angling in.
Oh,
yeah, I think that's
So that was going
down. Yeah. Well, at least that's what umpire Ian Blackwell thought. And he is the man whose thoughts count on these occasions. And he answers in the negative. 2-2-1 for 9. Last ball of Tom Taylor's 19th over. This time it goes onto the back foot. Kelly plays solidly out on the offside. D'Oliveira, the 12th man, does the fielding. Well, one of them, the 12th or the 13th man, is going to have to leave now because Kashif Ali is back on. Although Gareth Roderick is racing down. Oh, is he going to get a helmet as well? Gareth Roderick and Rob Jones having a sprint to the boundary.
Yeah.
What's the matter with them? What are you doing? It's too hot.
I was going to say, they seem to have full of beans.
They're fit young men. So we thought this might happen. Parkinson back on before tea with a newish ball that might bounce a bit, so he can bowl. Well, he'd probably bowl 3 overs before tea.
What time is tea?
Well, it'll be 32 overs remaining, so
Right. So we're on
what's that,
38
8
at
on
the
there,
moment.
yeah, so 6 to go.
Okay, Callum Parkinson from the hotel end. Curry waiting on strike. The right-hander. Parkinson's come around the wicket. And he let this one go.
I don't think that. No, there's lots
I
of
think
news.
they thought it might have clipped the
Could be.
stumps, but
Bit of kidology, but I don't think it missed by too much.
no. Well, by the reaction of the slip, who was bent over, his head is in his hands, buried in the grass. It looked very close. Parkinson starts his run up, but loses it. Curry wasn't ready. Steps away from his stumps, composed himself, and comes back in. Again, this is just defended on a big lift forward. Front foot forward lunge by Curry. 221 for 9 at Hampshire. Parkinson again around the wicket. Big shout for LBW, and it's been given. And that is the end of the Hampshire innings. Well, the first innings anyway. Scott Curry goes to Callum Parkinson before tea for just 6. And the big LBW just watching that on the replay, and the umpire just gave himself a second to think about it, but the finger went up.
I think it just straightened a bit, didn't it?
Did.
Got a replay here. Actually, Jack Chantry's right in the way of the ball, but yeah, it looked a fairly straightforward one. So, one would imagine that, well, we're going to take tea now, and one would imagine that Worcestershire will enforce the follow-on. Can't think there'll be any reason for them to go out and bat again, because Hampshire still want another 300 and they want 530 in total.
Yeah.
So they still need a 330 to make Worcestershire bat again. Yeah, and they wouldn't get those by whatever time tomorrow. It's interesting that they've all wandered off, and the club captain Brett D'Oliveira, who is the 12th man, has had to go back and collect the helmet. There you go. Put you in you might be captain, but you can go and get that back.
Your 12th man today.
Yeah. So Hampshire all out for 221. We're going to go and find a cup of tea.
Absolutely, and we will be back.
We'll be back in about 20 minutes.
Welcome back to the Utilita Bowl, where the players have taken an early tea, not because it was hot, but because Hampshire were bowled out. They were bowled out in their first innings for 221 off just 90.5 overs, which means Hampshire trailed Worcestershire on the first innings by 458 runs. And not surprisingly, Worcestershire have enforced the follow-on. Some great bowling from Tom Taylor, 4 for 42 on that pitch is a great effort. Adam Finch, 2 for 19. Callum Parkinson, the left-arm spinner on loan, 2 for 66. Half-century for Tilak Varma, 56. Tom Press with 48, the only batters that made scores of any note. So it was an uphill battle for Hampshire at the start of day 2. It's an uphill battle here at the start of the evening session on day 3. Amelia Clark is still with us. I'm here, Kevin James, and next to me, Dave Bradley.
Hello.
Thank you, Dave. On with the cricket.
Is that it? Can I get off now?
Brilliant stuff from your boys.
Yeah, I mean it's hard going. We said this yesterday. This is what it's all about. This is gritty, hard work county cricket. It's not flash bang wallop. The pitch is still not doing a great deal. Tom Taylor bowled the ball of the day, I think, to get Kyle Abbott out on the cutback. But there's not many done that, and it is hard graft on very hot conditions, and it is grovelling in the dirt almost, isn't it? It's just, you know, these are the days where you earn your spurs.
It's being prepared to put in the hard yards, and Worcestershire have done that.
Yeah, they certainly have. It's going to be Tom Taylor to bowl from the pavilion end to Ali Orr, and the first ball is wide of the off stump, well wide of the off stump. A bit of breeze. You may have picked up a bit of breeze on AirFX microphone. What's going on? Wickets are tumbling and the breeze is blowing in. The world's gone mad. What on earth? Whatever next? Can't cope with it.
I don't know if we saw this email from Stephen Clark. It was literally just before tea. He sent a trivia question in. I think we're not sure we quite got to that stage yet. He sent me a load of numbers on what comes next.
No, I don't do numbers.
Not sure I don't know if Melia's into that either. Steve, sorry.
Here's the next ball from Tom Taylor, which again is wide of the off stump, goes through to the wicketkeeper.
I'll read them out anyway,
Go on,
and
then.
somebody can have a go on the emails, but I'm not sure these are for me because I can't do these things. 072 069 gap 201740. So 072 069 gap 201740, and he's going to send us the answer after tea. Steve, we'll give people 5 or 10 minutes and we'll see where we go, but I wouldn't have a clue. What's that? Is it 1% Club? Or they do these sort of things, and I'm out by.
Don't know, mate.
I'm out by 2 minutes into the show.
I struggle with EastEnders. Taylor in bowls. Ooh, that goes through fairly low to wicketkeeper Gareth Roderick, which tells me two things. Well, one, Ali Orr had a little dip at it as well, and is the ball going to keep low?
The second bounce through to the keeper. Well, as a batter, where you've seen the opposition, certainly 2 batters score double centuries and batting look easy, and you go in a second time having not scored many runs in the first innings, it's a bit of pressure here on some of these batters.
Yeah. Taylor in again. Once more, wicketkeeper Roderick comes into the equation. Yeah, it's been a fun. The more you see of this game, I'm sure the less. Not that I knew much about it. The less you know about it, I think, because you can watch it forever and you think, oh well, that's not going to happen, but it does. And if you'd have told us this morning that Hampshire would be batting again after tea, I would have been very surprised. Taylor is in bowls, all forward, pushes the ball away on the offside, goes to Kashif Ali, who is at a backward point position, who avoids a drain cover in order to pick that one up.
Well, Hampshire today lost 153 for 7 wickets. Sorry, they scored 153 for 7. They were 68 for 3 overnight, 221 all out, 58.3 overs they faced today. 153 for 7 to get a team in that situation on this pitch is a great effort.
Cheers. Yeah. Yeah. disciplined is a good word. Next ball pushed back up the pitch. Tom Taylor on his follow. Doesn't take it cleanly, but doesn't matter because it's just trickling along. And there is no run. I did wonder if those numbers were shirt numbers of England cricketers, but they're not. Because England cricketers' numbers only go up to 700 and something.
Okay.
Don't go up to 740. Anyway, somebody's got the answer.
Yeah.
Let us know.
Yeah. 072 069 gap 201 740. Steve obviously knows the answer because he set the question. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk.
The last 201740 is actually the PIN number of my bank card.
No.
No, it's not. No.
Right, who have we got here? Ben Allison. To bowl with his right arm seamers. Moved from Essex in the winter. It's been a good move for him.
Yeah, it went on loan last season and then impressed and then...
He's in. And forward is Fletcher Middleton. As it goes out on the offside. Fletcher Middleton in the first innings made just one before he was LBW to Tom Taylor. Ali Orr in the first innings made 32. He was dropped at second slip on naught, which was fairly regulation. Started to get into his stride as he, in the end, was caught down at leg slip off the bowling of Adam Finch. 3 slips for Allison. As he runs away from us once more and bowls, and Middleton turns that away on the leg side. He's off the mark. Hampshire's second innings following on is underway. Remember, they are 458 runs away from making Worcestershire bat again.
Interesting on the boundary edge, just by the pavilion, there's 4 Worcestershire 12th men suited up, and I think that's Zach Varner having it, Tilak Varner having a little, having some throwdowns.
Is he?
Yeah, just in front of the pavilion there.
Wow. Yeah, I think he is, you're right.
In fact, he's just wandering off again.
Here's Allison around the wicket, or turns it away to wide mid-on, where Parkinson fields. He bowled well, didn't he, today? 2 for 66 on the whole.
Yeah. Got 1 or 2. He actually troubled Tilak Varner a little bit, didn't he? It looked as if he got 1 or 2 to go a little bit, and Varner in the end ran himself out. Well, Jake Libby ran him out with a great throw, but took a single that clearly wasn't there.
Surely Jake Libby should be stiff and hardly been able to move in the outfield. How he sort of managed to twist and throw the stumps down still. Allison. Ali Orr's forward, goes out to backward a point. He's not allowed to be that quick and that accurate in the field after batting for 160 overs and a double 100.
He is going to be on the field for the whole game, isn't he?
Yeah.
One would imagine, because if Hampshire do clear the deficit, which is another 300 and odd runs, we're going to be gone tea tomorrow, aren't we, if they're still batting there?
Yeah. Oh gosh, well, I don't think they will clear it. From it's 457. I'd be very surprised if they clear it at all. They might do.
Yeah, sorry, I got my son.
Yeah, that's right. No, that's okay. Or drives. It's one of those where Allison tries to sort of deflect the ball onto the stumps, didn't quite manage it. I mean, in the first innings, Hampshire were scoring at less than 2.5 and over. So we have effectively 120 odd overs left in the game.
9600, 111. No, sorry. 96, 131 at the moment.
31. So at 2.5 and over, I have to do my calculations. Allison in again, and Orr pushes that out into the covers. So what is it? 100 and how many overs?
Well, we got 35 left today. 96 tomorrow. 131 times 2 is 262, and half of 131 is 65. So that'd be about 300, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
No, 320 odd.
So they won't. I don't think they'll ever clear the deficit in this game. So they'll have to bat until late tomorrow to save the game.
And one man who's going to try and prevent them doing that is Tom Taylor, who is bowling. Oh, wind, yeah, breeze. Yeah, papers around. It's just wonderful.
Get my fleece.
Put the heating on. Tom Taylor in, bowls, and this is wide of the off stump and through to the wicketkeeper, who's Gareth Roderick. Slips are Hose, Nichols and Brooks. Kashi Fally is at cover point. Jake Libby is at extra cover. Mid-off is Matthew Waite. Mid-on is... Who is it mid-on? Oh, Ben Allison. And down at fine leg. Who is down at fine leg? Callum Parkinson. And the bowler is Tom Taylor, and this again is wide of the off stump. Batsman not involved in the action. Not a huge crowd today, and I think maybe one or two might have drifted at tea as well. Caught the 27 Mayflower bus, the X27 Mayflower bus to Hedge End Village, I would have thought. He could walk there from here. So.
Hope it was going the right way.
Well, it goes via West End and then comes back round the roundabout, turns left. Here's Tom Taylor. And this ball, once again, wide of the off stump. Is this a little deliberate ploy they're going to bowl outside Fletcher Middleton's off stump forever? I would have thought. Well, he's bowled a 3 out there. Maybe he's going to try and get the one to come back in now, Tom Taylor, which he did. To get Kyle Abbott out, which was an absolute beauty. So he's tempted him outside there. So what's the follow-up? What's the cunning plan in Tom Taylor's mind, do we think? He's wiping the sweat from his brow as he races in and bowls, and this time the batsman does have to play coming forward.
So this is Taylor's second season for you?
Yeah.
Has he improved whilst he's been at Worcestershire? What's your assessment of him?
I think his bowling has. I always thought at Northampton he was, well, you know, you get Ben Sanderson bowling at Northampton, so bowling alongside him, you're not going to be as good as him, because I think he's one of the best bowlers around. But and he was a hard-hitting batsman. I presume he's probably still in that role. He's in and bowls wide of the off stump through to the wicketkeeper. I don't know. It's a good question. It appears that I think his bowling is. I mean, I didn't see him every week at Northampton, so difficult to tell. He bats probably a little bit lower down. I think he used to bat 7, 8, and he's batted lower than that for Worcestershire this season. But good cricketer. Good bloke to have in your team. He'd be the first name on the team sheet for me. Him, Matthew Waite, and then people like Jake Libby you'd put down first of all, wouldn't you? As he's in again, pushed away on the offside. Not that I'm selecting the Worcestershire team this week, folks. End of the over. The fielders jog to t'other end. 12th man Rian Idavalath comes on with something for Ben Allison. And at the end of Taylor's maiden over, 3 overs have gone. Hampshire are 1 without loss. They still trail by 457. As a Mayflower bus, it is the X27. Goes up the road in the distance. Do they have names on the buses here, like they do in Bournemouth? Well, Bournemouth buses are named after famous people, aren't they?
Are they?
Yeah. The Bournemouth buses, you going along, you see a Bournemouth bus and you think, ooh, I've never heard of that person. So you end up Googling to find out who they were.
Okay. Here's Allison. Around the wicket again. Forward is all. Yeah, sorry, yeah, just going back to Taylor. Yeah, I've never noticed it on the buses, I'll be honest with you.
Can I just correct myself?
Oh, go on.
Brighton buses, not Bournemouth buses. Talking gibberish. Say again. So
just going back to Taylor, I mean, I've not seen him bowl lots. Saw him bowl when he was at Northampton a couple of times. If I'm honest, I'm not saying I don't think I can even really. He didn't stand out. You know, he was not one of those bowlers that you really sort of studied or noticed And I know it's only one innings, but I think he was one of those that actually I did find myself starting to study what he was trying to do, which I think is, probably testament to the way he bowled first innings outside the off stump and left alone. And he's certainly got more out of this pitch than anybody.
Yeah.
In terms of movement, not necessarily in terms of bounce. I think Finch has probably done that.
He has, yeah. Bowled very aggressively. I don't know, is the key to this going to be Parkinson? It's going to be fourth day tomorrow. I know you always tell me that which pitches don't break up here, but there's going to be a little bit of dust to work with.
Yeah, definitely.
And Hampshire have a few left-handers.
Yeah. Listen in again, or just clips it away on the leg side, and he's off the mark. Hampshire 2 without loss. Stephen Clark has come back with the answer to that.
Oh, I see.
So just to repeat, he set this question. What comes next? 072, 069, gap, 201740. And the answer from Steve is, it's the first words uttered by Neil Armstrong after landing on the moon. The numbers represented the date in American, July the 20th, 1969, at the time of 20 hours, 17 minutes and 40 seconds.
Well, I am more knowledgeable than I was.
What happened there? The ball just come out of his hand?
Yeah.
Right,
he didn't bowl it.
Yeah. Here's my over, isn't it? Yeah. So, hello Houston, Tranquility Base here. The Eagles landed. So that was the answer. That must admit, I thought that was quite difficult. I find those things difficult anyway, as we mentioned. But I'm not surprised not many people got. I think that
The Eagles Landed, which of course was a very good film, starring Donald Sutherland and others. Filmed in Norfolk.
was it.
Yeah.
The Eagle has landed in Norfolk. As Middleton works it up to mid-on.
All about when they allegedly tried to kill Winston Churchill. Some good actors in that. Yeah, I used to know the name of the church where it was filmed, because all those Norfolk churches they have stones all over them, don't they? They're stone in the walls. You see what I mean? I mean, all churches are stone wall, but they have the stones embedded in the. Somebody will tell me in a minute where it was filmed.
I could look it up.
Well, yeah.
Here's Allison again. Forward is Middleton.
Isn't that what we have listeners for? To tell us things.
Well, yes.
Save us the job.
But on this occasion, I might just help out. Was it called Eagle Has Landed?
The Eagles Landed. Yeah, good film. Donaldson, Michael Caine. Loads of good people were in it. George Peppard was in it, I think, wasn't he?
Oxfordshire.
Oh, was it? Oh, there you go. Well, that's the film industry.
Maple Durham, Oxfordshire.
Oh, right.
Yeah. Specifically, it says, as that's pushed up towards mid-on. That's a good over. Just a one run off it. 2 without loss. Hampshire trail by 256 following on. Specifically, the Church of St Margaret, Maple Durham House, and the Maple Durham Watermill were featured prominently.
Oh, right, okay.
Whilst the story is set in a fictional Norfolk village.
That's it.
There we are. There's the Norfolk.
That's
connection.
my excuse.
The word Norfolk appears in that.
It does. So Tom Taylor hands his cap to umpiring Blackwell. Well, the umpires at least have had some appeals, haven't they? The first day here, there was only 5 appeals in the whole day, and 2 of those were sort of muted appeals. So at least they've had something to amuse themselves. And of course, now here's a point. As Taylor is in and bowls, and this is turned away by. That's a nice shot. It's well timed. Probably going to just get over the right for 4. More a push than a drive from Ali Orr, but timed it nicely away through mid-wicket. The umpires have changed ends. So it is Jack Shantry now at the pavilion end, because once each team has batted once, the umpires change ends. There's a discussion here between a skipper, wicket-keeper and bowler. Not quite sure what that is. Well, why would I know what it was all about? Maybe we shall see. So Hampshire are 6 without loss. They need 452 to avoid the innings defeat.
I've just got a lovely text
Have you?
from one of your colleagues,
Me?
Frank Watson.
Oh, Francis Albert Watson.
Yeah.
Licensed to kill and sell tobacco.
Who I presume will be commentating in the game up at New Road.
He will.
Later on. Sorry, Frank, I will not be there, and I'm very disappointed on that particular front.
Cast a gloom over the whole game, you have.
But he's texted me. I'll come to that in a moment.
That discussion has led to Tom Taylor bowling over the wicket, and Ali Orr has pushed that one away through extra cover. I don't think Kashi Fali is going to catch that one, and indeed he doesn't. A fine chase by Kashi Fali, but he then can get there, and Ali Orr has hit Tom Taylor's consecutive deliveries to the boundary. Nice shot, just a bit of width there. What else was he saying?
Well, he says, in my opinion, Tom Taylor has definitely improved as a bowler since joining Worcestershire. He's thriving on being the spearhead of the attack, despite occasional overseas arrivals.
Yeah, I wouldn't argue with that. Taylor in bowls, pushed out on the offside by Ali Orr, no run.
And the club have been careful to manage his workload. He's very accurate generally. Thanks, Frank. Good to hear from you. Good to know you're around. I know you have been doing some commentaries.
Who has been on holiday? Where's he been? Norfolk.
Ah.
That's where he's been. Sorry, I won't give the game away. He might still be there, and the burglars will be in his house as we speak. But I know he was going that way anyway, heading off that way. Here's Tom Taylor, bowling to Ali Orr, Orr forward. Plays it to mid-wicket where, talk about diving in the dirt. And that's what Ethan Brooks does, because he's fielding on an old wicket end there. And he comes up in his whites are, they have a brown hue to them there. Slightly tainted. Very still around the ground. Nobody really moving. Apart from the players, of course. Taylor in bowls, or lets this one go by outside the off stump. Once again, that gentle hint of breeze comes across. Lots of chatter from the Worcestershire fielders. Get 2 now before the close. They'd be quite happy, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
And we've still got 32 overs after this one. So a third of a day's play left. Taylor. Pavilion end. Bowls or drives. Nice shot at the ground. 4 runs. So Tom Taylor's tidy figures been a little bit shattered in that over. 12 runs coming from it.
Yeah, bowled 19 overs in the first innings. Tom Taylor 4 for 42. Very muggy out there. Very, very warm indeed. And yeah, it's all about trying to keep up the intensity. Maybe just a little drop there, but understandable. This one's from Ralph Brooker, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says this is relegation form. This is Hampshire, of course. To be honest, our form, and I'm a Hampshire fan, has been heading this way for a couple of games. Yorkshire and, of course, Worcestershire will overtake us in the table. I haven't looked, but I don't know, that might happen. I feel the batters have not supported the bowlers all season, and perhaps for longer than that. I had so much hope for Prest and Middleton, but now the loss of Abbas and Vince is shown to be catastrophic, says Ralph. Fed up, but at least the commentary is great. That's very nice. Thank you. Nice positive ending to that email, as that's turned away by Fletcher Middleton. Square on the leg side. Start of a new over from Ben Allison. It's gone to the short boundary side, and it just makes it over the rope. A gallant effort from Matthew Waite, running around. We're still around the ground with the live commentary, which sometimes is a little in and out. Here's Allison again. Forward is Middleton. Come back. Again, Middleton gets a good stride in there. Hampshire behind by 4, 3, 6.
What have they had? 3 overs apiece, these two. hot day, what do you do? 4, 5 maybe. Finch and Waite, who you would imagine change bowlers.
Get Finch on. Yep, I'm sure he's imminent. Sun comes out a little stronger as Allison comes in and bowls, and Middleton again prods forward, hits the stumps at the bowler's end, and that's the end of the over. 31 overs left in the day, and Hampshire following on are 22 without loss. I'll leave you with Dave Bradley, and Amelia Clark will come in alongside him.
And we welcome our good friends from Sports Extra. The situation in the game, as I think my very good friend Kevin James just said, is Hampshire 22 without loss following on. They need 436 to avoid the innings defeat. Great effort by the Worcestershire bowlers today. Very hot and still a decent pitch. Tom Taylor in particular took 4 for 42. The outstanding innings for Hampshire. Varner made 56 before he ran himself out. Well, it was a fine throw from Jake Libby. And Tom Prest made 48. And the rest, quite a few of them got in, but then got out. So Taylor 4 for 42, the best of the Worcestershire bowlers. And he's about to bowl from the pavilion end. And Worcestershire have a 12th man on, who is Rob Jones, who's going to come in and field at cover point. I think he's on because, and I'll explain that in a minute, Taylor bowls. Forward comes Ali Orr, who's got 13 of those 22 Hampshire runs. I think it probably means that, well, he's putting shin pads on. Is Kashif Ali, or is he? But if he is, it would mean he was going in. Yeah, he's putting something on anyway. He's going in at a short leg position, which might be surprised if Callum Parkinson is back on this early. Or it may be, and I'll explain myself even more. I'm arguing with myself here, aren't I? Taylor is in, and this is turned by Orr to square leg position, we're going to call that. The aforementioned Parkinson comes round to field. It could mean that Adam Finch is going to come on, and he bowled a very quick spell yesterday evening and bowled some short pitch deliveries, shall we call them. So maybe he's going in at short leg, but he's definitely putting shin pads on, whatever you call them. Field changes for the right-handed Middleton, and the field is 2 slips. Cover point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, square leg, fine leg on the boundary. And this is off an edge down to third man where there is no fielder, and it's a pretty short boundary down there, so it's a pretty short boundary, there's no fielder, and it's a very dry outfield, which means that he picks up 4 runs. I don't think that was particularly where he was aiming, but he'd opened the face of the bat, and it was a controlled shot down to third man, which takes Hampshire to 27 without loss.
It does indeed. Sorry, I was a bit quiet there. I was fighting for my life with my hay fever. I was, fighting for a sneeze.
Yeah. Never stop a sneeze.
No, you know when you think one's coming and then it goes away. It's the most frustrating thing in the world.
They do say if you stop a sneeze by holding your nose, your eyeballs will pop out. It's not true, but you know, one of the great myths of life.
I like that.
Here's Tom Taylor, and this ball is driven, more pushed than driven. Doesn't really go through with the drive by Middleton. He's got 13, 27 without loss. A quartet of persons are leaving the ground away to our right. They've picked up their bags and they're off.
Yes, 2 of those have been having a very nice sunning session.
Have they?
Throughout the day, so leaving definitely a bit browner than they arrived.
Sure, I could sit out there all day.
No, neither could I.
I'm certain I couldn't. So Taylor in again, and this is once again pushed up the ground. A little more force in it this time from Fletcher Middleton, but still can't beat the ever alert Waite at mid-off. Just trying to see which bowl is it. Adam Finch isn't doing any warming up. What's Callum Parkinson doing? No, he's not doing anything, so not quite sure why Kashif Ali is shin padding up. Maybe he's doing it for later in the day. Tom Taylor, a slightly weary walk back to his bowling mark. In he comes, and this time Middleton gets a little hurried, but plays it solidly out on the offside. Umpire Jack Shantry calls over, and at the end of it, Hampshire are 27 without loss. They need 431 to make Worcestershire bat again. There are 30 overs remaining in the day. Orr has 14 and Middleton has 13.
Yeah, Middleton definitely on a better go of it than his first innings, where he was dismissed for 1. 13 off 21.
Parkinson into the attack in the 8th over.
Yeah, that's much earlier than we were expecting.
Well, it was a bit of a conundrum early for Worcestershire. They didn't take the new ball straight away, did they? And
no.
Parkinson actually bowled a couple of overs with the old ball, and we were saying the new ball will, or should, bounce more than the old ball. So for a spinner, the way Parkinson bowls gives it a bit of rip. I'd have thought they'd have had another leg side fielder in. Short leg at the minute. Where's Tom Taylor going? He's going to fine leg. So, Callum Parkinson on loan from Durham.
He is. He's going to come left arm over the wicket to Orr, who just nudges this behind.
To Tom Taylor.
Yes. No run scored.
Yeah. Well, we didn't think that he got a lot of turn and bounce out of it earlier, but as we were saying, it's the last session on day 3, so.
And again, this one's just very nicely driven down leg side, but it's stopped. Did he manage to stop that, or was it run away? I lost that.
No, it's
gone
away
for 4.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a really nice shot. Sort of past mid off. Had to come around slightly. Didn't quite get there. Thought he'd stopped it, but not quite. Didn't manage to get a hand on it. So Orr goes to 18 off 23 deliveries. Middleton 13 off 21. Hampshire 31 without loss so far in their second innings, having been made to follow on by Worcestershire. Parkinson again going to come over the wicket. And this time it's well defended and on the front foot lunge by Orr.
Yeah, just looking at the glasses to see if there is. It looks like there are some footmarks outside the left-hander's off stump, which there should be at this stage of the game.
Parkinson once more, and this is just it sort of trickled down to third man, but I think there was a chance of a catch. But they think it might clip the bat, but no one there.
I'm not sure that came off.
Parkinson once more, and again front foot defensive lunge there from Orr. Blocks it back. Parkinson will do his own fielding. And in he comes again. And that's bowled, and that's again defended down the track. And that's the end of the over. So Hampshire are 31 without loss. They've had 8 overs of this second innings. Orr and Middleton. Partnership of obviously 31, seeing as we haven't lost anyone yet.
We're going to get a change at the pavilion end as well. I mean, Jake Livy will be well aware he doesn't want to bowl it, bowlers into the ground. In fact, yeah, it looks to me as if Matthew Waite is going to bowl from the pavilion end. So maybe that's the plan for Jake Livy. Keep his spinner on one end, rotate his seamers at the other end. He's got 4 to rotate, so like I say, it's been a very hot day. Worcestershire have been fielding since this time yesterday. Declared a tea yesterday, didn't they?
Yep.
So it's been a long old time out there.
Has, especially in this heat, it makes it sort of feel double the length.
Yeah. So Matthew Waite to bowl right arm over to the right-handed Fletcher Middleton, and this ball sees Middleton come forward, playing solidly up to mid-arm. Pretty straightforward field here for Matthew Waite, a medium pacer, but Worcestershire's best bowler this season in the statistics before today, top wicket taker. he says off the top of his head, and then reaches for some statistics to make sure that I'm correct. In again comes Waite off the back foot, pushed into the offside. Nothing to be had there. Matthew Waite has taken 27 wickets, and Tom Taylor before today had taken 31, so I am talking a bit of gibberish, but he is top of the Worcestershire bowling averages, or he was before this game. 27 wickets at 21 and a half. So I'm glad we sorted that out, because it could have been confusing.
Indeed.
A few powder puff clouds coming up from the west. Waite leans forward as he comes in, played away towards mid-wicket. Jake Libby dives away to his left. As we were saying earlier, before our friends at Sports Extra joined us, Jake Libby in serious danger of being on the field for the whole of this game, because he batted right through the Worcestershire innings. He's fielded through the first innings, and of course he's the skipper, so he's fielding through the second innings. Oh, it's exciting. There's a blue Mayfair bus just gone up. They park up under the woods at the top of the ground there, and then they all start up in there. When I came up around this morning, there was 5 buses in a row. They'd all started up. It was like you wait for the green light to go for the start of the Grand Prix, the bus Grand Prix. I think we should have that.
Yeah.
We could have that, couldn't we? I know they have truck racing, or bus racing.
Bus racing.
Here's Waite in, bowls, and played no ball called by umpire Jack Chantry, as the ball is played up to Adam Hose, who is at a straight mid-wicket. Now, is that a no ball because Adam Ho's left foot was on the cut strip?
Oh, maybe.
He's very close, and Matthew Waite was going, well, I don't think I overstepped there.
No.
And I think Jack Chantry was explaining that that's why he gave the no ball, because Adam Ho's left boot was actually on the playing area.
Yeah, that makes sense, because as Waite came in, he was like, sort of
what's
pointing.
that all about? Yeah.
Seemed happy that it wasn't him.
Anyway, this is a legal delivery, and it's pushed away on the offside, and there is no run.
Yeah, Hose seems to be looking at it now. Is this the replay of it? Potentially.
Well, he's not on the cut strip there. No, that's the
No,
last
that's the
delivery.
last one.
Yeah. Don't see that too often.
No, you don't. Oh, yeah, it was definitely that, because he's just sort of saying to the umpire, he just put his foot halfway on as if to say, this is wrong, yeah.
33 without loss. Waite in bowls and pushed away on the offside. No run. Ball goes to Ethan Brooks. Lots of clapping which is coming from the Worcestershire players. I think most of the crowd who are still here, I think probably 1 or 2 might have dozed off in the sunshine, which is an extremely dangerous thing to do, as I found out to my cost on several occasions. But it's not a vast crowd here, let us say. You can pick your block of seats. Waite in, bowls, forward, plays the ball out on the offside, and that is the end of Matthew Waite's over. He's bowled 1 over for 2 runs, and Hampshire are 33 without loss. They need another 425 to avoid the innings defeat, or they need to bat for the rest of today 28 overs and a possible 96 overs tomorrow.
Yes. Having lost, is it 7 today?
7 today, yeah.
That task does seem quite big. But Parkinson coming in from the hotel end again, his preferred end. He's coming in to Orr, who waits on strike. He's going to come over the wicket and bowls his good length. Just pushed leg side, and that's running down. There is deep square leg out there who will save the 2.
Yeah, 2 short legs in there, a bit short there, Parkinson. Who's that way out there? Oh, that's yes, Henry Nichols fielding way out on the wide open spaces.
And again comes Parkinson, again pushed to the leg side, but this time mid-wicket stands waiting.
Henry Nicholls playing his last game for Worcestershire, certainly in this spell when he's with them. He'd like to go out on a victory.
As more comes Parkinson. This one's slightly more flighted, but well defended by all. Up to mid-wicket.
He's got a licence to give it a bit of air here, hasn't he, Parkinson?
Yes.
With that many runs to get.
Absolutely. Trying to entice the Hampshire guys in. And this time again driven down to mid-off, who scampers to his left but is there to stop the boundary. Another dot ball goes down on the scorecard. Only 2 off this over so far. Parkinson in again, wastes no time, doesn't let those batters have any time at all. Pushed out to mid-wicket, well, very short.
Quicker, flatter delivery there.
Yeah. Last ball of the over. In comes Parkinson. And again, just nudged onto the leg side. Just 2 off that over. 35 for no loss. 10 overs have gone so far in this follow-on second innings.
He got a bit excited there, Callum Parkinson, with that last delivery.
Yeah.
Whether it gripped a little bit. It's difficult to tell when the bowling is from the hotel end because the umpire is generally in the way. Maybe ask him if he wouldn't mind going standing a couple of yards to the onside so we can see the action. It's going to be Matthew Wade to continue from the pavilion end, which I know it's an optical illusion because this ground is as flat as a pancake, but it always seems to me as if he's bowling downhill from the pavilion end, but it is just the view that we have. Wade in, bowls, comes forward, does Middleton, pushes the ball away on the offside. No addition to the total. The sun glinting off the car windscreens in the car park across the road that leads to the back of the ground. Interesting that the nursery ground over to our left, which we get a good view of.
Yes.
The grounds, they've kept the covers on there all day, and I think that's to keep the moisture in.
I think it is.
Yeah, they had the sprinklers on this morning. Keep the moisture in overnight. Here's Waite in, bowls, forward comes Middleton, and pushes on the offside, no run. Adam Hose is in that fairly straight mid-on position. He's maybe moved a little bit. Has he moved a bit? Yeah, he has, yeah. His left foot is not as close to the cut strip as it was. Now he's gone back. Just to make me look stupid, which, let's be honest, is not difficult.
No, not at all.
Whoa!
Nice bit of wind there.
Hear that breeze, we love that. Waite in, bowls, and Middleton flicks this one away. Down through square leg. So his Kashi Valley jogs in from the boundary to field. One more to the total. 36 without loss. Ali all taking guard. Must be taking guard again because he has been down this end before. How many overs gone in this innings? This is the 11th. Hose has now gone to that very straight mid-on position, about 3/4 of the way up the pitch, but of course on the other side because of the left-hander. Weight coming around the wicket, angling the ball in to Alior, who has 20 and will remain on 20, nudging the ball away on the leg side. Ethan Brooks, methinks, scrambling after that. It looks very hot out there.
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah.
We're sheltered behind some glass panels that have some darker cover at the top, so
They don't get the breeze down there either.
no, it would be very warm.
Wait. Flings his left arm out as he comes in and bowls, and this is turned away by Middleton through square leg. Adam Finch, the fielder, out there. Field changes again for the right-hander. If you're a fine leg, which Callum Parkinson is, and you have to keep changing. You hope that they don't get 6 singles in an over.
Oof, yeah.
So that would be
A lot of running.
somewhat debilitating. Last ball of Matthew Waite's over. And Fletcher Middleton is forward, pushing out on the offside. There is no run. It's the last ball of my spell as well, so I'm going to go off and cogitate, discuss the meaning of life with myself.
So Hampshire.
I should say Kevin James is coming in,
Yes, he is.
talking about the meaning of life.
So Hampshire managed to score 221 in their first innings, and due to being put into a follow-on, they are now 37 without loss. We've had 11 overs of this second innings. They still are in a deficit of runs by 421. We have Callum Parkinson coming in from the hotel end. He'll be bowling to Ali Orr, who waits on strike. He bowls, and this is defended back down the track. And hello, Kevin James.
Hello, Amelia.
Hello, hello.
Do you know, I was just thinking while I was off there, and you know, it's horrible when you are so far behind in the game.
Parkinson just a big shout for LBW there, but no interest.
Because, you know, every little mistake is kind of magnified,
Yes.
and that's the worst thing, really. You know, you analyse every single dismissal and say you could have done that, you could have done this, and what have you. But you know, when a team's racking up 300 or 400 and a couple of people get naught, doesn't matter.
Defended well by Orr.
So yeah, it's horrible. Yeah, everybody would be analysing everything of the Hampshire performance here, and probably under the microscope like never before.
Yeah, we were discussing off mic about how they've had many a good year of Hampshire, and this is blocked again by Orr.
Yes, and this one's hard work, isn't it? I'm sure Worcestershire have said the same this year, because they come into this
Absolutely.
game in bottom. But yeah, I think with Hampshire we've been used to them being pretty good in the championship over a number of years.
Parkinson comes in, and this is pushed well. They'll get the one. And we've got one more ball of his over. 38 for no loss. Doesn't hang around. I think he's going to come over the wicket now to Middleton, the right-hander. Around the wicket, sorry. And is in, and this is driven back down to him. Parkinson picks it up quickly as if just to check there's no run out, and that's the end of the over. 38 for no loss. Alior is on 22 off 40 deliveries, and Middleton is on 14 off 33.
John Williams, who's in Poole, has emailed hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. He says he could be wrong, but sometimes there feels an air of casualness about the Hampshire team. I mean, the thing is, it sometimes looks like that when you're so far behind in the game and you've been outplayed. It kind of looks like that sometimes, even though it actually isn't. I know that sounds a bit crazy, but I've been on many games where we've been in a similar situation, and it's really hard. You know, you find that nothing you do is right, and even if you do a decent performance either with a bat or with a ball, it's never enough because you're still a million miles behind in the game, and it's very hard. It's very hard digging yourself out of this hole. You know, these two batters could score 200s, and you go, great, this is brilliant, and Hampshire still lose the game by 150 runs, and it's, you know, that's still a big defeat. Here's Waite round the wicket to Orr, who edges it past a diving first slip. It was along the ground. It's going for 4, and Orr moves on to 26, 42 without loss.
Yeah, that was a nice shot there from Alior. Managed to just nip it past the first slip. Watched it go, quite happy with that. Didn't even try and run.
So, still 416 runs to knock off here to get Worcestershire to bat again. Not quite sure that's going to happen. We did talk about that a little while ago, whether Hampshire will actually get that many by whatever time tomorrow evening.
I mean, realistically, they're either playing not to lose for a draw.
Correct. Waite then with his right arm medium pace comes in again around the wicket to Orr. And it's played into the ground. We haven't seen Mr. Finch yet.
No.
Seems to be held back a little bit, Adam Finch.
Maybe just being given a bit of a rest.
He bowled this morning, didn't he?
Yeah.
picked up, sorry, Matthew Finch, isn't it? No, it's, what am I saying? Adam Finch. I wrote down Matthew Finch earlier. Got Liam Dawson, LBW, this morning. There is a wide first slip. Oh, wait, that's Henry Nichols. As he's in again and bowls. Or keeps a little low on him. Just bends down as he plays that shot up towards mid-on. So you're looking forward to going to Wimbledon tomorrow?
I am indeed, yes. Travelling up tomorrow and going to pick my accreditation up, meet some of the team, and then start on Thursday.
Oh, so you've got a day, what?
Yeah, I've got to go and we'll travel up, go and meet them, go and find my hotel, go and get my accreditation shift, go and go through all the rigmarole of, you know, providing all this sort of, you know, all your details and your sort of, you know, documentation and things. So, yeah.
Waiting again. Oh, pushes forward. Oh, so you get a day up there, but not actually working. It's all right.
Yeah, it's not bad. But then, yeah, I think the first couple of days I start at 7 in the morning, and I think I'm doing through until about 3 o'clock. I don't care. Do whenever.
Yeah, that's all right. That's good. Working for the BBC.
Yeah.
Very nice. You must be keeping an eye on some schools today.
I am. Yes. Yeah.
Any notable ones?
Well, 2 Brits are in action. We've got Dan Evans and Jay Clark. They're locked in a bit of a battle. Unfortunately, Jay Clark, the lower seeded player, is losing that battle.
Or drives through point. That should go for 4. Nice shot, slightly over pitched.
Although we are going to lose 1 Brit today, from that match at least 1 Brit goes through. So we're always guaranteed one goes through.
All moves on to 30, 46 without loss. Hampshire second time round. So an all British clash, yeah?
Yes. Yeah, Dan Evans coming through there. He's got 2 sets up and he's 5-2 in the third. So looks like he's very much going to take that. Another Brit as well in action. Francesca Jones won the first set. Looks like she might be about to lose the second, but hopefully she can come through that.
Now, I'm guessing that is a name that you don't want to pronounce.
That is a name that I'm not even going to attempt. I wouldn't even know where to start. I'll show you it in a second.
Waiting again. Goes a short one to Alior, who just ducks inside the line. End of the over. 46 without loss. Hampshire trail by 2, 4-12. What, Francesca Jones? Oh no, Utilita. Oh yeah, I'm going to have a little stab at this.
Go for it.
Starodub Setsova.
There you go.
Is that close?
I don't know. I will tell you later on when I hear someone pronounce it.
It's a tennis commentator's
Worst
journalist dream. Nightmare. Some of those names that pop up.
Indeed.
Mind you, once you practice, I mean, I hadn't practiced.
I think once you hear it, said properly, then I think it's okay. Petra Kvitova also in action on court number 1. She said she will be retiring later in the year, so this is her last Wimbledon. She's won 2 of the singles titles there before, so playing Emma Navarro, 10th seed, hoping to knock her out. But tight contest there. We've got Callum Parkinson coming in again from the hotel. Going around the wicket, and that's well left by Milton. Hampshire on 46 for no loss. A better start than their first innings, it must be said. These 2 have stayed out for a good couple of overs so far. Parkinson once more. Again, well blocked by Middleton.
I think he's got a few overs in here this evening. Matt Parkinson, Callum Parkinson.
If you can't tell, the heat's getting to all of us now. Parkinson in and once more. Getting blocked nicely. Parkinson does his own fielding.
He's getting the odd one just to grip a fraction, but it's slow and it's not a lot really. There's not a lot to work
Once
with.
more. Again, blocks.
Just relying on accuracy.
Indeed.
Is he on a 2-game loan, 1-game loan? Parkinson, 1-game loan for this game.
Wow. So yeah, they'll definitely be getting the most out of him. And he comes. And that is blocked. Oh, that was a little shout in the crowd.
It's like they must have known the pitch that was going to be played on in advance. He picked up 2 wickets in the first innings. That was one more than he bowled when he was here with Durham earlier in the season. He bowled something like 50 overs and then he picked up 1.
Gosh. Around the wicket comes again, and this time just a little bit more effort put behind that from Middleton. Didn't manage to score a run there. That was a maiden over from Parkinson. His first of this innings. Hampshire are 46 for no loss.
So it's been a tough game for Hampshire from start to finish. This one. And it does put a bit of pressure on the next couple of championship games coming up. The next are in action here against Nottinghamshire. And then they are up at New Road in the return fixture. So quite important, well, they're all important fixtures from here on in, but it does feel as though these next couple, especially with the Kookaburra Ball, are especially important. Now we've got Adam Finch into the attack from the pavilion end. Seems to prefer that. He's bowled all his spells from there, and he's around the wicket to Ali Orr. Bowls short, also on the back foot, wants a single, no, says Middleton. Now he's employing the same field that he employed in the first innings to Ali Orr, and had him caught at leg slip. He's got the leg slip in, so I think he'll be banging it in a little bit here, Finch.
I mean, that's what Worcestershire did so well in the first innings. They made Hampshire play so many balls that they didn't really want to because they were so accurate. So I imagine they'll be doing the same thing again.
Finch in again then. Bowls on the back foot. Does hit the deck well here, Adam Finch. Bangs it in. Looks quite strong.
Yeah, and he's not got sort of the fastest run up in the world, but his arms sort of whip round, and that's really where he gets that speed coming from.
Yeah, strong shoulders.
Absolutely.
Strong shoulders. We're in the 15th over, 46 without loss. Hampshire following on here. Still 4-12 behind, having been 4-5-8 behind when they were bowled out. Oh, he's got hit there. Ali Orr ducked into that one. I think he hit him on the shoulder. Yeah, we'll get a leg by because he was taking evasive action. Let's watch this again on the live picture feed. It's a nasty short delivery, this one. Comes in and ducks there, just gets hit. He doesn't want to be playing that ball away on the leg side. They say he was out in the first innings. And he will know that because he looked a little disappointed with himself because the field was set for that dismissal. So he's aware there's a leg slip in, and he's aware that there will be some short pitch bowling from Finch, and he doesn't really want to be playing at it, hence why he's trying to evade it. But it's Fletcher Middleton to face the next delivery. Middleton works it away to short mid-wicket. Just creates a different set of questions, does Adam Finch. Worcestershire on the whole have been very accurate and asked questions in that way, but Finch just makes you think a little different as a batter. With the ball banged in short of a length or shorter.
Absolutely. Yes. Well, he'll be looking for his first wicket.
Couple of wickets in the first innings. He's over the wicket to Middleton again. Middleton ducks low on that one.
The Hampshire boys are very much going, no.
2 for 19.
I can't blame him. I think I'd be doing about the same.
Yeah, it's not easy to play, you know, when somebody's hitting the deck like that, even with a Kookaburra and a placid deck. Somebody that can hit the deck like he does hard. It's a great skill. Imagine him on a quicker wicket and a bit more bouncy. He would certainly be a handful. Finch in again, bowls, length short of a length. Middleton works that to mid-wicket, end of the over. Apart from that leg by, it was a maiden. Well, it is a maiden technically, of course. And Hampshire are 47 without loss. If you're watching the live picture feed there, Hampshire trailing by 4-11 after that mammoth Worcestershire first innings total of 6-7-9-4-7. Certainly put Hampshire under pressure from the word go. They lost 3 wickets last night and were only able to add another 153 this morning for their last 7 wickets, bowled out for 221. And here they are, second time around, 47 without loss.
Callum Parkinson back in at the hotel end. I think you're right, Kev. I think he's got many an over in him this evening. 22 overs minimum remaining as Parkinson straight in, and this is well defended by Orr. And I mean, these two are doing well. They're playing the game. You know, they're into bat, but my only slight concern is that they really aren't getting any runs at any quick rate at all. Which I know is probably the game plan at the moment. Just stay in there as Parkinson comes over the wicket again, and this is just worked onto the leg side. No run.
Yeah, I think it's also showing supporters, the club, coaching staff that you know, there is some fight in this batting. I think that's quite important this time round.
Absolutely. Parkinson once more. Good defence there from Orr. Front foot block. Spins his bat in his hand after every. Quite enjoys that. I do that with my tennis racket.
Do you?
Spin it in your hand, yeah. As Parkinson comes in, and this is driven nicely down on the offside, and that's gone for 4. Well, just as I was saying that, Orr must have heard me and gone, okay, well, I'll have 4. But maybe just waiting for a slight, just the delivery he wanted really from Parkinson. And he managed to drive that through very nicely.
Yeah, real half volley there from Parkinson. Just pitching it up, seeing if there's any more rough there, but a little too full.
2 balls left of this over for Parkinson, and that is the 50-run partnership of these two, as Hampshire move to 51 without loss. So it's their 50 for Hampshire, and obviously these two.
I don't think there's been too many of those this season. I haven't actually counted them up, but with Mark Stoneman not particularly scoring runs, hence why he's missed out on this fixture.
Parkinson, last ball of the over, well defended, half shout there, but no interest. End of the over, 51 without loss. We'll just watch that replay.
There's a bit of turn out the bowler's foot marks there.
He turned to the umpire. It was very half-hearted a bit there from Callum Parkinson.
Probably surprised one turned.
Yeah.
Yes, Mark Stoneman last week as well, of course, was left out of the side. Probably won't see him again. I'm not sure, but I think with Ali Orr coming into the side, I think he's going to be given a bit of a run. And of course, we're already into the second half of the championship campaign. Yeah, 21 overs left in the day. And we're approaching 5 o'clock here at the Utilita Bowl, where the sun's coming out a little stronger. As Middleton just works that away off his hip, through backward of square leg. To Parkinson, back in the game, running around from fine leg. 2 runs to the total, 53 without loss. So we've had hazy cloud, haven't we, for most of the day, which has kept the harshness of the sun away, but we are now getting to a point where there's a lot of blue sky above us, and that sun is starting to come through a little warmer. Getting into the territory where my laptop yesterday gave up. It's still a bit poorly today, to be honest. There's a short delivery and Middleton ducks underneath that one. Yeah, so beware.
Well, I think with the windows closed, it's giving some much needed shade, so hopefully the stuff isn't getting too warm.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's probably something I should have done yesterday or day before, but we're trialling commentating behind some windows, big windows here, which is the first time I think I've done that. So far, so good.
Indeed.
This Finch again in bowls, short again, and Middleton ducks underneath that one. It's a good pace on here. I know it's short. Emily, what he's trying to do, of course, is just try and get the batters either to play a false pull shot or hook shot, or get them rocking on the back foot, so then when he pitches one up, they're not quite far forward with their weight or their head and make a mistake.
Don't forget, England women are playing India in their T20, second of the series tonight, down in Bristol, the Seat Unique Stadium at 6:30.
Yes, there's another short delivery. That's quick. I mean, that's a really good pace on here. Called for the over.
I'd love to know how fast that is. There should be a like a shot clock of how quick the bowler's ball is coming in. Because I think these would be clocking up some really healthy miles from Finch.
I mean, that's good carry as well. 53 without loss. Just got an email here from Joris Verhel. Don't think I've got that right at all, and I really apologise. It's down the leg side. I'm going to say Joris. Do you think that's good? Do you think that's close enough? Apologies if I haven't got that right. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Now, earlier today we set a challenge of naming a combined Hampshire and Worcestershire side, a team where players have played for both clubs, first class, and we got some really good names out of it. One of those that came up was Chaminda Vass, and that's what this email is about. Coming back to the topic of complicated names, because then Brad has showed us his middle names, of which there were many and long. Chaminda Vass, and I'm not sure he's actually sent me the attachment, but anyway, that's a plate to leg slip. It's along the ground, fielded by Adam Hose. End of the over, 53 without loss. He says there is, oh no, he hasn't, but he says there is a lovely clip on YouTube of David Bumble Lloyd recounting a story involving Chaminda Vass. Are you off, Amelia?
I am indeed. I'm going to make way.
Thank you very much. Whose full name he pronounces without any problem. And the signing of cricket bats, well worth watching, although perhaps less so for Darren Goff. That's an interesting one. I might look at that at some point. Greatly enjoying the commentary from Holland. Thank you for making the hot weather slightly more bearable. So clearly, even in Holland, there is some hot temperatures around. Welcome back, Mr. Bradley.
Thank you very much. It's an absolute pleasure to be here.
Not watching your side do so well, of course.
Well, yeah. I mean, these two lads have done well.
They have.
Opening for Hampshire, making it very difficult.
So here's Callum Parkinson and over the wickets to Alior. He's prodding forward on that one. Parkinson will be hoping to land a couple more in those bowlers' footmarks down the wicket outside the off stump, and hoping that one or two will turn, and that's why those two fielders are close in on the leg side. Oh, that's bounced and turned out of the rough. Saw the puff of dust there as well. Wraps him on the thigh pad. Let's watch this again on the live picture feed. There's the dust, and oh yeah, that did bounce. It is out of the bowler's rough, which is, of course, is a left-hander's problem more than a right-hander's problem. But it does give Parkinson some encouragement. As he bowls and all gets one that keeps a little low, he will get a single. Out on the leg side, moves on to 35, 54 without loss.
Yeah, getting very excited, those Worcestershire close fielders. Brett D'Oliveira has been on for some time, fielding. I'm just trying to figure out who is not on there. It might be Tom Taylor.
Round the wicket this time to the right-hander Middleton. He pushes that out quietly on the offside. He's done a bit of bowling.
Although that might be he at backward point. I'm just going through the list to see who's not out there.
Is Libby out there? It's pushed in on the line of middle and leg. A bit of inside edge onto the pad, that one. It's going down leg side anyway. I don't know, it was just a shout because... oh, is he out deep cover? The captain's out deep cover.
I think so.
Low full toss, driven but straight to mid-on. Where it's fielded by Adam Finch. End of the over. Parkinson bowled 6 overs, none for 12. Hampshire following on 54 without loss with 35 to all. 16 to Middleton. Hampshire trail by 404 with 19 overs remaining in the day.
Yes, stupidly, I left my binoculars over there somewhere.
Oh, here. Amelia might help me. Can you pass those bins?
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sorry to disturb you.
Old and stupid. And
they are lovely bins, those.
There you go, yes, my horse racing.
Ah.
Not that I ever go horse racing, so.
They are magnificent.
Here's Adam Finch, and he's bowling from the far end, from us, the pavilion end. Bowling right arm around the wicket, and this time a short delivery is turned away, down through.
He's hit wicket.
And he's hit the wicket. Ah, what did he tread on his wicket? What's happened there?
I think he has.
I followed the ball. It's a fairly bizarre dismissal. So they've actually started to run. and we haven't seen the ball delivered on the replay. But I followed the ball, then suddenly there was an appeal from somewhere, and hit wicket. Oh, that's unfortunate, isn't it? Yeah, so off he goes. Somewhat disappointed.
Well, you won't see too many wickets like that.
I haven't seen one of those for a while.
No, I don't think I have either. I think his back foot must have slipped. It looked odd, you're right, because Fletcher Middleton was running. It was an obvious single. Yeah, unfortunately they're starting the replay a little too late.
Yeah.
I
I went off with the ball, and oh, there we go.
Yeah. Sometimes when you sort of turn balls on the leg side, as you turn around, it looks like his front leg may just have slipped and slipped backwards and into the base of the stumps. It would only been a clip of the stump, no more. But yeah, an unusual dismissal, but Adam Finch gets Ali Orr for the second time in the game.
Yeah, well, they all count. And Worcestershire, as we said earlier, we've still got 18 overs left tonight. If there was a couple down tonight, they'd be very pleased with their day's work. Nick Gubbins, who got a double century here last year in the corresponding fixture, and might well have to do the same. Well, certainly back for a long time.
Oh, I'll tell you what, here's a quiz question. The last Hampshire person to be out hit wicket.
Oh, that is a good question. I'm
not sure how I could find it. I think there is a way you can find it. I'm not sure I'm that good at working that out. New batter Nick Gubbins. So another left-hander. There's Finch. Was it you, isn't it?
Yeah. He's in bowls, turned off the thigh pad. Off the mark. With a single. What did he get? 35, didn't he, Ali Orr?
Yeah.
I do remember a game at New Road. Martin Weston was batting when we were going back not long ago. Played a lovely cut shot and walked off. We were all going, where's he going? What's happening? And the umpire, the only clue we had was the umpire went in and put the bail on. So he'd obviously done the same thing, just trod on his wicket. Didn't appear to me that he went that far back.
I know. It's odd, isn't it?
It is. Here's Finch in, bowl, short. He's got a bit of the pig in him in this game, Adam Finch. He really is.
It's the quickest he's bowled this season.
He's letting them have it. Well, he only played 2 games for today in Championship cricket. So I think he's actually looked as quick as anybody in this game.
Oh, comfortably.
A viciously warm evening, I'm going to call this.
Thank you, Darren Bett.
Here's next ball. Well, that brings him forward, but he seemed to make a bit of a mess of that one, Middleton, and wraps him on the thigh pad as he comes forward. I see myself more of a Staver than a Middleton, you know, better Darren Bett, you know, as a weather man.
Yes.
More of a Stav. Not Schaffernacker, he's gone a bit over the top, hasn't he?
Has he?
Oh, yeah. Silly haircuts and comes on without a tie on. Reading the weather on the BBC without a tie on. Goodness me. Standards in this country. 3 short mid-wickets. Next ball is played away on the offside. To one of the few fielders on the offside. There's 3 actually on the offside. So this field is a slip, an extra cover mid-off. And then there are 3 fielders about between 15 and 20 steps from the batsman. And then there's a fine leg, and I'm going to call him a leg gully as well. So it's relatively obvious what the line of attack might be here. Finch in, bowls, but he's made a mess of that. He totally lost that one, Fletcher Middleton, and got wrapped, I think, on the thigh pad, but he didn't play that one at all well. It was short, but it was not as short as some that he's received earlier, and he takes one for the team, and the ball bobbles away. And that is the end of another aggressive Adam Finch over. He's got 1 for 3 off 3 overs. And it looks to me as if Tom Taylor has just returned to the field. So he's maybe going to have a quick massage, a flexing of the hamstrings.
This is where I need a Dave Allen listening or watching if he's around. I think he was doing the skiffle stuff, wasn't he, earlier today? Maybe he might be back inside and watching, listening to what's going on. Dave, if you have the computer handy, the last Hampshire person to hit wicket. I can't think of one, but that's no real guide. Here's Parkinson, as that's turned away on the onside by Gubbins. Gubbins in the first innings made just 13 before he was LBW to Taylor. One of those, or the last of those 3 wickets that fell last night. Bells again. Oh, that does bounce. Sorry, not bounce, but it turns out of the bowler's rough. Comes back at Gubbins, plays it very watchfully, plays it well. So he's exploiting these bowler's scuff marks pretty well here, Parkinson. Ideal with the left-hander out there. Of course, he won't quite get the same purchase when the right-handers are there, but enjoy it with the left-handers. Got Varma yet, who's a left-hander. I must admit, I didn't enjoy it too much. You know, later on in the game where spinners are on, and
yeah,
it can be hard work. Well, it is hard work. Never quite sure what it's going to do out of those foot marks. Parkinson bowls again. Gubbins is forward. It's a little too straight, that one. So Gubbins has 1. Middleton 16. Hampshire are still 403 runs behind. At the end of this over, there'll be 17 overs left in the day. Gubbins works that away to mid-wickets. So he's picked out Ethan Brooks. Still those 2 fielders on the leg side and the slip as well. Parkinson bowls low full toss. Gubbins drives out through extra cover, and it's just racing away enough to go for 4. Gubbins moves on to 5. And the total on to 59 for 1.
Yeah, like you say, a low full toss. He's not going to miss out on those.
He's making sure he pitches the ball up here, Parkinson, so you're going to get the odd one of those. Doesn't really want to bowl it too short of a length because the ball just really doesn't kick on. Gubbins on the back foot, plays that quietly out on the offside end of the over. Parkinson 7 overs, none for 16. Hampshire in their second innings following on, 59 for 1.
Yeah, he's got to bowl it full to hit the dust, hasn't he? Which you can see pretty clearly from where we are. As we were saying earlier, nobody's bowled left arm over in this game, which would create more foot marks outside the right-handers off stump. But there's a few been bowling round the wicket, so there might be a bit of stuff to play with there. Adam Finch is going to continue. From the pavilion end, the shadow of one of the floodlights just encroaching onto the ground. As Finch is in, bowls, and it's in the air, he's gone. That attack that Adam Finch has carried out to Fletcher Middleton has paid off. It was just short of a length, came up, Middleton played it, to be honest, not very well, and it's caught the shoulder of his bat, and it's just looped up into the air, into the cover area, and Adam Finch has his 2nd wicket, and Hampshire are 59 for 2.
Well, it's good bowling. As I say, he's hitting the deck, he's making the batters, so he's asking questions of the batter that probably has no right to on this wicket. They've lost 2 wickets in the space of 5 runs. And, you know, this is another one. As I say, you know, all the dismissals, when you're so far behind in the game and you've been outplayed as much as Hampshire have, you know, all these dismissals are under a huge microscope, and you know, on another day you're fending that off and it's gone harmlessly away where there's no fielder. But it's uncanny how in these situations it loops up and there's a fielder.
Yeah, Ethan Brooks was that fielder. Well, as I said, Worcestershire would be pretty chuffed if they got 2 wickets tonight. Well, there's 16 overs and 5 balls remaining. They would be ecstatic if they got 3 down tonight.
Well, I mean, it's job done today, isn't it? 17 wickets in 2 days, and they've picked up 2, 5, 7, 9. It's job done, isn't it?
Yeah.
For today. Anything else now is a bonus, isn't it?
Yeah. It was that session leading up to tea, really, wasn't it, that broke that Hampshire first innings, because they were going along okay at one time. Where's my paper? They were 192 for 5.
Yeah.
221 all out.
So they lost
29 runs, lost 5 wickets.
5 for 29.
Yeah. So, Adam Finch, tail up if ever there was. Now, it's interesting because in the first innings, he gave Tilak Varner a few to worry about. And I think it's pretty obvious he's going to do the same thing. Let's look at the field he's setting. So, Kashif Ali is going to short leg. He's got to be forward short leg. He's got to be in front of the crease line because there's a leg slip and a fine leg as well. Plus, a square leg, a mid-wicket, and a mid-on. I don't think you'd have to be a genius to work out what he's trying to do here. Maybe it's a double bluff. Finch in, bowls, forward solidly. It was a double bluff because that was a full-length delivery on off stump. Varner pushes it out on the offside.
Well, Tilak Varner was dismissed at 25 to 3 this afternoon when he was run out super direct throw from Jake Libby for 56. And here he is just after 5:15 batting for a
Back
second
in.
time.
Blimey. But even when he was out, he wouldn't have expected that, would he?
No.
I'll have another
Well, he was the start of that collapse, wasn't he?
Yeah. Finch around the wicket bowls. It is shortish, but it's shortish outside off stump, and it's jabbed away by Varner down towards third man, backward point, gully area. Call it what you wish. It's a single. Tilak off the mark, and Hampshire are 60 for 2.
2 for 4 Finch. I mean, that's outrageous figures on here.
Yeah. One, you could say, a little fortuitous, because he stepped on his wicket, although the bowler will say I'd forced him backwards.
Oh.
And the other one, I think he just worked out Fletcher Middleton, didn't he? And thoroughly deserved the wicket. He's into bowl to Nick Gubbins, and Gubbins gets a short one. Flies over the batsman's head. Umpire Jack Shantry indicates 1 so far in the over. A gentleman on the far side picks up his bag, looks as if he's leaving, but then stops on the end of a row. Tactical seating, I know what you're doing. You've got to get off in a minute to catch the X72 to Hedge End Village, but you're going to sit there and watch a couple more overs. I know what you're doing. Here's the next ball, which is just short of a length. Gubbins, as he plays it, just gets the weight coming forward. No run. The quartet of Worcestershire 12 men who were on the boundary is now a trio, but they've got a green umbrella, giving them a bit of shelter from the heat. The roar of an aircraft in the background. Is it going in or going out to Southampton Airport? So it's obviously going out if they roar like that. Next ball, Gubbins once again. Similar ball, just short of a length, coming forward. Plays it back up the pitch. That is the end of Adam Finch's over. 4 overs, 2 wickets for 4 runs. Hampshire are 60 for 2. They need 398 to avoid the innings defeat, and there are 16 overs remaining in the day. Gubbins has 5 and Tilak Varner has 1.
I'm going to make way for Amelia Clark.
So we're going to watch. Sorry, Callum Parkinson and Jake Livy were in close conversation, but I couldn't imagine that Parkinson will almost certainly bowl through to the close, which will give him another 8 overs. He's going to be rolling a right arm around the wicket.
Hello. Oh, thank you. Parkinson coming in from the hotel end. Left arm over. And oh, an attempt at being driven down the ground, but I think he just got the toe end of the bat on that. Not quite enough. Parkinson walks all the way back to the top of this very short mark. They're very much surrounded Tilak. Oh, he tried it for a sweep, and it's been a big shout for LBW there. As the ball dribble behind. We'll just watch it on the replay. And yeah, ooh, I think it was a little high.
He's a little high. I think he's outside the line of the off stump as well.
But promising.
Yeah.
Not quite sure why he was going for that.
No, it's a bit expansive at this stage.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
He's only faced 4 balls.
You can see when there's nobody backward of square on the offside.
Yeah.
So the reverse sweep. Oh, in fact, there is. He's just emerged from the shadows down there.
That's a very much more sort of watchful shot played by Tilak that just dribbles off
Yeah,
to
I
his
think
leg side.
Adam Finch is down there
Yeah.
at a backward point position.
Parkinson in once more. Wasting no time at all. Flighted, and this is driven nicely down to Dom. They run for 1, 61 for 2. Do have to excuse me because my hay fever is winning. Let's say that at the moment.
Dear. Oh, it's a shame.
Yep. Parkinson once more over the wicket. Good forward defence from Gubbins.
You won't be able to eat your strawberries and cream
I
tomorrow.
won't. I won't. Well, I might eat them, but I can't taste them. Yeah. Once more comes Parkinson. And again, this is defended nicely on the back foot by Goins. End of the over, 61 for 2. You don't struggle with hay fever, do you?
I don't.
No,
I'm
you're lucky.
I sneeze a bit because I'm old. Apart from that,
You're not.
yeah.
I've had it since childhood, and we think my granddad had it really badly. And it's one of those things that every year my mum goes, "Oh, well, maybe you'll grow out of it this year." And every year it seems to get worse and worse. But I get like a flu that is non-contagious, obviously, flu-esque symptoms. But yeah, it's just, I have all the, the doctor's nose, the stuff from the doctors, and the nose sprays and the eye drops. And I've tried local honey and literally everything, Vaseline under the nose, but it seems to keep winning.
Surprisingly, Adam Finch has been replaced at the pavilion end. I know it's hot, but I think he only bowled 4 overs, didn't he? 4 overs, 2 for 4, I think. He might have bowled 5 in the end. Anyway, Matthew Waite is into the attack. As I was saying earlier, it's very hot, and Jake Libby doesn't want to get his bowlers into the ground. In fact, I think has Adam Finch just gotten off?
Potentially.
Let's have a look, see if we got a 12ers on. Let's have a look around. Yeah, I think Rob Jones is on it. Extra cover. Matthew Waite round the wicket in bowl was pushed away on the offside. The aforementioned Rob Jones, with his usual amount of enthusiasm, runs in as if the batsmen are trying to steal a single, which they're not. I was once said, "Oh, do you want to go out to Wimbledon for the day?" This was a BBC thing.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, okay. And my task was not to go in.
Oh no!
So I interviewed the station master.
Oh.
I actually got a ticket tape to talk to me, the ice cream seller. So I did this whole thing about people who were not actually in Wimbledon.
Oh, that's gutting.
This is played out fairly comfortably by Varner up on the offside. But I did get to go later because a relative of mine was in charge of the celebrities
Oh yeah.
that used to go.
Yeah.
But they would all, about this time of day, they'd all disappear, wouldn't they?
They would, yeah.
So there was me, waiting at the gate.
No.
So I got in to watch. Not a huge tennis fan, but it's nice to go. The tour is very good. I'll explain a bit more about that. Here comes Waite in bowls off the back foot, played nicely into the offside. Won't go for 4, or shouldn't go for 4.
No.
It'll go for a couple. Ethan Brooks on the chase there. And they do come back for 2. I think that's Ethan Brooks. Yeah, there's a tour, like you can go to Wembley, you go
Yes.
everywhere around Lords. But the tour of Wimbledon was really good. I didn't know there was so many tunnels underneath.
Yes.
That's where the caterers get around, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So I actually worked at Wimbledon for 2 championships.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, so last year and the year before I was working in the ticket office. So I know all of the tunnels and yeah, absolutely.
Next ball is short, goes for the hook shot and doesn't get it. It actually dies on wicketkeeper Roderick, who does well to get down and stop it. It's something a bit different there from Matthew Wade. It was Adam Hose who chased that ball down to the boundary, by the way. Didn't recognise him in the heat. 63 for 2. Yeah, so if ever you get a chance to go, folks.
Definitely worth it.
Yeah, I mean, they
I love it.
do it more in the winter. Yeah, I did Wembley one and Lords was very good. We did Arsenal Stadium because my grandson's a big fan. That was very good. Nice tour around. Here's Waite in and bowls. Pushes away on the offside Rob Jones Fields.
Yeah, I think my mum got it for me when I was younger, a tour of Wimbledon.
Yeah.
It's amazing. It's really good. Like, 'cause you go in everywhere and you get to see sort of centre court when it's empty, and yeah, it's brilliant. And the as you say, with all those kind of places, the people that take you around, they're incredibly knowledgeable and you learn all sorts of things.
Yeah.
Like, did you know number 1 court has 12,345 seats because it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I didn't, but I do now.
There you go.
Every day's a school day.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So and they're not that expensive, some of those tours.
No.
So if you get the chance, folks, go. Back to the cricket. 63 for 2, Hampshire. Here's Waite in bowls and just tucks him up a little bit there to Akbar. I mean, as if he was going to try and play away on the offside, but then adjusted his shot as the ball seemed to come a little bit back into him. We've got 14 overs left in the day. Hampshire are 63 for 2. They need another 395 to avoid the innings defeat. Gubbins has 5. Varner has 4. Batsman out. Ali Orr hit wicket, bowled Finch for 35. And then Fletcher Middleton caught by Ethan Brooks off the bowling of Finch for 16.
So, Bradders, after this ball, you can give us your prediction of the final score at the end of today.
Ooh,
what do you think it's
I
going
don't
to
predict
be?
things.
And it's Parkinson, just a nice front foot defensive from Gubbins.
I would struggle to predict that tomorrow is Wednesday. It is Wednesday, no. I had to stop and think then.
You had to make me think that. I was like, is it?
I'll get another 28. It could be 90 for 2.
Okay. And Parkinson, well defended. So no more wickets will fall, you don't think?
Well, I mean, I'd rather they were 85 for 4, but I think they'll be 90 for 2.
Yeah.
The head says one thing.
Okay. You heard it here first, folks. We'll see how close he gets. Parkinson in once more. And good front foot defensive by Gubbins.
I'm not sure at 11 o'clock this morning I would have predicted that Hampshire would be batting again after tea.
Yeah.
And even mid-afternoon you probably wouldn't have predicted that, but they lost those last 5 wickets for 29 runs.
As Parkinson once more over the wicket. Shout of excitement there from Parkinson, but no interest. Gubbins defended well. Surrounded, he's got a slip either side. Keeper as he comes in, and it's just nicely clipped leg side.
That breeze is just picking up.
Lovely, isn't it? Every time it comes in, you're like, oh. 2 more balls left of the over from Parkinson. As he comes in, and this is well defended, slightly on the back foot by Gubbins. End of the over. Sorry, the board was behind. That is the end of the over. It's a maiden over from Parkinson. 63 for 2. Our current partnership is 4 runs of 23 balls.
It's time, isn't it? Now it's just batting. It's actually watching the overs click away. You know, you've got to think 96 tomorrow, 13 today. Got about 109 overs to get a draw. Well, they might. It's quite possible they could get more overs in tomorrow than the 96, but that's got to be just bat time. Just I mean, in their minds at the moment is let's be here, close of play. Here's Matthew Waite in and bowls, and Varner comes forward, covers up, plays the ball back down the pitch. I don't think I've noticed that so much that Matthew Waite, when he comes in to bowl, bowls in his right hand, but his left hand seems to be going out further than it used to. I'd ask him. I don't think he's changed his action. It's probably I have not
Yeah.
seen him too often from this angle, but it just seems to stick out a bit today.
That's fair enough.
He's leaving the pavilion behind, bowling, and this is pushed away on
What I
the
find
offside.
interesting about his motion is as he starts, he almost starts like he's skating.
Yeah,
He sort of, his foot movement kind of goes out and out and out, and then he gains speed.
yeah,
It's like he's trying to gain traction on the floor,
yeah.
and he's very bent over. He's sort of almost completely
It's-
doubled over.
It's not a classic bowling action, but
No, it works.
it works. It definitely works
Absolutely.
for him.
Yeah, that's just something I've noticed having watched him a lot of the day. Stands out as just slightly different.
He's on his way, and this ball is pushed into the onside. Ethan Brooks is the fielder on this occasion. So we got a slip. Interesting field. A slip, a backward point, extra cover, and an extra cover. One close in and one further out. Mid off, mid on, mid wicket, deep square, and deep fine leg. Here's Waite's next delivery. Short. God, that's a good bounce of that.
That was.
Fine, doesn't have to duck, but he's not a tall man. But yeah, put some bit of doubt in the batsman's mind. Get him onto the back foot. Member of the ground staff topping up his suntans that away to our left.
Yeah, there's
Not
no
that they
chance of
need
rain, is it?
Not that they need to top up their suntans, do they, grounds people? They're all quite brown and gnarly by this time of the season. Now we've got to change the field. So there's two short mid wickets now. One player going, Adam Howe's going across from the offside to the onside, and this is Waite bowling around the wicket, angling the ball in to the left-hander, who plays calmly back up at the pitch, and Waite begins his trudge back to his bowling mark. It's not really a trudge, he's going. He's not. I think Matthew Hoggard was the slowest walker backer that I've ever seen.
Really?
Oh, I tell you, you could make a cup of tea while he was walking back some days, especially if it be a hot day like today.
Yeah.
A great bowler, but not the quickest.
Took his time.
Waite in bowls, another short ball, and it goes through to the wicketkeeper. That is the end.
And a maiden over for Waite.
Yeah, 5 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 14 runs. And at the end of the over, Hampshire are 63 for 2.
Yeah, they trail by 395. They've got 8 wickets remaining. So while we have a quick change, I'll have a look at some of the external scores around the other grounds. My laptop wants to work. So with Somerset against Nottinghamshire, Nottinghamshire leads Somerset by 121 runs with 3 wickets remaining. Durham trail Surrey by 511 with 3 wickets remaining. Warwickshire trail Sussex by 82 runs with 9 wickets remaining, and Essex trail Yorkshire by 85 with 9 wickets remaining. Callum Parkinson going to continue his bowling to the pavilion end. He's going to be bowling to Gubbins, who's on strike. Gubbins surrounded. He's got slips either side, 2 very short men either side as well, and that's again well defended. Yes, he's got sort of a silly point and a short leg all surrounding him. Parkinson already waiting for the ball at the top of his mark. Comes in and it's just very nicely worked past third man. The fielder will go chasing. I don't think it's going to quite reach the boundary. No, it's slowed up right in the outfield, so they'll get at least 1. They got back for 2. They did, so 65 for 2. It was a nice shot there from Gubbins. Working it round his corner. As Parkinson stands at the top of his mark already. Oh, it sounds like that was well defended.
There's a chap walking around the far side of the boundary. who is walking like a hot man on a hot day.
Parkinson once more in, and this is very nicely worked leg side. Now get the one. I think we're having a little bit of a sound issue again from Stephen Clark, just saying that it seems to be keep going intermittent.
Oh. Well, let's just say, folks, it's leaving us.
Yes.
We don't know where it goes after that.
No, we've got the antenna pointed in the right direction, so we're not really sure, as that's nicely driven down to mid-on. We haven't changed a thing, so I'm not really sure what's going on there, Stephen, but hopefully it will come back quickly.
I suspect something might have melted.
Yeah. As Parkinson stands at the top of his mark. Comes in again. This is, again, nicely worked leg side. They'll get the one. They won't get the two. There's a fielder on top of it straight away. We have had an email. Peter Jones says, good afternoon all. Sat in front of the live stream here in a very hot Spain with 36 degrees. That is warm. Yes, Europe having very much the heat wave, even more than we are at the moment. As Hampshire supporter, this is very depressing to watch, and the season is certainly not what most expected. Still, a painful watch is made easier by the excellent commentary, and I've enjoyed listening to you all. Keep up the good work. Thank you very much, Peter. We do appreciate that.
Well done.
I hope you're enjoying.
Hope you're enjoying
as much as you can.
Yeah. I'm trying to teach my grandson Spanish.
Yes.
But he can't say the word. He can't say the number 4 in Spanish.
Oh.
Por favor. Who's it going to be? Matthew Waite.
We also have had another email from Mike Williams. He said, enjoying the commentary, but this is dreadful display by Hampshire. They've already had 2 heavy defeats this season, but this effort against the bottom of the table is quite dreadful.
We've got the onside echelon, I'm going to call them. Adam Hose has got his foot on the pitch. You need to get your foot off the pitch. You don't give it away. I think he was just testing to see if Jack Shantry was looking. So 3 men in a circle on the onside. No slips. As Waite bowls. This is pushed away on the offside for a single. Jake Libby very keen to get to that and hurtle it back at the non-striker's end. Luckily, it was being backed up. Bless you.
Thank you. I did turn my microphone off, but
You
I'm
did.
quite a loud sneezer.
You did. Because if you sneeze on a DAB radio, people get the germs, you know. It's that good. Waite's going to bowl round the wickets, angling the ball in. 3 men on the leg side. It bowls, and this is pulled away down to backward a square on the leg side. Directly to Callum Parkinson, who is fielding down there.
Well, thank you for your email, Mike. I don't think it was, we can't fully blame Hampshire for this, so we have to say Worcestershire have been playing quite amazingly.
Well, to bowl
all out, bat so well.
12 wickets so far on this pitch. I think it's been quite a feat.
Absolutely. But if you do want to get in touch, Hampshire cricket at bbc.co.uk. Let us know where you're watching or listening from.
Waite bowls, pushed away by Tilak Varner. He's got 6. Govins has 9. Hampshire have 69 for 2. And we've got 10 overs left in the day.
We have indeed.
After this one.
I think the over rate is +1 at the moment, so they're doing well.
Yeah, your eyes are better than mine. It should be +1 with Parkinson bowling.
It's +1.
Waite bowls, driven nicely, 4 runs.
Now go.
Just over pitch there from Matthew Waite. Nice half volley to Varner. Too good a batsman to miss out on that. Pings it away. Not too many left in the ground to applaud such a fine shot. A fellow I was saying was walking around there about 10 minutes ago, and he looking like a hot man on a hot day. Has actually made it round the other side of the ground.
Oh wow!
But he's not walking any faster.
Don't blame him.
Here's Waite in again and bowls. Played up to Adam Hose, who is the straighter of the 3 short mid-wickets. And we have 1 ball remaining in the over. There's no great rush, it has to be said out there. It's not a criticism, it's more an observation.
Absolutely, I think.
Just so, and I was just going to say, I wouldn't be rushing around out there. I probably wouldn't still be out there. I'd probably be
hiding under the.
I'd probably be in the physio's room with a bag of ice over me. Here's Waite's next ball pushed away. Once again, Adam House is the fielder. The total is 73 for 2, and I believe that Mr. Kevin James is
going to have a little break.
Move smoothly into this commentary position.
Yes, as Brad has said there, 73 for 2. Gubbins on 9 off of 23, and Tilak Varma is on 10 off of 29 deliveries. Does look as though who we're going to have back is, of course, Mr. Parkinson himself, coming back in from the hotel end. Hampshire trail by 385. They have 8 wickets remaining as they are in their 2nd innings after being made to follow on, being bowled out before reaching the follow-on target by Worcestershire, who have played brilliantly. And hello, Kevin James.
Hello again.
Hello again. Parkinson once more over the wicket. That's a little half chance there, but I think it bounced before it reached slip. No great shout from anyone, so I think they knew that too.
Yeah, just the 10 overs to negotiate for Hampshire tonight.
It is indeed.
Try and keep it to just 2 down.
Parkinson in again. Oh, he's been bowled. What a phenomenal bowl. And he goes running out towards the outfield to our right. And every member of his team goes chasing after him. We'll watch that on the replay. Fantastic. Just, gosh. Completely beat the bat. Took out the off stump.
He's playing inside the line a fraction. It just looks like it's just gone past the outside edge and clipped the top of off. Great ball.
Absolutely.
Gubbins not quite sure what that ball was going to do. Didn't do lots, just enough. Well, there's me saying 10 overs to go and try and keep some wickets back for tomorrow. Well, there's 7 so far. But, yeah, Parkinson celebrating. That was a good delivery. Now, there'll be some right-handers coming in now, so probably shouldn't be so much of a problem, but
we've got it from this angle here as well. The replay just coming in, yeah.
It's come back quite a bit, actually.
I think there's a bit of a rough patch there, just side of him.
Well, poor old Nick Gubbins, not been an easy game for him. 9 in this innings and just the 13 yesterday.
Ben Brown coming in, number 4, to join Varma in the middle.
Number 5.
Number 5, apologies.
Yeah, that's right.
It's been a very hot day.
Number 4, well, it is a long day, of course it is, but yeah, it'd be nice if the number 4 was coming out now. But
yeah. Unfortunately, number 5.
Unfortunately, at 5, yes. The captain, who was the first man out this morning at just after 20 past 11. Caught at 2nd slip off trailer for 12. Yes, all the guys coming in now are the guys that have been batting earlier today. Normally, if that's the case, it normally means you're not having a great game.
No. Had a lot of time off, but then Worcestershire team haven't had any. Been out there slogging away for more than a day and a bit now. So Ben Brown, striker's end, pavilion, just taking guard. Assessing, it does look like he's going to be very much surrounded by the Worcestershire team. It seems to be. Well, there's still a lot of movement actually there. They seem to be a couple of position changes. Parkinson is going to come around the wicket to Brown. 1 slip in place. A silly point and a short leg. Under their lids.
Yeah, not surprised they're crowding Brown here. batter in this situation, 385 ahead.
3 down since tea. It's 5:45 here. Utilita Bowl as Parkinson comes around the wicket. And that's blocked. Half shout.
There's a little bit of kidology going on out there, really, because there's, I mean, there's the odd one might grip a little bit from straight, but no more. But that's
just puts doubt, doesn't it?
Yeah, you do this with a new batter.
Again, round the wicket comes Parkinson. Flatted it in. Just defends that back to him. Does Brown.
Unless anything comes right out the middle of the bat, and I'm including defensive shots in that, you'll get a little bit of excitement around the bat.
Parkinson again. Again, defend. Nice straight ball back to Parkinson from Brown. Seems to be stretching already. Taps his bat a few times. Parkinson comes in once more. This is swept. Oh, that was
Was he dropped?
I think he was just dropped. I think he was just dropped. I can't even believe it. I don't think Ben Brown can believe it. How on earth did they manage that? Yep, he was dropped, and it was quite an easy catch there as well.
Tom Taylor.
Well,
That was not difficult.
Bunny.
That was not difficult at all. Oh my word, what a let off.
Yeah.
Backward a point. It's just to his right. He gets 2 hands on it, no problem. It's not hit with any power.
The only thing I can think is his hands were a bit sweaty.
What a let off.
Slipped through. But goodness me, that's not a good start from Ben Brown. He'll be thanking his lucky stars he got away with that one.
Cool.
End of the over, 73 for 3.
Wow. And that would have been horrible had that been a wicket as well, because the way things are going for Hampshire here, that would have been a horrible way to go. But he's got a reprieve. I have to say the Nichols drop of Alior yesterday and that are 2 pretty regulation catches. 73 for 3, and there are 9 overs left in the day, and Hampshire's could have been a lot worse. Now we've got some off spin of Jake Libby as he brings Varma forward. Now I'll be honest with you, I haven't seen a lot of Jake Libby bowl off spin. I'm sure Worcestershire supporters will tell me, oh yeah. He's in from the pavilion end and bowls. Varma leaves that one alone, just goes through with the arm. It's just a slip for Libby, whereas Parkinson's got a few more in close. He's just got the slip. Varma comes down the wicket, hits high over mid-off, and that's going for 6. That's a big hit. Big hit there from Varma.
Yeah, that was a nice shot. You saw that one coming a mile off, just flighted that in and drove that really nicely down the ground towards the pavilion. And managed to get the ball back, which is good.
Clean strike, that one. Libby's taken just the 2 wickets so far this season, averaging 45 apiece as he comes in and bowls, flighted, and Varma's forward, almost offering the same shot again. Varma this time deciding that he's got his maximum. He's 16 from 29 now. Hampshire 79 for 3. Libby in again, bowls. He's gone for a quicker ball there. Much quicker ball there to Varma.
Just threw it at him. I don't know if that was much of a bowl.
That was a big difference in pace from the previous deliveries to that one. Varma punched that out to extra cover. Libby bowls again. Again, it's flighted. Varma drives and he goes out to extra cover. Just the 1 scoring shot off that over from Libby. Hampshire are 379 behind and 8 overs left.
Big puff of dust there coming out as Tilak took that last shot.
I think Ben Brown's heart would have been in his mouth there. When he hit that shot in the air, he would have thought, that's it, I'm gone.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't believe that's been put down.
No, I think, yeah, he really will be thinking, God, something's checking out, looking out for me there. Parkinson back from the hotel end, who's very much a staple at this end now. Really double spin as he comes in, and this is just defended back to him. He's just taken 1 wicket earlier. Wicket of Gubbins. Once more comes Parkinson around the wicket. And again, just defended nicely. On the front foot does Brown.
Mike Williams on the email saying, do you think Worcestershire will claim the extra half hour tonight?
Wow.
It might have been an issue had Brown been out.
Yeah. Again, defended.
I'm not even sure that would have been the case, really, because, I mean, really, it's still difficult to take wickets.
Again comes Parkinson. And that's blocked. Brown very much crowded still at the crease. And out at third man will be very frustrated, seeing as that's just blocked again by Brown. Drop catch earlier.
I'm still thinking about it.
I know, so am I.
I really am.
Can't believe it.
It is. It's one of those where it lives long in the memory.
Keep well as well with the team here. And that's blocked again. End of the over. A nice maiden over there from Parkinson. His fourth of the innings. Hampshire on 73 for 9. We've had 30 deliveries. We've got 7 remaining of the day. It's partnership so far. Tilak and Brown 6. Brown yet to get off the mark. He's faced 10 balls. Tilak on 16 of 31. Hampshire still trailed by 379.
Email here from Ian Black, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. He says, I spent today and yesterday on my 2 days off from work, hiding from the sun and pollen. Amelia's trying to. You're suffering a bit, aren't you?
Yeah, just a bit. A lot.
Yeah. Well, I hope you're going to get that up at Wimbledon as well, won't you?
Probably, yeah. I did last year, but somewhat used to it by now.
Yeah. I suppose the worst thing you do is get there when they're cutting the grass as well, isn't it?
Oh, it was awful last year when they were trimming it. It was genuinely, I thought I was going to die at one point. I couldn't breathe. I was like sat in the office.
Looks like Adam Finch is coming back for a little burst at the end of day 3. 4 overs, 2 for 4. And he's in around the wicket to Varma, who's forward to a length ball. So Ian says, yes, I spent 2 days off from work, hiding from the sun and pollen like a vampiric hermit.
Oh, wow. Well.
Exclusively in your company on the live stream. Alas, tomorrow I'm off to Edgbaston.
Nice.
So won't be able to tune in. Of course, that's the first day of the test tomorrow. Has been a fantastic broadcast and commentary. Thank you, Ian. That's very kind.
Yeah.
So thank you, he says. Also, as a Pairs fan, pleased as punch, quite rightly as well. Incredible cricket given the surface, the ball, and the beautifully described by all. Thank you, Ian. That's a really nice email.
Nice.
Here's Finch in. Short, Varma ducks underneath. So there's a leg slip employed for Varma, as there was for Ali Orr. There's a second slip, really. That's Adam Hose, and then we've got 3 players in those catching positions on the leg side, just in front of square. A little straighter and a little straighter again. 79 for 3. We've tried this experiment today where we're being broadcasting behind windows, which is unusual for here. I know that's quite common in a lot of other grounds, but these are big, thick windows which were cleaned about 3 weeks ago. We were able now to block out the sun to a point. Short delivery, Varma ducks underneath that one also, and it's really worked. It's taken the harshness of the sun away, hasn't it?
It has indeed.
Yeah, still warm, but
not quite burning.
no, my computer isn't burning itself to death at the moment. It's warm, but
Mine's
it's not
warm as well, but not
stupid.
worryingly.
Yeah, yeah. So I think it's worked well, and I think it's something that we'll do again. Before we've moved the windows to the side and looked straight out, which has been great, but not good about this time of the day. But the windows have got sort of a blackened tape at the top, which you can still see through, but it filters out the harmness of the sun, and it's working very well indeed. One or 2 bits of kit are warm, actually, just thinking about it, but the rest are fine. Here's Finch again. He's on his toes there, Varma, pushing that up towards mid-off. Varma is 16 from 35 now, having scored 56 in the first innings before he was run out. Direct hit Jake Libby.
Few members of the public still staying here. loyal fans.
Yeah, there's not
At the
many,
end
is
of the
there?
day.
Many. A few at the far end that are in the shade, which is ideal. Can't quite see below me. There'll be a few though still enjoying the last few hours of the sun, that's for sure. There's a few down here that love the sun. Short again, Varma ducks underneath.
It's a bit like Surrey commentator Mark Church. He said he loves the sun.
Does he looks as though he does, doesn't
Yeah, he loves the sun.
Yeah.
He said he would be out there, sat in the sun, enjoying it.
Yes, he's always... Well, he's usually brown by about the middle of April.
He'll be enjoying himself up there at Surrey. Surrey putting down the second biggest county championship score.
What's happening with them and Durham?
I will tell you
Have a
after
look.
this ball.
Yeah, it's finished. Last ball of this over. Maiden so far. Short ball, and again Varma ducks underneath. 79 for 3.
So Durham still trail them by Surrey by 500 runs with 3 wickets remaining.
So what's the score that Durham got?
Durham got 324-7, still in their first innings.
Yeah.
Somerset and Nottinghamshire. Nottinghamshire lead Somerset by 130 runs. Warwickshire trail Surrey by 58 runs with 9 wickets remaining. And Essex trail Yorkshire by 74 runs with 8 wickets remaining.
All in the first innings?
All, no, Warwickshire are in their second.
Okay.
They may have had to follow on as well. Sussex made 533 as Parkinson just flights that in and it's blocked back by Brown. Yeah, Sussex made 533, Warwickshire only made 415, so they're back into their second innings, and that's again blocked back, but they only trail by 58 runs, so it looks like they will get a lead hopefully. Parkinson wastes no time. Ben Brown getting crowded at the crease. And blocks there. Hampshire 79 for 3. 5 overs remaining of today's play. As Parkinson once more comes in, and this is just tickled off the third man.
Ben Brown already looks like he's doubling down on not making another mistake.
Absolutely. He's not going anywhere. Parkinson in. Drops. And
Turned.
yeah.
Just watching this again, and yeah, that's turned. That's turned from straight. Ooh. The hot sun on the pitch is starting to work some of its magic.
Parkinson once more in. And this is just pushed out on the offside.
Off the mark of the 16th ball.
It is indeed. Ben Brown finally gets one. And that's the end of the over. 80 for 3 are Hampshire. They trail by 376 with 5 overs remaining of the day. And I am going to make way as it's now 6 o'clock.
Thank you, Amelia. I heard something there. So just push those there. It's been no hum today, and it just suddenly hummed a bit in our ears. Thank you, Amelia. Good luck at Wimbledon.
Oh yes.
Yes, working.
Have a lovely time. 40-30. Juice.
You'd make a good umpire.
I'd be good at that. I could do it in French as well, you know.
Can you?
No. That confused me when I watch the French Open tennis because I don't know what the score is.
Right.
You go, I don't know what that is, do I? I'm a country boy. Just me or you?
It's me.
Okay.
It's Finch. Bowles and Brown. Oh, just drops his hands on that, and I say allows it to go through, but he's causing some problems here, is Adam Finch. And actually, I think he just nipped back a fraction on Brown there. I think he wasn't sure that it might just catch him on the chest as it went through. It's one of those where you think, oh, it's gone through without actually either glancing me or hitting me full on. Good delivery again. I'm liking this man.
He's bowling well, isn't he?
I have to
He's
say,
bowled very well
on
in this
here,
game.
the problems he's caused, I know Hampshire are up against it, and sometimes it can be doubly difficult, but he's just been wonderful. Brown just sways inside the line. I mean, he's consistently bowling 2/3 way down the pitch, which normally batters would do. Yeah, we'll pull that, we'll do this and that. Probably the situation isn't helping Hampshire.
Well, he certainly. I mean, Fletcher Middleton, you've given him a few short ones, hadn't he? And then he just got into a terrible position to play a short delivery and just looped it up to Ethan Brooks in the covers. Yeah, he's bowled with a lot of. He's bowled with pace. He's been aggressive. He wants a change in the field now.
You just need a bowler like that in your attack. You know, when you're playing on wickets like this, I mean, as well as Taylor's bowled, as well as Wade's bowled, as well as Allison's bowled, you need somebody a bit different as well, and this guy offers you that.
Well, Jake Levy gave him 4 overs, and I thought, what's he taking him off for? He probably just wanted. It's a really hot day, and so he doesn't want to bowl him into the ground.
No, doing what he's doing is a lot.
He's come back to bowl this spell at the end, knowing that he can give it everything and go off and put his feet up.
Agreed. Yeah, short, sharp spells. As he comes in again and bowls, and Brown has to sway inside the line once more. You know, we're into the 33rd over with this Kookaburra ball, and we're told that by now it's soft as anything, and he's still banging it in and getting it through to Roderick. There are 2 men on the leg side, just beyond the umpire, waiting for a missed time pull or hook. It's a fine leg as well. So what does a batter do? There's a leg slip as well, a leg gully actually. You've got to be very precise if you're going to pull a hook, length ball down the leg side. Taken by Roderick. That's the thing in this situation where you haven't played very well, and then you think, well, you know, I will take it on, but if you get it wrong, it doesn't look very good. As you know, Tom Press did, he played really well for his 48. Fell in for that leg side short ball trap.
But as you say, in this situation, when your team's struggling, every mistake is magnified.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, and that's the worst thing about it, really.
I mean, if Hampshire were 380 for 3, you played a poor shot and got out, it's a different story.
Agreed. He's finching again from the pavilion end, bowls length ball. Brown gets wrapped on the thigh pad there.
You must have been to Wimbledon, though, Jen. You know,
a couple of times.
Royal Box.
I wish. No, I applied for tickets like everybody else.
All right.
Have you been?
Yeah. Without giving too much away, a very good friend of mine looked after the guests in the hospitality, like famous people, who left 3 o'clock most days. So I would, get a call, be hovering. I wouldn't get a call to go all the way from Worcester to there, but I'd be hovering outside.
Very nice. Finch bowls. Brown takes the bottom hand off the bat as he works that out square on the leg side. Maiden over. Hampshire 84-3. I thought you said you were going to go in and hoover up all the food.
No, I didn't. No, I got to look like this without getting free food at Wimbledon. I worked hard at it. But there's another helmet coming out. Rihani Devalath is the Worcestershire replacement fielder who brings that helmet out. So, Parkinson to continue. He's enjoying himself here, Callum Parkinson. His celebration when he got Nick Gubbins out, well, I thought he was going to run all the way back to Worcester, or maybe all the way back to Durham, because he raced off across the outfield. He was sort of down at 3rd man before anybody caught him. He's having a word with his skipper, and he's going to bowl from the hotel end. And this is just turned on the leg side. Yeah, that plenty of air there. It's a nice loop on it. Sort of looping in towards the pads. Tulik Varner. Parkinson. Ready to go again. Varner sweeps and hits Kashif Ali. I think there was some alarm there because he swept and hit Kashif. I don't know where he hit him, but whether that was in the air and it might have rebounded back. There was certainly a lot of excitement about it. It rebounded back to the batsman, and there was no run. Next ball is a quicker delivery, slightly flatter delivery. Varner forward, smothers any spin that might have been present there. There's a sweep shot again. It does hit Cashy Valley, but I don't think it rebounded back in the air. Difficult to tell. Anyway, he's still there, Varner. He's got 16. He's facing another Parkinson delivery. One imagines that Tilak Varner would be pretty used to bowling, facing spin bowling, as he's played so much of his cricket in India. Plays this ball down on the onside. No run. Parkinson rubbing the ball feverishly on his sleeve. Jogs in again. All full toss this time, driven down the ground. Parkinson apologises to his teammates. You could say in the context of this game, in that the deficit is still 374, a boundary doesn't really matter. But if you're a bowler, you don't want to bowl full tosses, and you don't want to be hit for 4, whatever the context of the game. Adam Finch has gone to get the ball back. And we're ready to go again. So a slip, a leg slip I'm going to call him. Or you call him backward square if you're catching. And a forward short leg. And a leg gully but walking in, Tom Taylor. Next ball is floated in by Parkinson. Played out on the onside. That is the end of the over. The conclusion of the over. And there are 3 remaining in the day. And the total is 84 for 3. Ben Brown has 1. And Tilak Varner has 20.
Yeah, Hampshire just got to get through these 3 overs now, but of course big challenge tomorrow as well, keeping 7 wickets intact, and it could have so easily have been 4 down, 6 wickets intact tomorrow. Or maybe that wicket might have even led to another one. You just never know, but should be 4 down really.
Yeah.
Finch is placing his fielders in the right places on the leg side. On the drive, it looks like Libby's being moved, captain's being moved to a shortish mid-wicket. There is a square leg as well, just in front of the umpire, and there's a short leg, as well as the leg gully. Here's Finch again. There'll be some short balls in this over, that's for sure. It is down the leg side, and Brown just steps away outside of the line.
Put another man on the onside.
It's just about Brown. I think Brown is. We're not going to see a hook or an attempted pull shot tonight from Ben Brown. I don't think we are. Doesn't look as though we are. Yeah, another one on the leg side. And then actually.
Oh, they are.
Oh, there is. Yeah. It's already got a 6-3.
It's like Morris dancing out there.
It is, isn't it? Yeah. A few changing positions. It's a 3 on the drive on the leg side, or certainly 2 anyway. As Finch comes in again, it's short. Brown ducks underneath. There'll be a fuller ball coming shortly. It's just a matter of which one. But at the moment, Finch is happy trying to pin Ben Brown back as close to those stumps as possible. So Brown is 1 from 24. 10 past 6 here at the Utilita, as we get close to the end of day 3. Worcestershire have dominated all 3 days here so far. Short, it's off the shoulder of the bat. There's nobody just behind square on the offside, short in. Why would there be? But again, it's one of those where Brown's not sure where that's going, and that's another good short delivery, and just jerks the head back as he plays at that one. Just great bowling on here, it really is.
You're right, he didn't have much control over that, did he?
It's because, you know, I think what doesn't help is you just feel that on this surface, nobody has any right to bang the ball in and get the ball up like that. And to be able to do that is great skill. But as a batter, in the back of your mind, you're thinking, surely, you know, it shouldn't be up around that area.
6 catches on the leg side.
Look at that. I wonder where this one's going to be. Amazing field. As he's over the wicket, Finch just short of a length, doesn't quite bounce as much as he would hope. Because there was there isn't a lot of pace off this pitch. He's having to generate it all. He is obviously very strong. got a bit of a slingy action, hasn't he? I think that's where that all comes from, the shoulder. That's why he's able to generate that bounce. And it is causing problems. Has caused problems and probably will continue to cause problems tomorrow. That's an amazing, that's a very crowded field on the leg side. All within about 7 or 8 yards. As he's in again, it's down the leg side, and Verma just steps outside of the line. And oh, I thought it was the end of the over. No, there's one more, 2 more actually.
I think he's a bit worried about where the front foot was landing there.
Close in. So there was a leg gully. Well, there's a leg slip actually, and then a leg gully, short leg. A man just in front of square who's literally about 6 yards behind short leg, and he must be literally right behind him. Short mid wicket and another short mid wicket. As Finch is in, bowls to Verma, and Verma ducks underneath that one, goes through to Roderick. End of the over, 2 overs to do. Hampshire 85 for 3.
And we have 2 left in the day. A day that started with Hampshire 3 wickets down and has ended with Hampshire 3 wickets down, which kind of tells you that 10 wickets have fallen in the day. And Callum or even Callum Parkinson to bowl that penultimate over. Shadows just beginning to creep across the ground. High summer, of course. Get to September time, they'll creep across a bit quicker. Parkinson bowls, it's short, pushed away for a very comfortable single by Ben Brown. Takes him to 3. A motorcycle roars up a nearby road, because they always roar, motorcycles. Seagulls cry.
Unless you've got an electric motorcycle.
Ah, that's very true. Here's Parkinson in and bowls, and this is played gently down on the leg side by Talik Marmer. Another gentleman decides he's on his way. As Parkinson bowls, spectator that is, not a player, push that on the onside. Now, is he going to stop and watch the last over being bowled, or has he had enough? It's the question of the day. 86 for 3 as forward pushing out to mid-on. No run. Yeah. Oh no, he might be on his way, that fella. What a conundrum for us this late in the day, as Parkinson is in again. Floats this one down. In fact, he floats it. I think that turned into a full toss. Pushed away on the offside. Rather misses out. Well, the gentleman concerned has gone. He's exited beneath the stand. Parkinson in bowls short, and just only not short, but just short of a length, pushed away. And Adam Finch has got his cap off, and he's running up the other end, eager to bowl again. The over 8, Worcestershire's over 8 is +1 on the scoreboard, as it should be. It's probably more than that with the Parkinson bowling so many overs. So we have reached the final over day. Oh, there's a big, look at that big cloud over there. Oof, I haven't seen anything like that for 12 years. And a blue bus going out, a Mayflower bus going out. Oh, Lord.
You're as happy as a sand.
Oh, it's too much excitement.
So Finch is going to have another over, the last over of the day. He has 7 overs, 2 for 5. And all the men that were out there for the mistimed hooks have now come in. So the shot is on, even a mistimed hook. But will he try it? Because he will get some short ones. I suspect he won't. There is a silly mid-off now. As Finch bowls, it's short and Brown ducks underneath. There is, the leg slip, there's the leg gully, short leg, still those two on the drive on the leg side. Everybody's close in, whether on the offside or the leg. Would you have a little dart now, if short ball? I'm not sure you can, really. It wouldn't look good if you get out.
It wouldn't, no.
No, it wouldn't look very good at all.
Silly mid-offs in there as well.
Yeah. A little bit too close, actually, if another one comes off the shoulder of the back, because I think that one looped over the fielder's head. I would probably have him about a pace deeper, but I'm not out there. Finch bowls again, and Brown just drops his hands, lets it go by. That's the way to play short pitch bowling.
Actually, I spy there might be a little plot here, because I think that same blue bus has gone back up. I think it went down around the roundabout and back up, merely to enhance my excitement levels.
I think it was there for show for you.
I'm absolutely certain.
Yes.
I've not seen any passengers on any of those buses. I will ask the drivers in the morning when I go for my stroll.
In comes Finch again from the pavilion end, and bowls, and Brown's almost ducking before he's let the ball go. Yeah, it was shortish, didn't bounce that high.
Got him on the back foot here, isn't
It certainly has. I mean, there is a chance. I mean, he's surely going to pitch one up in this over.
Yeah.
And Brown,
But he
once he
must,
gets a solid contact, it's going for a few straight, but
must be close to having his 2 for the over.
it's just not bouncing one or two of them, though, aren't they? They're short, and the batters are ducking, but it's not always bouncing, is it? Brown's 3 from 29. 3 balls left in the day. Here's Finch again. Bowls, and it's short, and Brown again takes the hands out of the way. There's a few sort of ums and ahs out there. I'm not quite sure why. Actually, that's gone over the top of the stumps.
Oh,
It's actually gone over the top of
Really?
the stumps. Yes, it has.
well, it didn't bounce much though.
Yeah,
it was
didn't.
short.
No. So the fielders were quite right when they went, oh, we're slightly to the left as we look, so we're getting a straight view of the picture feed if you're watching it like you are, but when you're watching the live action like we are initially, it looks reasonably harmless. But to be fair, he's leaving it on length as well, so I mean, he'd have to be pretty unlucky that that ball wouldn't bounce at all. 2 balls left. Finch in again, bowls, there's the length ball, and Brown gets nicely in behind that one. That's the straight, foolish delivery. 1 ball left. It's
One
been
ball
another
left.
good one for Worcestershire. Another tough one for Hampshire, with the promise of another tough one to come.
Yeah, it's going to be hard work for
It will.
both batsmen and bowlers again tomorrow.
We will. And us, because it's only me and you, brothers, tomorrow.
Ah, there you go.
But we'll get through it. Here's Finch. Here we go then. Last ball of the day, and Brown leaves that one alone. Goes through to Roderick, and that's the end of day 3 with Hampshire on 86 for 3, following on in their second innings. They are an awful long way away from Worcestershire. They certainly won't bat again. They are 372 runs behind Hampshire. Good day, Worcestershire.
Yeah, they'll be pleased with themselves, I think. And as we were saying earlier, it's hard work. You know, they've taken 10 wickets in the day, but by Jove, you have got to work hard for them on this surface. And they will be hoping to take 7 more tomorrow. If you want to find out if they do, there's an easy way to do it. Do what you did today. Listen to us.
Thanks, Amelia. Have fun at Wimbledon. Thanks, Dave. We'll be back just before 11 o'clock.